Spellcraft, Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 651 The Fairy King's Past PT2. The legacy of the past crumbled before his very eyes, but it was too late for Biruel to repent. He and what were left of his followers were exiled from his own kingdom. It felt like a dream, but Biruel knew it was all real. Pain, confusion, regret, fury, fear, anxiety, rage. Multiple emotions swirled in his heart when the dust settled and he found himself with barely anything left. However, the one emotion he never felt even once was hate. Despite all Jane did, all that he lost, all that went down between the two of them, Biruel's heart never changed towards her. He didn't want to admit it initially, but he had known all along. I still love her. Asterisk. 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 One after the other, within the span of years, his fairy subordinates rapidly began to reduce. Without the effects of their mana-rich environment, they couldn't maintain their youthful state. Thus, they either decided to return to the fairy kingdom now dubbed the Sanctuary or to die slowly with the leader they believed in. Biruel, who had no direction, could not stop anyone from doing what they wished. He had lost that power and authority years past. All he wanted to do, was to get back at Jane, one way or the other. Despite everything, he still hadn't given up his ideology. He still believed men were superior. He still believed his ancestors were right. Give a woman some power, and she ruins everything. Hadn't that been the case with Jane Ursula? Wasn't that the reason his kingdom fell into ruins? I'll start my own fairy kingdom and show them just how different and superior it is to Jane's. Biruel knew just how intelligent his adversary was. He also understood the population of his forces, compared to the bulk of the fairy sanctuary. Still, he chose not to care. I will do it. Our ancestors' legacy lives within me. I am the rightful king. It took a while of searching, but Biruel finally found a region that was bustling with energy. It started out as a seemingly random cave, but it ended up leading to an ancient ruin. The energy he, as well as the rest of his subordinates felt, wasn't mana. It was something far greater. Since fairies were naturally inclined towards mana, the power felt even more appealing. Biruel, in his curiosity and excitement, decided to venture further to seek out the source. And his subordinates gladly followed. After so many years of sojourning as a nomadic group, they had finally found a place to call home. The ruins needed a lot of work before it could be justified as a kingdom built by the fairy king himself, but Biruel had no doubt in his ability, especially if he could find the source of power he felt. They all raced towards the energy source, innocently driven by their goal to create a better world, an utopia without the bane that caused the other one to crumble. Unfortunately, this innocent dream died in that cave. Asterisk. 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 How many survived? Biruel's body was badly scathed, and blood dripped from his ear and other parts of his body. Unlike him, who had been lucky to get away with such mild injuries, fairy corpses littered the ground. Needless to say, he only survived because of his immense speed and perhaps luck as well. I am the only one, King Biruel. Biruel should have already known that, given the fact that only he and the young fairy in front of him were still standing while they saw their comrades laying still on the floor. Blood oozed from their corpses, and some had burn marks that were so bad, it looked like they would turn to ash at any moment. The several traps in the ruins had surprised everyone, and they had been pretty much doomed to fail since they had rushed in without thinking. Do you hate me? The fairy king could not believe he was asking this of his subject. Subjects lived for the king. They could never hate him. They were always loyal to him even till the bitter end. N0ve1 But Biruel had seen his subjects turn on him. In the coup, a majority of the denizens of his kingdom abandoned him as king. Even among the ones who initially stood by his side, many eventually abandoned the cause and tried to cling to survival rather than loyalty. It was unbelievable how quickly the tables turned. And now, with the death of everyone except he and a single subordinate, Biruel could not help but ask the question. However, even to his surprise, the subordinate knelt and bowed his head. "No, Fairy King. I do not despise you. Everything you've done this far has been to provide your people with a sanctuary. You have tirelessly labored for us. After following and protecting you all this time, how could I despise you?" Biruel's eyes widened at that very moment. He couldn't believe it, or rather, he had never heard such a genuine response before. It was so different from the answers that he had previously received that Biruel thought it was breathtaking. Usually, people would say, "I can never hate you, you're the Fairy King. The Fairy King is always loved by all." Did someone say that? "My king, do not believe their words." Yet, this subordinate was different. "Besides, my king, you won your prize, didn't you? The source of that strange energy." That's right, Biruel had forgotten. Locked in his shaking palm was a card and arcana known as the Chariot. The ruin had been a dungeon, and he'd had no idea until it was too late. His subordinate had survived due to sheer luck, and also because he was the least competent among the others. He hadn't been fast enough to trigger any of the traps before the others did. "Haha, you're right," Biruel found himself whispering. But what good was his prize without his subjects? As he thought of it, the idea seemed to make more sense and take a more definite form. But father said the subjects exist because of the king. The sight around him and the feelings in Biruel's heart, however, seemed to turn that ironclad mindset to null. It simply didn't ring true any longer. Chapter 652. Now that he looked around him and saw the carnage and saw only one survivor, Biruel did not feel much like a king. He had gained his prize, but so what? What was a king without subjects? That was when the first lie of his ancestors became known to the Fairy King. He finally understood an error he'd failed to see all along. The subjects don't exist for the king. The king exists for the subjects. His subordinate was still bowed before him, but Biruel no longer thought of the young fairy as a slave to him, the master. No. The relationship didn't feel that way any longer. I am happy you survived. I'm happy you still consider me worthy." That meant his authority as king didn't come from his being special. No, it came from the people who were willing to treat him as special. His people had been the ones at the top all along. It seems Jane was right, in her own feminine way. Of course, lots of biases remained, but Biruel was willing to admit the error of his ways, at least in this regard. "What is your name?" the kneeling subordinate was asked. "Morel. Morel Levan." The Fairy King smiled and approached Morel, placing his unoccupied hand on his shoulder and nodding. "Well, then, Morel, will you keep following me?" Much to Biruel's pleasure, the subordinate agreed. Thus, both he and Biruel began to learn and harness the power of the chariot. They had intended to use it to take back their kingdom, but then Biruel's health became compromised. Together, they built the fortress where he would remain sustained. A new body was made for him to utilize instead of his older one. Unfortunately, being no expert at soul magic or any kind of magic science hybrid, other than mechanization and technology, Biruel had no idea how to transfer himself to his new body. Jane Ursula had made something like that, but he could only somewhat copy her model. Without her unique ability, he was never going to be able to escape his mortality. The best he could do was create duplicates of himself and utilize them for his own whims. Through resonance, he could feel whatever the clone felt, and he could relieve the experience of walking and flying as he did in the past. Unfortunately, Biruel couldn't do that with his own body any longer. He had no hope to eventually do so, and his pride would never allow him to beg Jane for a cure. He and his subordinate instead took it upon themselves to search for other dungeons in order to find an arcana that would be able to cure him. If they could find one to resurrect his dead subordinates, or to take over the fairy sanctuary, then those would also be well appreciated. It was during one of these searches that they came across another individual who was also interested in the same venture. This individual took an interest in Biruel, and gave an offer that was nigh impossible to reject. An immortal body for he and his subordinate. The possible revival of his dead followers, and also the retrieval of the fairy sanctuary. Once all the arcanas were gathered, all of Biruel's wishes would come true. The individual he met was a woman in white, and she presented herself as the direct representative of the cult leader. It was, in fact, the leader who personally scouted Biruel. He spoke to the man in charge via magic communication, but the lady in white was physically present during the discussion. They called their proposed group the Nether Cult, and he was going to be the third seat. Biruel, who had hit a wall when it came to his search for the mystical cards that wielded immense power and also saw that the cult already had a few in their possession, decided to join. Thus, he became an integral member of the Nether Cult, but was eventually moved to the fourth seat by the genius of the Midas race, Keto Midas. Their group slowly increased, and it was only when Biruel was certain of its security that he involved Morel, his subordinate. He ensured Morel remained in the bottom ranks, never rising to the top or gaining much attention. It was better for him that way. Years passed and arcanas were secured, though at a slow pace. When Biruel demanded a swifter collection of the godlike objects, the lady in white, who was still the proxy of the cult leader, stated that it was yet to be the right time. The cult leader only spoke to them virtually, never appearing in their physical meetings. Instead, he sent his proxy. It was only until the recent years that he showed up, and his power was enough to make everyone in the room recognize his authority despite how young he appeared to be. Considering how Biruel had known of the cult leader for decades, at this point, he understood that it was impossible for him to still be a child. Therefore, his childlike form had to be a ruse. When the cult leader appeared, things began to take quicker steps. The demon race got involved in their conquest, and before long, the Midas Empire was destroyed. The Eastern Kingdom was infiltrated, war broke loose, and a very serious search for the arcanas became a reality. Unfortunately, even at that, the Nether Cult failed to obtain all the arcanas. Morel died in his service to the Nether Cult, thus leaving Biruel all alone. He couldn't stop now. He had lost too many years and too many people to stop in his conquest. He had to obtain all the arcanas. He had to right his wrongs. Asterisk. 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 So that's how it is. Anna muttered. I. Biruel didn't know what to say. He was just as surprised as the other two present when the memories of everything began to flood in. N0ve1 Thanks to Cuisance the Emperor, even Biruel's subconscious was forced to resurface, and the apparently forgotten memories were exposed. The Tyrant King was shown. The Kind Master was revealed. The Lonely Fairy was exposed. Thus, Biruel's past was concluded. Chapter 653. Ultimately, Biruel's story was told with all three members of the room present, all of which were stunned by the discovery. So, what will you do now? Cuisine smiled, glancing at Anna. A grin was on her face, just as he had expected. He could already guess her answer to the question. Well, I suppose it's worth a try, isn't it? She now moved closer to the distraught Biruel. Placing her small hand on his sunken shoulder, Anna looked at the old fellow in the eyes and asked him with genuine intent and a very excited face. Fairy King Biruel, do you want to be young again? You see, I'm feeling very generous today, so I want to help you. Of course, there'll be terms and conditions. But, what do you think? Biruel was still in a daze. He couldn't comprehend why and how the little girl in front of him could say something so absurd. She's casually placing her hand on me, and she's speaking in this familiar tone. We've hardly met, and yet. Even without Biruel's bigot tendencies, he still felt the girl was being rude to him. Still, just as with Jane's actions in the past, Biruel couldn't find himself hating it. His tired eyes stared at the girl, and while millions of thoughts ran through his mind, he decided to humor her efforts. "I'll try anything at this point. What terms are you suggesting? Become my lab partner. What? If I help you become young, you'll have to devote your first 10 no, let's say 20 years to me and my cause. Once that period is over, you can do whatever you like." Anna smiled, excitedly placing both hands on her hips. "Is this girl serious?" Biruel found himself asking. How could she think of making someone like him, the Fairy King, a simple lab partner? This surpassed any insult Jane had made to him. "Ah, well, not quite. Of course, you'll leave the Nether cult and become one of the good guys. You can do that much, can't you? I mean, that's why you joined them, isn't it? You're forgetting I also joined the Nether cult for the purpose of reviving my past subordinates and taking back my kingdom." Biruel's eyes narrowed at the young girl. His resolve to tread a dishonorable path, so long as it helped to achieve to his goals, this girl was mocking it. He couldn't stand for such a deal that clearly proved disadvantageous to him. "I'm surprised you think you have a choice here. What do you think, Kuzan?" Anna chuckled as she glanced at the boy behind her. "I think he's being delirious if he thinks we won't take away his arcana and leave him stranded so we can destroy his evil organization. I mean, I said this already, but their goals won't be achieved." The little energy on Biruel's face suddenly drained when he heard Kuzan's statement. He looked at the two kids and wondered what kind of evil spawned them. "Why, you guys? Don't worry, Biruel. I'm sure you're a meticulous man, so you must have collected the flesh and blood samples off your dead comrades. Subordinates. And yes, I did. I also tried replicating the cells while artificially creating bodies for them. Of course, without their souls, those are practically useless. Well, Jared has an arcana called the Hanged Man. It can revive your dead comrades so long as those samples are present. The fact that they have bodies prepared even makes it easier, don't you think? I mean, you don't have to be in the Nether cult. I can save you, Jared can save your fallen subordinates, and as for your fairy kingdom, well, when you regain your body and subordinates, you can deal with that yourself." I see. But only after your time with me has expired. Plus, I don't really like the idea of taking back the fairy sanctuary. Jane is such a nice lady, and everyone there is so happy. Biruel's eyes widened upon hearing Anna's last words. Jane? You've met her?" The pitch of his tone increased at this point. "Why yet, what of it? How is she? What does she look like now?" "Ah, she can make herself virtually immortal, so it's practically the same. But she could still have gotten plastic surgery, so there's a possibility she looks different. Does she still wear her lab coat everywhere? What hairstyle does she have now? What is her?" Anna slowly stepped back from the rambling Fairy King's obsessive questions. His bloodshot eyes widened even more as he asked for more details, creeping out the young girl. To her, Biruel looked nothing more than a perverted old man. Well. She could only laugh awkwardly. "Looks like someone's smitten. Our dear Fairy King still likes Miss Jane so much. And no. I'm not. I mean, I don't like her at all." Biruel's voice trailed. For a shut-in old man, he sure was exhibiting a lot of pep and energy. Besides, how could he lie to them when they had all heard his story not too long ago? "Then, how about this? I promise to tell you all I know about Jane if you decide to accept the bargain. I could even ask her stuff you want to know." Is that so?" "Yep. The thing is, I don't think you're a bad person, Biruel. That's why I'm giving you this chance. I think you're brilliant and, well, useful. I want to work with you and develop the ultimate mesh of magic and technology. Doing that, I'll finally be able to surpass Lewis Griffith." Anna's eyes were shining with excitement at this point. For a moment, silence prevailed. Everyone stared at Anna's bizarre announcement with an odd look. It almost seemed like she was out of her mind. Wait, what? You want to surpass Louis? You? Ha ha ha. Hey. Why are you laughing? I knew Louis back in the day. We shared contradicting opinions in terms of women and culture, but we got along finely. Do you know why? Why? Because he was brilliant. Chapter 654. Louis Griffith was brilliant. A human without magic would have been considered less than dung in my eyes, but this particular man had simply been outstanding. Anna nearly rolled her eyes. She knew Louis Griffith was amazing, and she had read enough of his thesis and propounded works to know it would take a great deal of work to surpass him. However, his achievements weren't absolute. I'm breaking into new waters that'll revolutionize everyone's perception of magic. Oh? Pray tell. I'll tell you after you join me. The deadlock between the two seemed to be inevitably growing stronger with each passing moment. It seemed neither would budge, at this point. I would advise you not to underestimate this girl, Biruel. Cusan's voice finally broke into the silence as he walked closer to the man as well. Even you too, young Midas. Indeed. She has exceeded my expectations more than once today. She's a genius, an unrivaled one. I doubt Louis Griffith was able to achieve even remotely close to what she has accomplished when he was her age. Well. Biruel was at a loss for words. Was his bias preventing him from seeing the obvious truth in front of him? Was this human girl really that great? She was able to sort through your encrypted signal and locate you. She was also able to disconnect you from all your clones. She was able to defeat a demon lord far stronger than her. She has created golems and automatons that operate independently acting on pure algorithms, yet they're able to act appropriately in every given situation. Biruel was shell-shocked. He hadn't expected so much from the girl. His widened eyes kept Anna in his focus, and he observed as she excitedly puffed her chest with pride. That's not even half as impressive as her current feat. She isn't wrong about revolutionizing magic. Anna discovered a new source of energy that is different from mana and miasma, and she did it purely based on research. Biruel's eyes were bulging at this point, and it seemed like they would pop out of his baggy sockets. Why you mean? Yes. She discovered ether. But that's impossible. Wait, she used the arcana, didn't she? No. Not at all. Anna has no arcana at her disposal. She discovered it purely based on research and evidence. Not only that, but she was able to use this ether as a base for tracking down your location and also interfering with your communication network too. Hey. Cusan, don't tell him everything. So the new energy was ether? Darn it, Cusan. Why did you have to say it to him? Now I have no leverage. Anna interrupted Cusan's explanation with her surprised rants. Haha. Well. How do you know so much, though? Don't tell me, it has already been discovered and built upon? Damn. Biruel's thoughts were a mess, at this point. He was struggling to comprehend how a mere child like her could have gone so far in the pursuit of ether. I don't even think Jane has achieved this much in that department. Young lady, can I ask you a question? If you give me a satisfactory answer, I'll accept your bargain, no questions asked. I'll also abandon my plans for a conquest. Biruel's eyes were dead serious at this point. He was still shell-shocked, but he had to hear the truth from the horse's mouth. How did you discover it? Just, give me a clue, at least. His tone was sullen, and his body trembled in anticipation. This was obviously a big deal. It was beyond impossible that a little child like her would have achieved so great a height in magic that she attained ether. Plus, Cusan said she didn't possess an arcana, which was how Biruel came into contact with it. So how? It seems like you guys know more about it than me, though. I'm still in the starting phase. What even is ether? Kuzan chuckled a little, instantly attracting a deadly glare from Anna. Biruel wondered what to say. Even he didn't have a proper definition of the concept. It was beyond him. The little he knew about the power was what had been shown to him. He knew it exceeded mana and miasma. He knew it was absolute. He knew it was the ultimate source of power in the world. However, what exactly could he use to define it? In the end, Biruel's gaze fell on the young Midas. Ether is the source of all life and energy. Some call it the root. Some call it the origin. It is the very essence of everything around us. Mana and miasma are simply offshoots from it. Biruel's face cracked into a smile once he saw Kuzan solve his dilemma. As expected of a Midas. He thought to himself. The Midas race was known to be supreme in magic. Their deep knowledge and connection to ether was the most probable reason. Ether is the purest kind of power to obtain, making it far more dangerous and useful. It's what allows the arcanist to control the laws of this world. Anna's eyes widened as she heard about what she had been studying. It was far bigger than she imagined. However, you already know that much, hey? It sucks that I wasn't the first to discover it. What was the point of her research when information on the subject matter already existed? You'll be surprised by how much we are yet to know about it, Anna. Kuzan smiled. Answer my question, young lady. Biruel added his voice to the mix, now getting impatient since Anna hadn't addressed him yet. However, with a single glare from the young female, even Biruel found himself shrinking back a little. At the very least, a bead of sweat fell from his head. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter at this point. Anna sighed. Suspense squirmed in Biruel's heart as he awaited her answer. I found it by examining the body part of the demon lord I defeated. I was able to extract a sizable portion from her body before killing her. It was her first proper chance to study miasma and how it operated. Who would have thought that it would lead her to yet another source of energy? Ether. Chapter 655. Anna realized the opportunity of a game changer when she got her chance to study miasma. After defeating the demon lord, Lydia, she had been able to get samples from her, including a huge chunk of her body that contained tons of exhaustible materials for research. Thanks to the heteromorphic nature of the demon lord of Blanc, Anna was able to carry out tons of experiments with the flesh samples, watching as it changed as long as she preserved the cells from dying off. It was time-consuming, and it took a large portion of her time. But I did it. This is it, right? Miasma. Her hard work had actually paid off. She was able to understand the fundamental nature of miasma thanks to her exposure to the demonic energy. Her hope? To surpass Lewis Griffith, and even Jared, but also discovering a way to use both mana and miasma that no one had thought of before. Thus, she studied the two energies side by side down to their atomic structure and microscopic qualities. The interaction between the two energies was that of repulsion, but she had to understand why. What made them so distinct? Just how distinct were they? This question nearly drove her to the edge of insanity, but she persisted. Finally, she realized something. They share one similar element. A corresponding link. The fragment is small, but they're fundamentally similar. Anna initially assumed it to be a fluke, but after examining many samples, she was able to confirm her suspicion. Panda and VE1 mana and miasma were related by a connecting link. There's something present in one energy system that's also present in the other. Unfortunately, anytime she tried to bring them together, the opposing elements of mana and miasma would interfere and the two energies would cancel each other out. It was frustrating, to say the least. Just what was this connecting factor? It was so minuscule that it would have escaped her notice had she not been actively searching every nook and cranny. She had to isolate it in some way. Anna felt very lucky that Lydia's body was very regenerative once connected to the proper nutritional source. It didn't decay, and she was able to restore lost parts as long as more sustenance was pumped into it. The best part about the specimen was its ability to adapt to whatever Anna wanted. When Lydia was still alive, she could utilize both mana and miasma thanks to her shape-shifting abilities. This change occurred down to her most basic level, so Anna was able to generate completely different results based on what she wanted to test out using the Demon Lord's flesh. Thus, she did. Upon isolating the element from the energy by slowly draining the excesses, she was able to have two light sources fragments so minuscule that she wouldn't have been able to notice them normally. She examined the one from miasma, and then the one from mana. They were the same. Then, the next thing to do was capitalize on their similarities and bring them together. Thus, that day marked Anna's encounter with the sublime energy that permeated the world. The power of ether. Asterisk. 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 I created more samples and underwent the same process isolating the new energy until I had enough to make it visible as a power source. It was pure white, and the concentration of power was unlike anything I had ever felt. Kuzan and Biruel silently listened to Anna's explanation. They might not have displayed it, but the two men were awfully impressed. The Fairy King even felt downright stupid in the presence of Anna's genius. I figured if humanity could tap into this power, we'd be able to advance our magic use as a species, you know? Sigh. I've not achieved nearly enough in my research, and there's a lot of work to be done, but... Anna's gaze fell as she stared at Kuzan. But what? You said it yourself. It has already been discovered. There's a lot you know about it at least, more than I do. Anna's cheeks were flushed with frustration. It was only natural that she would feel upset, considering she just lost her only ticket to a victory against Lewis Griffith. He probably even discovered ether and didn't include it in his works. I wonder how he would be able to discover it without any mana, though. Even I found difficulty. Lewis Griffith probably never discovered ether. If he ever came across the energy, that means someone showed it to him, and that's next to impossible. Anna's eyes widened as she stared at Kuzan. His smile was genuine and he shrugged. It's impossible to even dream of coming close to interacting with ether unless you have a special grade mana core. You have to have a vast amount of mana, and you have to be special in some way. The young girl's eyes could understand Kuzan's words, but she couldn't comprehend what they meant. Ether is the hallmark of power. Only when mana or miasma is refined to the utmost degree will ether manifest. Those other sources of energy are adulterated, inferior versions. Biruel nodded in agreement. While he was never able to use ether beyond the manifestation of his arcana's ability, he still had a fair idea of how it worked. That was how he was able to infuse the energy from his arcana into his newly made clones, granting them that power. The Midas race studied ether and learned to harness it. That's not because we isolated the particles from mana and miasma like you did, but because we refined our special grade mana cores and artificial mana cores to the limit. I see. Anna responded to Kuzan. She still didn't understand why he was telling her all of this. It was only proving her right as to how she was steps behind in ether's discovery. You were able to do all of this from the scratch, Anna. That makes your process of discovery amazing, better than anything anyone has ever done. Do you know why? Kuzan moved closer to the girl. Why? Because this is a method that guarantees the utilization of ether by the ones who aren't special. Think about it. If you can harness ether, what does that mean for the rest of the world? Anna's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't seen it in that dimension. Kuzan had just opened her eyes to a new possibility she had never thought of before. A way to achieve her goals and best Lewis Griffith. Still, though. Are you saying I'm not special, Kuzan? Haha, well, you are special to me. Anna's eyes narrowed at the golden-haired boy and he took that as his cue to step back, raising both hands in surrender. It was enough to cause Anna to break into a smile. Thank you, Kuzan. Really, thanks. Chapter 656. So, Tell me, Biruel, after hearing all of that, aren't you dying of curiosity? Kuzan smiled, turning his focus to the dazed Fairy King. What? The old fairy was trying his hardest to hide it, but how could he deny the deep impression that Anna had made on him? She was unlike any other. Don't you want to see how she'll go about improving your current condition? Even better, don't you want to see what she'll be able to achieve? The limits she'll be able to exceed, especially with your assistance. Biruel couldn't deny the prospects. Anna was still young, she barely looked anything like a teenager, but Biruel didn't think she was a child either. There was a lot of room for growth. Especially in some proportions. Hey! What are you looking at? Why are you squinting your eyes? What's taking you so long to think about it? I answered your question, right? Make your choice already. Biruel still wasn't accustomed to being yelled at by a woman. In fact, he found it irritating and condescending. He was a male. He was superior. He was in charge. Well, Biruel just found the second female whom he didn't mind was being unbelievably rude to him. First had been Jane, and now, Anna. I see, so that's how it is. Biruel chuckled throatily. Of course, this was followed by a violent cough. Geez, don't push yourself. How long do you have to live anyway? Anna's face displayed worry. The way she was seeing things, it seemed he would pass out at any moment. His sickly body seemed unbelievably weak. I wouldn't want him to die before he gives me his answer. Her thoughts trailed. Let's say a few more decades or so. Anna's eyes widened in surprise, and an "et" leaked out of her lips. If I'm lucky, maybe 50 more years? That's only assuming I don't exert myself any more than I already have. Anna hadn't expected so much vitality to be left in the Fairy King's body. It actually made no sense to her whatsoever. I have a question. Why is your body large, like a human's? Shouldn't it be small like a normal fairy? Biruel nodded at Anna and gave a tired sigh. It's to slow down the aging process. The larger the mass, the slower the degeneration process is. If I had a smaller body, I'd grow old faster, due to my mass being smaller. Besides, our size is simply a result of evolution and setting. We can undo it if we really try. It was the first time she had heard such reasoning, but Anna chalked it down to fairy biology. A smaller body means fewer nutrients to keep it active, though. I have to assume that his body is slowly decomposing and his cells are dying one after the other with barely any regeneration. If that's the case, then it makes sense that a bigger body would be more useful. As for your proposal, human, I have decided to accept it. Biruel's words instantly pierced through Anna's bubble of thought, causing her to grin with excitement. Perfect. But, before that, there's something I have to ask from my future partner. He murmured hesitantly. What is it? Why your name? What is your name? Biruel was unsure of whether he had heard it before or not, but he simply didn't have any recollection of it. For a moment, an awkward air of silence permeated the air, as he waited for Anna to speak. Then, pfft! Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yeah, Anna burst into an amused round of laughter. Biruel was mortified, but he kept his cool. If this was how he would always be treated, though, the Fairy King had to reconsider his position. My name is Annabelle Frederick. My friends call me Anna, and soon, this world will know me as the greatest sage. The girl burst into more laughter, albeit a confident one. Biruel couldn't help but be charmed by her childlike and dreamy personality. He never had a real family or offspring, but he felt like he wouldn't mind having a child like Anna. A child that resembled Jane so well. Very well, Annabelle Fried. What are you doing? Anna's words cut him short. Calling your name. I said my friends call me Anna. From now on, we'll be partners, though I'm the senior partner, so we're automatically friends. Biruel couldn't understand her line of thought, so he simply chalked it down to naivete. How could a female of her caliber demand his friendship? Still. Fine, Anna. He didn't make any complaints. None at all. I accept your terms and conditions. I'll dedicate 20 years of my life to helping you out with your projects, and I'll not attack the fairy sanctuary. In exchange, you'll save me from this dying body and also convince your friend to resurrect my subordinates. Perfect. It's all recorded here. Right in front of Biruel was a magic contract parchment, and it glowed the moment Anna revealed it. That meant their agreement was recorded, and she had a means of enforcing it. That is of no concern to me. I'm a man of my word. Biruel shrugged. Now, let's see what you can do, Anna. The Fairy King was staring at her with a smile, and Kuzan was also doing the same. Both men were curious about what she would do, and an air of suspense hung in the air. I'll use this. Summoned from a ring of hers was a white ball. The ball was as large as a human's head. It was round and smooth. However, and most importantly, it felt fresh and alive. This is the refined lump I was able to harvest from Lydia's body. It's full of ether energy, as you call it, and it's fully organic, so it'll make for a perfect vessel for you. Biruel's eyes popped wide open. Even from where he sat, he could sense the quality of the body. It was perfect. Since the amount is small, you'll only be able to assume your small fairy form or any kind of form you desire, really. As long as the size remains within budget. Thanks to the heteromorphic quality of the material, Biruel could assume whatever shape he wanted. It was simply the most optimal choice. Only one question remained. How do we transfer Biruel's soul to the new body? Chapter 657. How do you intend to transfer his soul? Kuzan's voice overlapped with Biruel's tone of awe as he kept observing his new vessel. The young Midas gave a small smile of curiosity, and his narrowed eyes told Anna that he was interested in how she intended on doing it. She's going to surprise me, isn't she? Biruel glanced at the two before the question finally registered in his head. Ah, yes, the transfer. How will that work? I've tried many times to transfer myself to the numerous bodies I made, but I can't. Biruel wasn't an expert at soul magic, so he couldn't move his own soul from his body to another vessel. Even for those with some experience and skill in soul magic, it's difficult for them to transfer their own souls from their bodies. It's much easier to do it for others. After all, when someone's soul left their body, they were sort of dead. They no longer had any control or means of manifestation in the world. Biruel wasn't even an expert in soul magic, to begin with. Even though he had made so many clones, none of them could be his new vessel. Surely, you have a plan to do that. I'm surprised, though. To think a young girl like you could utilize soul magic. You're a genius. The Fairy King wasn't stingy with compliments at this point. His excited gaze hadn't left the vessel. Well, I can't use soul magic. I know about the concepts, thanks to Lewis Griffith's books, Janusala's project, and also Jared's recent soul brand magic. So, theoretically, I know of it. Biruel suddenly froze in his excitement and glanced at Anna with an expression that seemed to be a hybrid between horror and shock. What are you saying? If he heard her correctly, then Anna wouldn't be able to help him. What was the point behind this whole project? He'd thought she had a plan. Had she just been leading him on? No, that's not possible. She even resorted to that magic contract. I mean, if she doesn't fulfill her end, the contact will be nullified. Biruel's thoughts rang. Even Kuzan gave Anna a quizzical look. With both men staring at her with such unfiltered surprise, Anna realized that she had to word her intentions more clearly. Relax. Just because I can't use it doesn't mean I don't have a plan. The old fairy sighed with relief. He had felt betrayed not too long ago. The key to the plan, however, is not me, but Kuzan. Me? Kuzan's eyes widened the moment his name was mentioned. Yes. If you utilize your arcana, you can transfer the soul from Biruel's old body to this one. The room fell silent in a flash. Once again, the two males were in shock, not because they were impressed with Anna, but because of how ridiculous her idea sounded. You want me to use the Emperor on his soul? Really? What do you know about my arcana's ability? It can control anything, right? There are some conditions, but yes. Even incorporeal or energy-based substances can be controlled, right? Well, yes. Anna smiled at Kuzan's response, indicating that she knew he could do the job. Why factor me into this plan at all? I remember not being interested in saving his life. The boy sighed in indifference. In response, she shrugged while smiling. There's another way, but that's much tougher. The probability of its success is also low, and I'll probably need Jared's help to make it more certain. If you want me to resort to that, then fine, I'll do it. Kuzan sighed. Kuzan's swift response made Anna happy, causing her to clap her hands while giggling with excitement. That's perfect. Thanks, Kuzan. It wasn't like she had given him much of a choice, though. The girl had simply used his rivalry with Jared as a way to get what she wanted. Besides, at this point, Kuzan wasn't averse to Biruel's cooperation. However, one problem had not yet been accounted for. For me to use the Emperor on anyone or anything, I must be superior. However, my soul is far younger than Biruel's. That makes the equation imbalanced. Anna smiled and shook her head in disagreement. Use your familiar as a base. It's a bond soul, isn't it? How do you know if it's ancient enough? Kuzan raised his brow in curiosity. Gut feeling. The golden-haired boy sighed at his partner's carelessness. He knew there were underlying principles behind her rash personality, but he couldn't help wondering about the lengths she was willing to go to in order to achieve her goals. Well, I guess that could work. To make the process smoother and painless, I'd advise Biruel not to resist. The Fairy King was nervous at this point. His eyes kept moving between Kuzan and his new body. He didn't know how to feel about the boy, considering how his subordinate died at his hands. Well, I collected Morel's body samples before his death. I wanted to create clones for him too. Thankfully, I still have them. That meant he could revive him too. It was due to this very reason that he was able to bury his burning rage at least to an extent against Kuzan. Well, it was also because of what happened all those years ago, with the Midas race. I understand. Do it. A golden glow suddenly burst out of Kuzan's body, and his eyes glowed ever so brightly. In a flash, the room was brightly lit even more than normal. Kuzan moved closer to Biruel and placed his hand on the old fairy's body. This caused him to instantly fall unconscious. His body went from dry to completely pale and cold. It became evident after a few seconds. Biruel was dead. However, floating on Kuzan's second hand was a bright orb shrouded in his golden energy. Kuzan's eyes settled on the pure white mold in Anna's possession, and he sent the bright cluster of light in its direction. Like a guided firefly, the light danced as it progressed, until it finally entered the lump. The white sphere glowed, and it swiftly flew away from Anna's grasp. It rose to the air and remained suspended for a moment. Then it began to take form. Chapter 658. Ha! HAAA. The white lump began squishing and molding itself as it hovered in the air. First, it had a humanoid appearance, and then wings were formed behind it. Afterwards, details such as colors, clothes, shoes, etc., began manifesting. Biruel's long, silver-colored hair flowed behind him, and his handsome face appeared, bearing no resemblance to his previously sickly form. His appearance was that of pure royalty with a scepter, a crown, and a royal garb that told of his status as king. A king without a kingdom, but a king nonetheless. His clothes were gold and purple, and he donned classy black shoes. Once every detail of himself was settled, his wings finally took full bloom. Gold, silver, purple, and shades of black. All four colors formed beautifully large wings that told of Biruel's magnificence. Finally! It's been so long! Biruel opened his eyes and greeted the world around him as he grinned widely now in his new body as a genuine youthful elf. I feel so alive! His voice echoed throughout the vast room. Ha 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 ha! I'm so happy it worked! Amazing, isn't it? Anna excitedly yelled, jumping around with her little body. It brought her indescribable joy to see how successful her experiment was. Even though she'd had help from Kuzan, this was still groundbreaking for the young girl. It was the transfer of life. A height she had never reached before. So, this is ether. This power coursing through me, it flows so freely within my body. It's resonating so well with my soul. Biruel's tone was shivering, almost as though he was experiencing overwhelming pleasure. Stop acting weird, old man. Anna sighed. Stay in one place. I want to observe you some more. Biruel didn't seem to hear Anna, though. He simply flew around in his smaller body, enjoying the freedom that had been deprived of him for so long. Ha 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 ha. His sparkly multicolored eyes took in the world around him, and they were filled with such life and wonder unlike his old self. Speaking of his elderly body. Gross. Was this really how I looked like? Thank goodness I didn't keep any mirrors around. The Fairy King was utterly repulsed by the ugliness of his old body. Fortunately, he no longer had any attachments to the shriveled husk that had previously been his body. I finally understand the appeal of body switching. I feel brand new, honestly. All my organs internal and external feel so fresh. The best part was the nature of his body's material. It was fluid and solid at the same time. He could become whatever he wanted. The possibilities were endless. All in all, Biruel was happy. However, more than that, he was thankful. You have my gratitude, Anna. Your actions have disproved yet another one of my biases. Biruel swiftly approached Anna, gently touching her hand. Though with his small size, the whole thing simply looked funny. Haha, you're welcome. I should have seen it before. With you and Jane around, I suppose some females aren't inferior to males. Haha. Veins appeared all over Anna's face, but she controlled herself since the newly invigorated Fairy King didn't know any better. Plus, Kuzan patted her shoulder from behind. All in all, it was a successful procedure. How badass is that? The young Midas grinned with optimism. Why yet? You're right. It was amazing how the whole scenario had started, and how they were all seemingly allies now. It's amazing, this change. I owe you my life, young Midas. Thank you. Biruel proceeded to touch Kuzan's shoulders while donning a sincere smile. No problem. It's a tragedy what happened back then. I certainly hope you get the justice you seek. I'm not looking for justice, Biruel. Kuzan stepped away from the Fairy King, detaching the latter's hold on his shoulder. I want revenge. It's that simple. Despite how distracted Anna was with observing Biruel's body, observing every detail to ensure that it was perfectly suited for use, she couldn't ignore Kuzan's dark statement. She slowly approached him with a hesitant expression. They had been apart for very long, so Anna couldn't say she completely knew Kuzan. Even during the times they had spoken together in the past, she'd hardly known anything about him. Still, their short time together had convinced Anna that they shared a bond. Perhaps it was friendship, or maybe it was something more. Regardless, she didn't like the creeping darkness that seemed to shroud Kuzan and his past. As well as the fact that she didn't know about any of it. I still don't know what happened to you in the past, Kuzan. What exactly went down? Anna's voice was low and uncharacteristically calm. While her eyes were filled with curiosity, she made sure to tame her impulses and instead addressed Kuzan gently. From the little she knew, his entire family, no, his whole race had been destroyed. The matter was a sensitive one, to say the least. I don't like talking about it. Kuzan's response was cold, and understandably so. Anna knew she couldn't be selfish and demand that he spill everything to her. Even if she decided to be adamant, he could easily refuse. Besides, Kuzan had helped her a great deal already. Not only had he been the one to convince Biruel, but he had assisted in the process. He didn't have to, but he still helped me. Anna appreciated Kuzan's efforts, and all his support, which was exactly why she couldn't just be silent when her friend was hurting. His past, whatever it was, seemed to be his major motivation. And the fact that he found it unsavory to discuss meant it had to be very terrible. Should I just bring it up another time? Yeah, maybe that's for the best. Kuzan had to be tired from using his abilities a lot. He didn't show any signs of exhaustion, but Anna knew how much he had exerted himself. They had experienced enough drama for the day. Kuzan, well, would you look at this? Looks like a nice gathering. A mysterious voice suddenly pierced the air. No one had sensed anyone or anything before the manifestation of the sound, and the moment it emerged, a figure appeared out of nowhere. He was floating directly outside Biruel's chambers. His face, especially his smile, closely resembled Kuzan's, and his golden hair floated behind him. With a sudden appearance and overwhelming pressure, this entity caused the initially lively trio to stop dead in their tracks and watch in shock, surprise, and horror. You don't mind if I join in, do you? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 659. You. Silence rang in the room as Kuzan's voice created an echo of anger, mixed with surprise and fear. The tension felt so thick that Anna couldn't lift a single finger. She even had to remind herself to breathe. Her eyes had initially been fixated on the stranger, but they slowly trailed to Kuzan. Seeing his face, she didn't know what had come over him. Never before had he shown such an expression. Hey, Kuzan. It's been a while. The golden-haired man smiled while speaking. It seemed like he was the only one who was taking the situation with levity. His handsome face and well-ornamented body gleamed with delight as Kuzan's appearance devolved into something sinister due to his foul mood. Kido. Anna was startled by Kuzan's raised voice. She was honestly terrified. The raw emotions Kuzan was displaying far outclassed anything he had ever shown. And his rising energy didn't make things any better. The room felt like it had come to a standstill, waiting for someone to make the first move. How did you find this place? Biruel spoke in a grim tone, floating closer to Anna and Kuzan while glaring at the one known as Kido. How? Let's see. We Midas people have some sort of special connection. I can always sense Kuzan wherever he is. What? You're kidding, right? The Fairy King instantly burst into surprise. It made no sense whatsoever to him. If they could sense each other, then why would Kuzan be searching for Kido for so many years? Besides, if Kido was right, then the reason behind his appearance could all be blamed on Kuzan. As much as Biruel didn't want to resort to that. Of course, I'm joking. Ha ha ha. With a burst of throaty laughter, Kido put an end to the tense silence, or at least, it was supposed to. However, it didn't seem like anyone felt any less pressured. Even with Kido's charm and seemingly funny personality, that is, his friendly and casual demeanor, his overwhelming presence made everything about him downright terrifying. Now, then. Biruel. Panda NVE1 Kido. Why are you here? Kuzan's loud voice interrupted the speaker, and this time it seemed that his anger had grown to another level. 2 reasons. I came here to offer backup to Biruel since he's a member of the cult. It's my responsibility to look after the weaker ones, after all. Hey! Biruel barked, but his tone was powerless at this point. It doesn't seem like you need saving, though. Looks like you've become chummy with these people. The fact that you're in that younger form means you guys somehow reached a compromise, right? The previously bold Biruel shrunk back and looked away, with guilt written all over his face. And your second reason? Kuzan asked, still teeming with angry tension. Ah, yes. I'm supposed to eliminate you. You're becoming a bother, so, you'll have to die. Kido spoke so casually that one could have almost overlooked the weight behind his words. It's about time, wouldn't you say? For your death, that is. Ha ha ha. You've grown cheeky over the past couple of years, you know? Well, I'll just fill you in on something. This should be fun. Kido raised his hand, and a golden compass appeared. The compass glowed, and its arrow pointed in Kuzan's direction. I've always known where you were and what you've been up to thanks to this artifact. I just didn't care enough to kill you. Well, maybe there was a bit of sentimental feeling as well. After all, your family. Kido gave a charming smile, tilting his head to one side. This was the last straw, and Kuzan couldn't handle any more of it. Kido. You. Whap. A loud sound permeated the dark room, and even outside, where Kido floated. It was the sound of someone planting a stinging slap on a surface. Surprise filled everyone's faces as they watched the unexpected scene unfold. Get a hold of yourself, Midas boy. You won't be able to win if you keep this up. It was none other than Biruel who had landed the slap on Kuzan. His expression was utterly serious, and even in his little form, his presence still rang of dignity and maturity. Kuzan was silent. He received the slap without a word or any form of retaliation. His face was simply sullen. I understand wanting so badly to kill your opponent. It makes your blood boil, doesn't it? It makes you frustrated, doesn't it? You just want to rip the enemy to shreds and laugh atop their decimated corpse. However, if you give in to that pleasurable thought and indulge in your righteous rage, you'll never win. Especially against someone of his caliber. Biruel sighed. It was only natural that the boy felt rage. He was, however, speaking as a much wiser and more experienced person. Despite how overwhelming one's emotions were, they had to be put under control. I see. Kuzan's voice finally leaked out. It was small and stiff, but most importantly, it was calm, now devoid of the excesses known as rage. Kuzan turned in the direction of the Fairy King. His eyes still shone with rage, and veins appeared all over his face. However, plastered on his face was a smile. Thank you, Biruel, you too, Anna. His grin widened. It was quite impossible to tell if he was still as furious as before, but Biruel could understand after seeing the boy's face. That's more like it, young Midas. You know, whether or not you put your emotions under control, you won't be able to win. Kido interrupted the highly emotional and wholesome moment with his dose of reality. The way he saw it, it was pretty much impossible for him to lose either to Kuzan or all three of them. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Biruel grinned. So, do you guys have any plans? He went on to resonate his thoughts with the two teenagers. For Biruel, Kido was an opponent he was not certain of beating, even with their help. However, a proper plan could save them. He didn't think much about it before, but he already considered Anna and Kuzan as his comrades. Chapter 660. Welp, it's now pretty obvious that you've betrayed the Nether cult, Biruel. I have every right to eliminate you. As for Kuzan's girlfriend, I personally have nothing against you, but I'll just treat you as collateral damage. I am not his. Yet. You look just like his type. Ha ha ha. Kido waved off Anna's response with such levity that one wouldn't think he was trying to kill all three of them off. It truly was paradoxical how he interacted with them. Even Anna was surprised by her instinctive reply to him. It almost made it seem as though Kido was a likable father figure and not a mass murderer. "Well, Anna, stay out of this. It's my fight, and I'll be beating Kido with my own ability." Kyuzan stared at his two partners. His focused eyes were enough to show them how much he meant it. What? No way. There's no way you can win. You can't. I don't remember asking for your input. Kyuzan silenced Anna as he stared at his opponent. For some reason, Kido wasn't attacking. He simply floated in the air, waiting for the three to resolve their conflict and fight him. "We can simply retreat. With Jared's help, and Naren, and Sarah, with everyone's assistance, we'll be able to win." Anna protested desperately. She didn't seem to care about Kyuzan's indifference towards her. Her sense of compassion and worry for her dear friend outweighed the hurt she was feeling. "That's enough." In a flash, Kyuzan snapped his fingers, causing the spell card in Anna's possession to glow. It shone brightly, warping space and surprising everyone present. Kyuzan, what are you? Young Midas. The two couldn't move thanks to Kyuzan's marionette, and the blue swirl magnified. They all knew their looming fate, but their reactions clearly depicted how they much were trying to resist it. "Stop! Kyuzan, Dawn!" Even as the blue spatial rupture swallowed the immobile Anna and Biruel, they never ceased their complaints and protests. Shock filled their faces as they were helplessly transported somewhere else. "You really think I'll let them escape?" Kido's voice interrupted the teleportation. "It's not up to you," Kyuzan responded with a more intense expression than before. An undeniably immense pressure swept the room, and the entire place was covered with Kyuzan's marionette. "You guys!" The golden-haired boy turned to watch the look of disbelief on his allies' faces. Only their heads were still visible at this point. It was being consumed by the portal, but they weren't completely transported before Kyuzan could give his farewell. "Thanks for everything." Shwoosh. It seemed like Anna wanted to yell something, perhaps she did, but her voice was completely consumed by the swirling gate, and so was she. "Ha!" For a moment, silence permeated the area. Only Kyuzan and Kido remained there, and they never stopped locking eyes. With one gaze filled with playful frivolity, and the other possessing boundless rage, they remained in this deadlock. Until... That was a dumb move, you know? Letting go of your allies. You can't beat me alone. Kyuzan didn't say anything. He simply continued to stare at Kido, the man he had once respected. "Well, even with the three of you it still wouldn't have changed the outcome. Still, Biruel's new body seems to be flowing with ether, and his light magic is pretty good. I understand wanting to protect your woman, but weren't you too harsh? I mean, she seemed hurt." "That's none of your business." "Well, maybe. But it would suck if the last thing you did before your death was to upset her. I can imagine her having to live through all that." Kyuzan remained silent. Perhaps he was sorting through his thoughts on how to defeat the man who was currently suspended in the air. Kido's appearance had come as a surprise to him, as well as everyone else. It wasn't difficult to understand why Kyuzan would be stuck on how to make do with the situation. "Well, she'll be joining you shortly, so I suppose it's not so bad." Kido noticed Kyuzan's glare intensify once he made this statement. "You'll never find them." "Ha ha ha. Debatable. Besides, they're your good friends. I'm sure they'll return here as soon as possible. I should kill you quickly and then kill them too. I really should, right? We'll see about that." Kyuzan's statement seemed to ring of utmost confidence. Golden sparks of lightning covered his body, and his golden hair glowed ever so brightly. His irises shone bright gold, and markings appeared around them like tattoos. "Ah, mage mode. Brings back memories." You could do that since you were a kid, right? My brother was so proud of you. Such talent, even for a Midas. Kyuzan ignored Kido's gratifying statement and put his original magic into action. Pouring as much ether as he could into his threads, he made the most durable kind and wrapped himself in golden-colored clothing. With his appearance now changed, after the manifestation of his mage mode and original magic, Kyuzan proceeded to utilize his familiar Xenia, full power. As much as my body can handle. It's not too late to retreat, Kyuzan. Xenia, please. In response to his pleas, golden flames manifested around Kyuzan. Flaming wings appeared behind him, flapping to create waves that easily destroyed the small room that was already melting away. Boom! With everything gone in the blink of an eye, Kyuzan and Kido found themselves in the large but damaged hall. With Kyuzan now transformed into an ascended being, even the surroundings began to crumble. The only thing, or rather, person that seemed completely fine was Kido. Kyuzan's legs and hands were now pure golden flames, and his wings were gloriously keeping him afloat. His hair also seemed like bursts of flame, and he still retained the effects of both his mage mode and original magic. This was the culmination of Kyuzan's power. Not using your arcana? Kido commented with a brilliant smile of expectation coursing through his face. There's no point. It won't work on you since you have the Empress. Well, true. I have a question, though. Kyuzan's face was calm. Even as the whole world burned around him, he no longer seemed bothered, troubled, or angry. He was quite simply lulled. Why aren't you doing anything? Kido. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 661. Why aren't you doing anything? Kyuzan was at his peak, and his body was oozing with great power, yet the opposite could be said about Kido. Unlike the young Midas, the older man simply floated while watching in amusement. I simply wanted to judge for myself how much you've grown. He shrugged. Even as everything around him burned and melted in response to Kyuzan's transformation, Kido still seemed perfectly fine. He simply waited for whatever Kyuzan would do next. Damn it, that arcana of his is troublesome. Kyuzan found himself thinking as he glared at his uncle. The Empress was an arcana that served as the counter of the Emperor, but that wasn't all it was useful for. There was a reason why the Midas Empire had been considered the strongest nation due to their possession of both arcanas. As you are well aware, the Empress prevents any act of control over me, whether from your arcana or any other factor. There were many uncontrollable things in life, and the Emperor could tame them. Controlling the weather, commanding gravity, dominating wills, they all fell under the purview of the Emperor. As for its counterpart, the effect was the opposite. I can never be affected by anything. Concepts like harm, gravity, mind control, or this heat effect you have going for yourself. Nothing you do will affect me in the slightest. It was a broken ability that ensured Kido remained undefeated, especially with Kyuzan as his opponent. Laws couldn't work on him, and the effects of other arcanas cancelled themselves out when they were used against it. However, why are you acting as if you're completely invincible? This all seemed too good to be true. I know the weakness of your arcana. I know if you overload it with too many things to protect you from, it'll have to take a cooldown period of 1 hour per day. Kyuzan began gathering his energy, preparing to strike. Right you are, and how certain are you that I haven't already experienced the burnout phase? Kido smiled casually, almost as if he wasn't bothered by Kyuzan's knowledge. No, it was more like he was expecting it. I have absolute resistance against everything. Plus, I'm actually more powerful than you are. Mage mode? Original magic? Fusion form? I learned those ages ago. Also, even though you're equipped with 3 of the most treasured items of the Midas royal family, I have so many treasures at my disposal thanks to the fall of the kingdom. Kyuzan couldn't hide his rage or his disgust for the man in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot, as he gritted his teeth in frustration. Still, even with the swirling emotions of hate and anger he was currently experiencing, Kyuzan knew better than to mindlessly charge in. Kido is very intelligent. A man who had been able to plot the downfall of the Midas Empire couldn't be underestimated. Besides, Kido outclassed him in every way possible. The only reason Kyuzan had taken his current form was so he would be able to keep up with Kido's speed and attacks. And, to his surprise, his uncle wasn't budging. Rather, he was assuming his talkative nature and throwing words around. In short, I'm stronger than you are. Plus, I have the perfect ability to nullify literally anything you can throw at me. The only one I know who surpasses me in that department is that succubus, Carla. The bottom line is, you can't beat me, Kyuzan. So what? You expect me to forget the past and move on? Kyuzan was nearing his limit, at this point. The limit of his patience, that is. Nah. That would be too dull and anticlimactic. I'm saying you should join me. I remember how we used to have fun in the past. You and I have always had a deep, indescribable bond, you know. Kido's teeth sparkled as his golden hair swerved back and forth. His golden earrings, his necklaces, his bracelets, his hair accessories, all of them glittered as he made his unexpected offer. So, what do you say? Kido stretched out his hand, one in which there was at least one ring on each finger. Silence followed Kido's offer, and Kyuzan simply stared hard at the older Midas for a moment. Suddenly, his anger seemed to dissipate. The veins that appeared on Kyuzan's face slowly vanished, and he stopped gritting his teeth. Slowly, a smile took over. Kyuzan donned his usual smile, and he took deep breaths to help him achieve that. After pausing for seconds, simply inhaling and exhaling, Kyuzan finally gave his response. You are insane. Ah! Kido's face, which previously had an excited smile, fell in disappointment. I thought hard and long about why you would go about destroying our entire empire, but I've finally figured out the reason: you're insane. Kido sighed at this point, shrugging off Kyuzan's statement. He was utterly displeased, no doubt. However, there was another thing hidden behind his disappointment. Something unexpected. I thought you of all people would understand. But I guess that isn't the case. It really is a shame. There's no point in reasoning with a lunatic. In a flash, golden embers of light surrounded Kido, and several swords that were made by condensing ether manifested. Oh! Kido looked around him in surprise. The blades, which were controlled by Kyuzan, zoomed towards Kido. However, just as explained earlier, the attack was nullified. But it wasn't due to his arcana's aid. Even without my arcana, I have many defensive items with me. You'll have to do better than that, or so I'd like to say, but I'll be ending things now. Kyuzan felt a chill envelope his body the moment Kido spoke. His opponent was still smiling, as usual, but something about him had changed. It seemed he was completely serious, and that frightened Kyuzan. Original magic. What should I do? Biruel never mentioned what his original magic is. I should keep my distance and... Fwoosh! In a flash, Kido appeared right in front of Kyuzan. N0ve1 Komua. Before the boy could think of retreating or moving out of the way, the older Midas whispered words into his ears. Sorry, kid, but this is the end of the line. Chapter 662. Yua. Kyuzan felt very disoriented as he opened his eyes. His whole body felt strange, as though he had been stripped of so much power. Everything around him felt surreal, but it wasn't until after he opened his eyes and took in his environment that everything started to make sense to him. Or, at the very least, it cleared him of a certain confusion. Although, it gave him a new one in the process. Where is this place? Where am I? Kyuzan stood, or rather, he was floating in a completely blank void. It was a simple white plain, with nothing around for miles and miles. This place defied what Kyuzan already knew about the world. It was just empty. Welcome to the realm of the king. This is my original magic. A voice appeared from behind Kuzan, causing the boy to swiftly retreat from his position. No need to run. Once again, the voice came so close to Kuzan that the boy felt Kido was right behind him. Thankfully, he was still in his transformed state. Kuzan picked up his pace and tried to remain moving. However, it's pointless, really. No matter what he did, Kido's voice still seemed to cling to him. What is going on? I am omnipresent and omnipotent in this world. It's literally my world. Kuzan heard a snap of fingers, and suddenly, he felt heavier than normal. The new weight of this world forced him to fall uncontrollably. He couldn't fight the crushing weight on him, and he kept descending even deeper into the pure white space. I can do and undo. Suddenly, a vast grassy land appeared amid the white space. Wah! With the speed at which he was falling and the new land that suddenly appeared beneath him, Kuzan knew he was on a direct collision course. A huge crater formed on the ground, and within it was the young Midas, looking dazed and confused but unscathed. Tch. Now bursting with more golden power, Kuzan struggled to ascend despite the overwhelming weight of gravity pressing down on him. And then, he finally succeeded. Rising from the cloud of smoke and debris, Kuzan looked around him for signs of Kido, but couldn't find any sign that would help his search. There's so much ether here. I can literally see the particles. Amazed by this world he currently occupied, the young Midas kept his guard up, trying his best to calmly analyze his situation. I can maintain this form for quite a while, but the problem is how to beat Kido. Kuzan knew his options were limited. His arcana didn't work on Kido. His original magic paled in comparison to Kido's. His magic prowess was flimsy compared to his opponent's. In physical ability, Kido far outclassed him. He hasn't even used his familiar yet, and he's not using mage mode or anything like that. This is simply how powerful Kido is. However, something about that bothered Kuzan. If his opponent was so powerful, why hadn't he killed him yet? He has had multiple chances to do so already. What is he waiting for? I don't understand. Don't worry your pretty little head. Why don't I give you something to do? Kido's voice echoed all around the strange new world. In a flash, several swords began manifesting from thin air. They numbered hundreds of thousands, at the very least. Each sword contained a good amount of ether, and Kuzan was certain that their potential of harm was greater. Shit! I can't use the Emperor. That meant he had to rely on his battle prowess. At least, until Kuzan observed his surroundings and realized that he was surrounded. The boy knew he was in trouble at this point. Choosing to use Marionette to create counters for these weapons was a valid tactic, but he had to produce as many as the ones that surrounded him. I can't make so many if I want to have the same quality they have. That meant he had to utilize them strictly for defense. I'll create a strong protective layer. But what about offense? He had multiple spells at his disposal, but none were so large-scale that they could handle so many threats. At this point, Kuzan decided to resort to the most optimal solution. Xenia, I'll need you to bail me out of this one. We'll need one of your special abilities. He sighed. I thought you'd never ask. Flames of Erasure, I'm guessing. That's right. I'll handle defense, so just burn through everything. You know, if you just let me loose, I could do more. No. I want to kill him myself. I can't just call it quits before I even try everything within my disposal or because things have gotten tough. If Kuzan was being honest with himself, he had a couple of options, but those either required time or couldn't be used for too long. The blades descended, and Kuzan swiftly used his marionette ability to shroud himself in the densest layer of thread he had ever created. The sphere of protection glowed golden, preventing the incoming harm that would cause him great harm. Clang! 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 He felt blade after blade trying to pierce his haven, all to no avail. Like metal scraping metal, the sharp edges chipped at the walls of his thread sanctuary. Now, Xenia! Yet! Kuzan's flaming wings suddenly spread outside the ball of protection, shrouding it in golden fire. And then... it quickly swept through the massive realm, consuming every blade it spread to. The flames of erasure acted as their names described. They disintegrated the numerous blades that would have caused more harm and trouble. In a flash of golden flames, the legion of swords combusted and became vaporized. The job is done. But, using you as a medium would have exhausted you a great deal. Are you sure you can keep going? At this point, Kuzan was seating within his cot of threads. His eyes seemed tired, but he was still stubbornly resolute. I need to spot the location of Kido's real body. Lend me your eyes, Xenia. Will your body be all right? You just used flames of erasure. I should be fine. After all, I plan on ending this soon. Chapter 663. I plan on ending this soon. Don't tell me, you're going to use it again? Kuzan, your body. This is really dangerous. If this is what you want to do, then I won't assist you anymore. I won't allow you to risk your life. The young Midas gave a knowing smile and sighed. I have a plan, but I can't do this without you. Will you really abandon me at this crucial stage? This is the moment I've been waiting for my whole life. This is what I've always trained and worked hard for. Drops of tears were falling from Kuzan's eyes at this point, and they became vaporized the instant they came into contact with the air. I will kill Kido right here and now, and I don't care if I die while doing it. Do not forget the basis of our arrangement. Wait, Kuzan. You provide me with power when I want to kill Kido, and in exchange, I'll set you free to see the world beyond this one. Well, you're in luck. The familiar was silent, at this point. Kuzan had spoken the truth, after all. The underlying basis of their contract couldn't be refuted. After today, you'll be free. I can see the future, Kuzan. I can see everything. You'll die if you do this. A smile formed on Kuzan's face and he nodded slowly. His sweat slowly started to dry up, and the tears in his eyes ceased. Are you okay with that? Will I win? The Midas boy swiftly responded. That was all that mattered. That was all he wanted. You will. You'll win, but... then I don't care. I'll join my family in the afterlife, and the Midas race will completely vanish from this plane of existence. Kuzan's smile was sad. No one wanted to die, and he was no exception. However, his resolve to do anything to win far surpassed his fear of mortality. Panda NVE1, what of your friends? You'd really die and abandon them in this world? Do you not consider how they'll feel? What of that girl you like? Anna, right? Kuzan's smile faded, and his face darkened. He had tried his best, but he couldn't hold it anymore. Stop it already, Xenia. At this point, a stream of tears flowed from the boy's gleaming eyes. He thought of the two people he cherished most in the world. He thought of the girl he had grown so attached to, and the boy who kept surprising him beyond expectations. Their relationship was flimsy and unconventional, and he didn't have many memories with them, but Kuzan had never felt close to others, other than his family. They were his friends. Don't make this any more difficult than it has to be. The young Midas was stunned by how his heart ached and how the tears wouldn't stop. He had been able to pull off so many bizarrely calm facades during the most critical moments of his life, however, his composure was failing him here. I don't want to die here. I don't want to die, but... he was only a teenager, wasn't he? He wasn't even an adult yet. Even with his power, the young heart he possessed wouldn't let him have his way. But if I don't kill him now, I won't be able to live with myself. This is my purpose. It's the reason I've done everything till now. At this point, Xenia realized she couldn't stop the young boy from his mission. It was tragic to see her host die, but... Very well. I will grant you my eyes. Kuzan nodded with a smile, drying his tears as he made his final preparations. Right here and now. I'll erase the Midas race from this world. Asterisk. 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 The base. Space warped, and a blue burst of energy appeared. In a vast plain, which had nothing around except for a single building, the wormhole grew larger. In a flash, the denizens of the only structure present in the vicinity lunged out of their abode. Each of them had prepared expressions on their faces, and they were ready for whatever would emerge from the spatial warp. And then... Is that? The voice of the blonde boy at the center rang out as his eyes widened with relief. Even though he had sensed the signature in the portal to be similar to the ones he generated from his spell card, he had still been skeptical considering there was another energy mixed in. Fortunately, the ones who emerged from the warped blue portal weren't worthy of apprehension. Well, only one of them was. What's he doing here? The blonde boy thought as the two fully made their appearance and the portal closed. HAAA, HAAA. The blonde girl who now knelt on the ground was panting heavily, her face full of worry. Where are we? The one beside her spoke in confusion. His small frame moved around as he scoured the area to get a fair idea of their surroundings, before finally noticing the group that silently watched him and his female partner in surprise. Recognizing the blonde boy from an earlier clash they'd had, the winged man knew he had to quickly clarify his position. We come in P. Anna? Biruel? What's going on here? Yes, this awkward reunion was between Jared alongside his allies, and Anna along with Biruel. With the two suddenly popping out of nowhere, it raised a lot of questions and confusion. For one, where's Kuzan? Why is the Fairy King with you? Isn't he a member of the Nether cult? Jared appeared more confused than anyone else, considering he had many thoughts concerning the particular issues at hand, especially his belief of Anna being with Kuzan and Biruel being the enemy. His entire logic seemed to be crumbling. And now isn't the time for that. I'll explain everything later, but right now we need to go back. Anna's tone was panicked, and her voice rang of desperation. It surprised Jared. What's going on? Why do you need to return? It's the young Midas, he's in trouble, Biruel spoke up, having a more collected tone than his female partner. However, his grim tone made the situation even more dreary. We need to help him. Chapter 664. Kido thought to himself as he observed the golden orb that shrouded Kuzan. It served as a layer of protection that prevented his highly destructive projectiles from touching him. Not only was the cocoon defensive, but it served as a blot of interference that Kido found displeasing. I can sense and see everything within this realm, everything except what is within that sphere. It felt like the orb had become Kuzan's little domain within Kido's larger, all-encompassing territory. Well, it really doesn't matter. All the boy could do was buy time anyway. He knew fully well his limits, and that it wouldn't be nearly enough to win. The Emperor couldn't work in his domain, which was one of the rules he set within this world. The ether within the realm of the king was made according to his desires, so they were different from the ones capable of being ruled by the Emperor Arcana. All of this was thanks to fusing his Arcana with his original magic. It's immune to practically any attack, and it is absolutely within my control. The ultimate realm in which I am God. Kido didn't mean to underestimate Kuzan, but he knew full well that he couldn't lose. An omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent being in a world that was completely under his command. What could possibly stand against him? Kido felt his territory tremble, and he was amazed by the cause. So, you decided to use that trump card of yours, eh? He grinned from where he watched. He could manifest anywhere he desired, but what good would that do now? That was his thought as he watched Kyuzan emerge from his golden cocoon. The young boy was doused in golden light from top to bottom like a sculpture made from the finest of gold. He had a crown hovering around his head, and several, golden, glass-like shards floated around him. Wings were still behind him, and a halo dwelled beneath his feet. His attire was that of a king, no, an emperor. Emperor's transfiguration. I've only ever heard of it or seen images. Seeing one with my very own eyes really is something else. The area around Kyuzan oozed with his glory, and it seemed like the newly transformed boy had become a walking aberration in Kido's realm. This was, of course, within the older man's expectations. What will you do now, Kyuzan? Asterisk. 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 I can see him. Kyuzan's thoughts trailed. The sight of his familiar exceeded his expectations. Not only could he clearly see the strangely structured ether that pervaded this world, but he also saw the influence of the Empress on each and every particle. The world seemed to stretch infinitely, but Kyuzan was able to see its borders. If perhaps he could get there, he would be able to escape, but the boy would do anything but that. He had already made his resolve, and his currently transcended state proved that. What will you do now, Kyuzan? He heard Kido's voice echo throughout the world, but he was able to trace his location. Not like that did him any good. We're inside him, his core. Kido's original magic was the ability to transform the core within his body into an indefinitely expanding domain that was completely under his control. He was able to manifest this domain as a seemingly physical world, trapping Kyuzan's physical self within it. In short, Kyuzan was within Kido. He really is omnipresent. As for omnipotent, that checks out too. Kido could do and undo in this world. The only thing Kido couldn't control was Kyuzan himself. I now understand why you didn't kill me even when you had the chance to. I know why you brought me here. You want to absorb my power, don't you? Kyuzan whispered. Spot on. Not only was Kido's reply instant, but it also didn't contain any hesitation. His confidence showed how impossible it was for Kyuzan to escape. A smile formed on the young boy's face, regardless. A hint of mischief, and even far greater confidence settled within him. Who said anything about escaping? Your tools have a mechanism of automatically reacting if an unregistered person attempts to collect them. To prevent the hassle of bypassing the mechanism, assuming I'm even able to, I decided to bring you here and directly absorb you once you're susceptible. Kyuzan remained stationary, listening to his uncle's rant. He still hadn't changed his perspective of the man. Kido still seemed like the epitome of insanity. We have all day, you know? Time is basically non-existent here. We'll be long done before any of your allies even think of rescuing you. Moreover, I don't think I'll have to wait very long to get what I want. It seems, the side effect of using that power has already begun to have its impact. Kyuzan's eyes twitched a little. Kido was incredibly observant as expected of the man who brought down the Midas race. Your body is slowly getting petrified, isn't it? If you remain in that form, it'll cause irreparable damage and you'll slowly turn into a golden statue. You'll die if you keep this up, though I understand why you'll want to remain in it. Kido was overwhelmingly powerful. The only way Kyuzan could handle both offense and defense was for him to be practically indestructible and invincible. That was what this form offered him. As long as you remain like this, nothing can harm you. You also have access to as much ether as you want without expiring. The perfect form for unleashing power. That's why I'm so confused. Why aren't you doing anything? Kyuzan's grin grew much broader once he heard his uncle's amused, yet confused statement. He remembered how he had asked the same question a few moments earlier. At this point, they were both at a stalemate. Kyuzan and Kido were indestructible. They also possessed nigh infinite power. The only determinant was time. You'll expire long before I even break a sweat, Kyuzan. If you want to turn this into a battle of attrition, you'll be losing big time. Asterisk. 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 Will Kyuzan die? Will Kido lose? Will the team arrive on time? The answer will be revealed in the next chapter as this confrontation reaches its closing phase. Chapter 665. Kyuzan was completely still, shining with a golden splendor in his new form. Every second that passed meant more time was expiring for him, yet he made no move. Kido, who watched this, began to get curious. Why won't he do anything? Is there something he's trying to do? Something I left out? He observed carefully. Kyuzan's entire field was covered in his energy, and the ether that filled Kido's world couldn't get to him, so all the latter could do was make guesses based on observation. However, so far everything seemed to add up. Nothing has really changed, yet. Maybe I'll try this. Asterisk. 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 In an instant, Kido manifested in the realm of the king. He stood a distance from Kyuzan, grinning widely. His many magic items jiggled as he faced the young man. You were looking for me, right? Here I am. I don't care. Come on, don't be like Tha. In an instant, no, much faster than that, Kyuzan closed in on Kido and effortlessly pressed down on his shoulder. I said. I don't care. Instantly, Kido's body transformed into gold, completely petrified by Kyuzan's single touch. Of course, this was simply a manifestation and not the real one. You know that's pointless, right? Another Kido appeared behind Kyuzan, smiling as gleefully as the earlier one. Of course you know. I bet you do. What's the deal, Kyuzan? What's the matter, Kyuzan? What's your plan? Several more Kido avatars popped up in the strange new world, and they all surrounded Kyuzan. Each avatar of mine possesses all the abilities I have in real life. Needless to say, they'll be good punching bags for you. This time, the voice came from all over the vast realm. The hundreds of Kidos flew in Kyuzan's direction, all traveling faster than the boy would have been able to evade. However, this time, he could see everything. Not only because of his newly heightened state, but because of the eyes he possessed. Everything they were going to do, the line of action, their capabilities. He saw them all. However, nothing mattered at this point. A few of the several golden glass-like shards around Kyuzan swiftly moved, turning into smaller pieces. Before Kido could get to his target, each particle of glass, now nothing more than a sparkle, swiftly moved towards each of the hundreds of different Kidos and made contact. They all exploded in a golden blast, completely obliterated as Kyuzan floated at the center, totally unbothered. It's time. He whispered. Oh? Time for what? Finally taking action? What are you going to do? Kido's echoing voice of excitement and curiosity gave the young Midas a sense of satisfaction. He was grateful that his uncle hadn't noticed all that he was doing during his times of inaction and the little combat he'd experienced. Now, let's execute it. The Emperor. A card manifested in front of Kyuzan, displaying a golden brightness and an illustration depicting a powerful ruler. It was an arcana, Kyuzan's arcana. The Emperor? It doesn't work here, remember? The Empress cancels it out. Kyuzan merely smiled at Kido's statement. His uncle was right, but also wrong. You're omnipotent, right? So riddle me this. The Emperor shone brighter as Kyuzan spoke. Suddenly, his area of influence began to expand. The glow started to slowly take over more of his vicinity. What happens when an unstoppable spear meets an immovable shield? The question was a paradox, and the closest answer to the correct one would be that they cancelled themselves out. Both elements were deemed invincible, but when they clashed with each other, they would become finite, and as such, would end up destroying each other. Kido knew this already, but why was Kyuzan asking him? Don't tell me. The omnipotent being widened his eyes in realization. The answer has been quite simple all along. The emperor exerts dominance, and the empress retains it, rejecting interference. The clash between the two often results in nullification. What have you done? Kido's voice echoed throughout the vast world, and several versions of himself manifested in the realm of the king. He was visibly upset, and he had a disapproving look when he stared at Kyuzan. But what happens when there are two unstoppable spears and one immovable shield? Usually, there would be no difference in the variance of infinity, but reality was a different ball game entirely. If one against one cancelled the other, what would happen if an equally stronger power entered the equation? The answer is, of course, that the spear would win. I am the spear. The several avatars of Kido suddenly had their bodies impaled by golden spears made from mid-air. Blades made from the very fabric of the realm of the king. What? I've taken over a sufficient portion of this realm. Every second I spend here will give me even more control. Once I obtain full dominance over everything, it's game over, for you. Kido was still stunned by how Kyuzan had managed to pull something like this off. Something not even he had anticipated. It all boiled down to one thing. One of those artifacts of yours, they have a hidden function, don't they? Something I don't know about. Kyuzan smiled and shrugged. You aren't revered as a genius for nothing. In essence, while he wasn't going to tell his secrets, Kyuzan already implied that he was correct. This made the absolute confidence that the older Midas had slowly come crumbling down. His lackadaisical attitude soon vanished, and what replaced his eyes was fierce determination. I'm not allowing this. Suddenly, a huge shockwave manifested within the realm of the king, a distance from Kyuzan's area of influence. The distortion, or rather its cause, caught the young Midas' attention, and he noticed it fast approaching. So, you decided to seriously try to eliminate me? Like a blur, the moving distortion instantly closed its distance with Kyuzan. It had the likeness of a man with flowing golden hair, and a gold and black armor with several runic engravings on them. With large wings that flapped with his great meteor-like approach, and a glowing body that seemed doused in a fiery furnace, this being charged at Kyuzan. Come, Kido. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 666. As the heir of the Midas Empire, and the only living heritage of their past civilization, Kyuzan possessed the greatest treasures that served as heirlooms of their fallen nation. Of course, Kido had managed to get away with most of the empire's spoils, but the young Midas still possessed their greatest treasures. The ring of power, which had the function of storing and absorbing a constant stream of energy that could be released or assimilated at any point in time. The bracelet of transfiguration, which granted upon the user a transcendent state that gave one infinite durability, but at a steep cost of golden petrification. The necklace of knowledge, which possessed the knowledge and information of the Midas race. The glory of their civilization, as well as the crux of their research. And the Emperor, the arcana that controlled anything within the holder's vicinity as long as dominance could be proved. The Empress would have been a part of the collection, but Kido took it before they could be properly passed down to him. However, even with the theft and destruction, Kyuzan was left in possession of these great gifts, the last source of connection he had with his people. And they are the reason I'll win. Asterisk. 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 Moments earlier. Okay, Kyuzan. Tell me your plan. Even though his familiar had agreed to help him, she still wanted the full details. Can't you see the future or something? Kuzan asked her with a raised eyebrow. He was fortunate that he had Xenia on his side, but the young boy didn't quite appreciate how much of a fuss she always made during critical moments. Of course, I can. But that's only a somewhat defined stream. It happens like a vision. Like shots of a scene. I don't know everything, you know. Is that so? Kuzan nearly rolled his eyes. There really wasn't any time for stories. Yes. So spill. Besides, telling it to me will prove just how effective you think it'll be. Ha, fine. Arguing would only prolong the matter. Even after making such an emotional pitch to her, Xenia still wanted to know everything. You phoenixes are too fickle. We are the rarest, most powerful familiars in existence, so. The boy rolled his eyes this time. He couldn't argue with Xenia because she spoke the truth, but Kuzan figured he could at least show some degree of disapproval. Tell. Now. The fact that they were speaking to each other by resonating their souls showed there was no chance of their information being leaked. Besides, the protective layer around them prevented any form of interference, at least that was what Xenia had promised. I plan on taking control of Kido's world and destroying him in the process. How? He's omnipotent and omnipresent here. That means he's somehow fused with this place. That's how he can appear anywhere and can do anything. If I take control of this place and usurp control from him, I'll be able to get him in no time. Besides, even if Kido isolated himself from the realm of the king, Kuzan would use the eyes Xenia gave him to detect his position and finish him off. I meant, how will you take control of his world? The Empress is the natural enemy of your arcana. Kuzan's smile broadened. I plan on overpowering it. The Empress has its limits. Kido can't constantly use it for a full day. An hour interval is required for its cooldown. Imagine what would happen if it was protecting something on the scale of a world. Is that your plan? I don't think it's wise to count on that. Besides, Kido could find out and simply resort to something else once you're becoming a nuisance. No, he won't. He won't be able to kick me out with my transfigured state. That's the point. He can't interfere with me. Besides, I don't simply plan on waiting for his time to run out. I don't even think I can last that long. Kuzan sighed, but his confident smile remained. Xenia was satisfied that her host understood his limitations enough to make her pause in expectation of the alternative he had in mind. I'll use the Midas Ring of Power to amplify the Emperor itself. The ring? Do you mean you'll be using two Midas treasures at the same time? The transfiguration effect will nullify the side effects of the Ring of Power. Yet? Well, it'll only make your petrification faster than normal. You're pretty exhausted already, so. We've talked about this already. I'm up for the task. The question is, are you? After their little back and forth, silence prevailed for a moment. Kuzan's heavy breath echoed around him, and a feeling of discomfort crept upon him. That is, until his familiar spoke. What will you have me do? The Ring of Power will amplify the Emperor, but that means I need to be on a certain level to be able to use it. I'll need you to flood me with your power. What? You'll die. Not if it's a gradual impartation. Give it to me in morsels so my body has time to acclimate. Xenia couldn't believe this host of hers. His strategy for defeating his invincible uncle was by becoming even more invincible himself. Sure, the plan sounded probable in theory, but that presupposed the idea of Kuzan being capable of handling so much power. I'll use marionette to keep myself moving at all cost. With your eyes, I should be able to see all of Kido's ether, so controlling them won't be too difficult. I've been stockpiling so much power into the ring for years now, including a great deal of the Emperor's energy signature. During the time I grant you morsels of my power, take in the ether around you too. It should allow the Emperor to key into the frequency of this world and help give you control. Thank you. I'll do that. Kuzan was a little surprised by Xenia's suggestion, but it only made him happier. Despite her attitude and several troublesome traits, she had been his partner for such a long time. He was going to miss her the most. You really are the best. Damn straight. Now let's do this, golden boy. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 667. Kido desperately lunged at Kuzan, with his body shrouded in dense energy almost the same kind as that latter. His trail left distortions in its wake as he swiftly made to end the single anomaly in his world. The younger Midas, in contrast to his speeding opponent, was stationary. In a flash, Kido had closed their distance, determined to kill him in one hit. However, I don't think so. Kuzan easily evaded his sharp attempt to cut off his head. Then, the several shards around Kuzan instantly flew in his direction, sending destructive blasts radiating around. However, judging from the golden sparks and the blur that signaled the disappearance of Kido from the area, it was safe to surmise that he had escaped. Kuzan grinned. Using mage mode and your other tools already? Haha, why don't you resort to your trump card in this situation? Use your familiar. The young boy's taunt echoed throughout the world, but there was no response. Well, if you won't come to me. Kuzan's eyes glowed as he searched the entire world for his praise signature. He didn't need to search very long. Found you. As quickly as teleporting, the golden boy immediately manifested in his determined location, stretching his hand to grab an incorporeal existence Kido. Gurg. The choking Kido manifested, obviously struggling against Kuzan's superior strength. Why does this avatar feel so? You fell for it. As soon as he made this statement, the avatar's body glowed brightly, and just like a brilliant detonation, it blew up the area. However, you must be grasping at straws here. I'm not going to take any damage. Kuzan sighed, appearing out of the huge explosion like it was nothing. At this point, he was practically untouchable. Yet? Well, the more you use that power of yours, the faster the side effect will happen. Several more Kido avatars lunged at Kuzan, all glowing like they were about to explode. In a battle of attrition, it was clear who would win. In order to gain the upper hand, Kido simply had to shorten the span of his annoying nephew's life. That was the surest way to ensure victory. Asterisk. 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 Why won't you help me now? Of all times, did it have to be now? Kuzan was currently occupied with several of Kido's duplicates, but there was someone talking to his familiar in a harsh, nearly desperate tone. It was Kido. You know our agreement, Kido. I won't attack another of my kind. They're attacking us. They're attacking your home. Familiars lived in monocores. That meant whatever Kido's familiar was, it was currently in this space. Yet, it was doing nothing. It wasn't attacking Kuzan, even though the likelihood of stopping the young Midas with its power was high. Listen to me. You're my bond soul. Mine. We had an agreement, but if I suffer any more damage, it'll affect you too. He gritted his teeth, impatient and flustered. The confident and prideful Kido had long vanished. He hadn't broken character in years, but this time the situation made him a little anxious. Anxious enough to resort to pleading with his familiar. Then so be it. However, at this current pace, it's more probable to say that you'll lose too. I never lose. I always get what I want. Kido sharply cut his familiar off, his glare showing deep animosity. Really? Then you don't need my help, not that I was going to give it to you anyway. If a host died, their bond soul would also die if they chose to remain inside. Most times, bond souls ditched their hosts right before death, trying their hardest to find another home. In certain cases, familiars chose to die with their hosts in situations whereby their bond was strong. If I die, you die. You know that, Right. Kido growled, now getting more aggressive in his approach. Bond souls always had the choice to leave whenever they wanted, unless they were bound to a Midas using the Golden Rule method. Just like Kuzen's familiar, Xenia, Kido's couldn't leave even if it wanted to. The host had to release them. Thus, the older Midas was practically holding the life of his Bond soul ransom. What happened to not being able to lose? Just how much has been corroded? From my estimate, I'd say over 70%, right? That's fast. If you don't do something fast, he'll win. That would be such a shame. Kido could sense the sarcasm dripping from the tone of his familiar, and it infuriated him. I've come too far to lose now. I waited till he was ripe enough to harvest. We're so close to the recovery of every arcana. Everything is perfect right now. I just have to deal with this pest. He hadn't counted on his familiar being uncooperative, or Kuzen possessing this much power. If he could, Kido would throw the golden boy out of his realm, but even that was impossible. The only thing he could do, was to quicken his petrification. Just how long does he have left? Asterisk. 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 Guark. Kuzen coughed violently, spitting out golden blood. His whole body was stiff, and he knew he had reached the limit of his life. Still, he had many avatars of Kido to deal with, as well as almost 20% of the territory to cover. The damage is irreparable. Even if you stop now, almost 90% of your body has been petrified. You'll die anyway. Perhaps it would have been better if Anna was here to transfer his soul somewhere else, but it was just him and Kido. After petrification, he would die. His soul would also probably leave his body long before help arrived. Do you think we can make it? Can we reach everything? Not at this rate. You'll have to use everything at once. No more morsels or leakages. Kuzen understood things perfectly. He nodded in response to Xenia's statement and closed his eyes. He wasn't looking for a trickle, but a single masterful stroke that would end everything. What he sought was full burst. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 668. Warbling energy radiated from Kuzen, and his domain swiftly expanded faster than its usual pace, consuming everything within seconds. And no! Kido yelled, lunging hard and fast at Kuzen. However, as this was now mostly the young boy's domain, he was practically untouchable. Fall. Gravity took over, and its heaviness sent the last of Kido's avatars crashing into a vast ground that suddenly appeared. His crater created a huge impact, but Kuzen ignored them and focused on concluding his mission. Stop this, Kuzen, sent and number at. At this point, Kido's voice became incoherent and completely unintelligible. Kuzen's golden influence spread through the special grade monocore, or rather, the realm of the king. And then, finally, he was done. The king has been dethroned. Kuzen had always believed this, and his position never changed. Even now, as his body was being consumed by the side effects of his own power, he didn't waver from that belief. Nothing beats the emperor. Using Marionette, he brought the final vestiges of Kido to himself, since it was virtually impossible for him to take another step. Struggling under the control of Kuzen's invisible threads, the older Midas was grunting and groaning. His confidence had been destroyed, and his powerful appearance had vanished. Kido's hair was pretty disheveled, and any semblance of authority seemed non-existent. How does it feel, Kido? Kuzen smiled at his powerless uncle. You. How does it feel to have lost? You're going to die too, you know? So what if you've taken over my world? That changes nothing. You won't. Silence. Even the Empress wouldn't defend Kido from Kuzen's command, or rather, it couldn't. It was now in its cool-down phase, so the young Midas didn't have to exert any effort in uttering his command. Kido could do nothing but silently wait for Kyuzen's next course of action. Surprisingly, the boy wasn't even looking at him. "Look!" he whispered. Suddenly, the entire landscape changed. Skies appeared in the empty plain, and a huge city arose from the barren grounds. The sky had an orange glow to it, and the golden sun hung clearly in the firmament. The clouds looked puffy and soft, like cotton candy. Kyuzen smiled with nostalgia, glancing everywhere. The city that rose from the earth looked even more amazing than the fairy sanctuary. Unlike the land of the winged folks, the buildings were all built on the ground with the exception of a floating castle. The royal palace and its premises looked beautiful with their black and gold structure, and the entire city looked glorious. It was, quite literally, a land of golden beauty. The streets were clean and paved with golden tiles. Precious materials were utilized as household designs. Rubies, emeralds, sapphires, they were all treated like simple decorative tools. The true jewelries were the magic items, and they were worn by practically anyone in the city. Yes, this city seemed otherworldly. You remember this place? Ah, and look at the Overwatch. Everyone dreamed of working there, you know? The ultimate goal of the Midas race was to uncover the mysteries of the world. The floating castle hummed as it floated in the air. Kyuzen's eyes sparkled any time he saw it. His mother had been the head of the research institution, after all. She was the one who possessed the Empress Arcana, and the reason Kido had it now was because he had been her deputy. She took me to that place often. I thought to myself that I wanted to be a part of it one day. Well, we all know how that ended up. The Midas methods were complicated and would sound strange to most people, but their entire civilization was woven around magic, more specifically, the study of ether. You caused the whites to infiltrate the Midas homes and copy their signatures, while using your original magic on the more powerful ones, right? To think you would have used my father's gift to you, your familiar, to achieve your ends and easily kill off your enemies. Kyuzen's eyes contained hate once more, but he didn't act on it. He kept his breathing steady. It was the best way to prolong his life. With his mission accomplished, and the entire world under his control, Kyuzen could have deactivated his transfiguration, halting the petrification process, but he wouldn't dare. It was the only reason he was still breathing, after all. The moment he undid it, the young Midas knew he would die. But I'm betting your familiar wasn't very keen on attacking me or my familiar when you tried to get it to do so. Kyuzen's gaze remained on the amazing city in view. You wanna know why? His question was met with silence, but Kyuzen didn't seem to mind. The tranquility of the place, as well as the glorious view of his city, gave him enough satisfaction. The Midas Empire has been the haven and breeding ground of the phoenixes. It's one of the reasons why we stay separated from the outside world. It was because of our treaty with their race, as well as to prevent our research from falling into the wrong hands. The world outside always warred, but the Midas race had no interest in that foolishness. That was probably why they were the first to discover ether. Yet, you destroyed the empire. You achieved what you desired, but I'm guessing your familiar wasn't too happy with you. I'm sure you hardly ever use her, or even talk to her. I'm also very sure you plan on dying with her. Suddenly, the landscape changed once more. It became all blank, completely white all over. In this white space, only Kyuzen and Kido existed. The young Midas stood in front of the older one. Now face to face, inches away from each other, silent conversation ensued between them. Kyuzen smiled and his rage melted away. For the first time since he witnessed the death of his empire, he felt the weight on his heart vanish. He felt free. We're both going to die here, Kido. You're going to release your familiar, just as I am going to release mine. They're going to be free, and we'll both die. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 669. The words of the Emperor were absolute, so Kyuzen had enough confidence in his declaration. His confidence was however in contrast with the look on his interlocutor's face. Kido's eyes bulged, but he couldn't say anything. His face twisted with anger, but then turned into something else. Something akin to a plea to speak. I won't ask for your final words. Why? I frankly don't care. Kyuzan was out of time, and he knew it. Besides, why would he ruin this beautiful moment of transient peace by allowing his madman of an uncle to speak? I guess I'll be seeing you on the other side. Kyuzan touched Kido's head, feeling his rough hair while taking in every sensation. Having his victory being achieved and the object of his hate at his mercy like this, there was no better feeling. Goodbye, sperm donor. Asterisk. 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 Kido's eyes widened in shock, but it was only met by Kyuzan's knowing smile. It seemed the boy knew everything. He had wanted to use it as his final trump card, his plea for his nephew to see reason, but he never imagined that Kyuzan knew everything. When? How? Since when? Kido was in a state of confusion. How could Kyuzan have discovered that he was his biological son? It really was no use. Even though he wanted so badly to escape, there really was no other alternative. Kyuzan knew about their ties, yet he didn't even hesitate or waver in his mission to kill him. That depicted just how determined the Midas boy was. Shit, why did I hesitate too? Kido felt his consciousness fade away as his body became overwhelmed by Kyuzan's golden touch. It really was the end. In his last moments, Kido wondered what all his years had been for. He had wanted the throne, so he decided to switch his own child in place of his brother's offspring, and every other incubated child in the integration room. With only his child surviving as the emperor's own, Kido knew he now had a stake in the Midas Empire's future. He destroyed everything and collected the arcanas in order to recreate the Midas Empire with him as the loved emperor and his sister-in-law as his wife. To satisfy his lust for power and goals, he committed many atrocities. All that, and the pursuit of his pure desire to have whatever he wished for, they were all rendered null and void at this moment. Right. He was dead, after all. Asterisk. 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 Congratulations, Kyuzan. You won. Xenia's voice greeted him as she emerged from within him. Her fiery form, coupled with the blue and golden hue that danced around her body, made her look as celestial as ever. Thanks, Xenia. Kido's familiar should be free now, so both of you should leave this place. I'm about to destroy everything. Destroy? Well, more like petrify. If I activate a function of the bracelet of transfiguration, it'll spiral out of control and petrify everything around it. I plan on using it to destroy this body completely. That way, not only will it be impossible to revive Kido through his soul, which is already extinguished, but his body will also be inaccessible. Why did you lie, though? You obviously destroyed Kido's soul, so why did you say you would see him later on? Sounds about fair, since he also lied about his identity as my uncle to everyone. My parents weren't stupid. They knew everything. It's unfortunate they didn't see him for the man he was. So, if both of us leave, you'll also die here? Inside Kido's body. Yet, I have to be the one to activate the sequence. That also means I have to be overwhelmed by the petrification. It's a suicide move. Ah, I see. Kyuzan nodded gently, smiling at his pretty phoenix familiar. Her form was beautiful, and she had supported him all his life ever since he lost everyone else. This is goodbye, Xenia. She moved closer to him, and they embraced. It lasted for a moment, but Kyuzan could feel their hearts connecting. Once more, tears welled up in his eyes. The golden tears dropped into the blank space, and they were lost in oblivion. I'll miss you, Kyuzan. Of course. I would have said the same, but, haha. Tears fell from Xenia's eyes as she looked at the young boy with compassion. You did a good job, Kyuzan. You did as you wanted, and you lived your life according to your principles. I'm sure your parents would be proud. Proud I'm dying before I turn 16. Proud you lived your life. Xenia knew Kuzan could have had a lot more out of life. He made friends, but he could have made much more. He had a girl he liked, but they could have gotten together. He had reached a transcendental peak of power, but he had so much more potential left. Still. Thank you, Kuzan, for showing me the most amazing time. She finally opened her mouth to speak, giving Kuzan a peck on the cheek. Her loving smile and gentle nod melted the boy's heart, and he felt a burst of joy emerge from him. You too, Xenia. Farewell. Asterisk. 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 Kuzan utilized his authority to eject Xenia and Kido's familiar out of the realm of the king, which had become his domain. Once he did that, the young Midas was left all alone. He was practically gasping for air at this point. With his entire body frozen solid covered in gold, the only thing keeping him conscious was his will. Anna. I'm sorry, but this is the end. His almost solid face smiled. He thought about how it felt to lift her up into the air. How she would screech and bellow in disagreement. He would have laughed if he could, considering how cute she had been. Plus, her intelligence was incredible. He truly wished he could see how far she could go. Jared, it looks like I'll never get to see you surprise me again. That blonde human that defied magic by using logic. Kuzan admired him a great deal. Even though he never came around to really saying it, he felt he and Jared shared a connection that made them good friends. Naren. I would have really liked to see the depths of your power. The man in question was one who would have been qualified to use ether, yet Kuzan had never seen him utilize it. Everyone, this is the end for me. He had played his part. Defeating the second seat wasn't an easy feat, after all. At this point, Kuzan could hardly even think anymore, but he had one prevalent idea that kept echoing in his mind. I had fun, you guys. And then, with this last thought of his marking the end of his life, the bracelet of transfiguration enveloped everything in gold. It was indeed a fitting burial for an emperor, one of Kuzan's caliber. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 670. We need to help Kuzan. As I heard the voices of both Anna and Biruel echoing in my ears, I was filled with confusion. Help. Kuzan. Kuzan was one of the most powerful people I knew. If he needed help, then what kind of threat was he facing? It's the second seat. His uncle, Kido. Biruel was yelling at this point, thus answering my question. We need to act fast. According to their expressions, it was an urgent task, one that didn't require much of my analysis. Could it be a trap? I asked myself, watching Anna and Biruel cautiously. They both seemed like themselves, and they both seemed fine, but how certain was I that this wasn't due to our enemy's use of original magic? We currently had the upper hand with all the arcanas in our possession. Could I really count it as a mere coincidence that Biruel was suddenly a good guy and accompanied Anna to tell us about a friend that was in danger? If this is a trap, then what would be the most effective solution? Jared. Kuzan needs our help. Anna's scream pierced my ears, and I honestly felt a sting within me. But pragmatism was my strongest suit. I had to think ahead in times like this. If I don't want to lose against Legras, or the cult. What are you thinking about, Jared? That it could be a trap. As expected, one of my allies understood my line of thought. I cast my glance towards Naren and nodded, hoping to get an inkling of what to do from him. He was incredibly resourceful, especially in moments like this. It hadn't been very long since he and Sarah returned from their mission, and just as I had expected, they brought back an arcana. No, 2 of them. I would have liked it if they had captured the cult member that Sarah killed, alive, but it would have probably ended up like the case with Vizer. In that case, they did well by eliminating the enemy and gaining the one arcana that I wouldn't want to be in the enemy's hands at the moment. The fool! I smiled at Naren, casting a side gaze at Sarah, who was kind of comforting Anna and calming her down along with Lamy. Edward stood awkwardly, not knowing what to do, but Yvonne, Jerry, and Sierra decided to keep a close watch on Biruel. He was still an enemy in my mind, after all. Nothing had been explained yet. I can use Timeless World to check. That way, I'll confirm everything. Ah, what a simple solution. You're a genius, Naren. Please do. And if the opponent really is overpowering Kuzan, then help him. If Naren didn't show up after a specified time, we would simply assume that he was engaging the enemy, and we'd be right behind him. All right. Spell card, please. While I summoned a spell card to transport Naren, I felt a gaze from behind me. It belonged to Anna. Why, you don't even believe me? You're not hurrying. Her voice quivered as she stared at me in disbelief. Anna's glare conveyed a lot of deep emotions, and it seemed highly unlikely that she would fabricate this story. But magic can be very tricky. She could have been shown an illusion for all I know. This isn't about trust, but about safety. I told her, giving Naren the spell card that would allow him to teleport to the exact coordinates Anna was returning from. Guess I'll see you all soon. I smiled and nodded. For us, it would be nothing but mere moments, probably not even up to a second. I'm back. Naren's voice and his return happened almost as soon as he left, causing me to get a little disoriented. The concept of time was a little difficult to understand. But, I did know something upon Naren's arrival. Kuzan isn't in danger, is he? I smiled, now switching my gaze to Anna. Naren's gaze was calm, and his expression was practically the same as always, stoic. The fact that he wasn't hurrying us into action meant my theory must have been correct. This is why you have to be cautious about stuff. It's probably be a trap. Our enemies were brilliant strategists, Legris especially. If we wanted to win, we couldn't act impulsively, or on emotion. We had to think very hard about things. So, Naren, tell you. It's better you see for yourselves. He sighed, seeming too tired. Something about Naren's distracted and now hesitant gaze gave me an odd feeling, but I decided to shelf that. Could they have gotten Naren too? Nah, not possible. Was I being hypocritical by trusting Naren's vague testimony more than Anna's? No, not really. Naren fulfilled the conditions of our arrangement, and he did so in Timeless World. The data we had at the moment suggested that he was practically invincible in this state. Sure, he couldn't interfere with anyone or anything without bringing them into the timeless state with him, but that also meant that his arrival exactly as soon as he left meant he'd no interaction with an enemy. It checks out. Besides, there are many factors that make Anna's story less believable. One was Biruel, but I decided to shelf that curious line of thought for another time. At this point, we had to act on the situation. I don't want to be seen like more of a jerk than I already appear to be. Lamy and Anna were side by side, and it seemed she was doing a good job comforting the girl. I could see Edward's awkward stature behind Anna, as he gave her a light tap on her shoulder, a way of showing his support. Let's go check this out, shall we? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 671. We need some people to watch over the fort and protect Aloe, I said, preparing to transport the team to see the problem with Kuzan. There's no need. This place is protected by your magic, as well as mine. If they can break through this place, then there's no one we can put in charge that'll stop them. As always, Naren made another fair point. But we couldn't just leave Aloe in her comatose state without any protector. I can stay. Asa raised his hand. I couldn't allow that, considering he wouldn't be strong enough. But then again, who else would volunteer? Perhaps Edward or Sierra. But the former would rather help Anna, And the latter? Maybe. Just leave your automatons here and help Kuzan. Can't you just teleport back when the barrier is breached? Naren has time powers, doesn't he? Anna's loud voice brought me back from my deep realm of thought. After properly going over her suggestion, as well as the very heavy gazes of everyone around me, I decided to go along with it. Fine. We'll do that. Asterisk. 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 The blue portal opened wide and we were all instantly sent to an odd-looking place. Naren, Sarah, Asa, Yvonne, Jerry, Lamy, Anna, Maro, Sierra, Edward, and then me. I did as Anna suggested, so no one was left behind. We were met with a small room, well, not too small, but considering our number, it wasn't exactly very spacious either. A chair which was similar to a throne was displayed in front of us, and behind it were many wires. I deciphered that this technologically advanced setup had some relation with Biruel, though I couldn't be fully sure. Where are we exactly? I had only analyzed the trajectory based on Anna's previous coordinates, so I was clueless. It's my fort, but it's different. The entire place seemed just like how Biruel would like his fort to be. After all, everything around us was layered completely in gold. I felt like it was a bit too extra, but who was I to judge? This way. Naren spoke, floating away from the room where we appeared. He left through a large hole in the wall, a hole I deciphered was probably caused by the walls being destroyed by forceful entry. Just by looking at the cracks and the formation, I could guess that much. But breaking through pure gold, We all followed Naren out of the hole, experiencing a different setting from the more clustered room. It was a large hall probably used for showcasing or keeping several items. However, it looked incomplete for some reason. What seemed like several glass tubes and pipes filled the damaged area. This is. My eyes, just like everyone else's, caught something at the center of the hall. It had the form of a person but was completely covered in gold like everything else around us. You really are an odd one, Biruel. I murmured as we drew closer to the golden statue. I didn't expect him to decorate his place with the statue of a man who was not himself. Besides, I was amazed that the statue seemed so out of place standing at the center of everything that surrounded it. It also doesn't have any scratch on it. Strange. I calmly observed the statue, but Biruel and Anna seemed to be in an excitable state. Their highly pitched voices told me that something was indeed up with the figure. That's him. The one who attacked us. His name is Kido, the second seat of the cult. That means he's powerful, right? Hold on, this is the actual person? Did magic do this to him? I was even more intrigued at this point. It indeed had all the details a normal person had. But was that enough proof that this was the actual person? I mean, magic could achieve the same effects. Naren, could you? I already used time immersion to check the events of the past. At this point, I stopped staring at the statue and looked at him. Anna, Biruel, and literally everyone else, looked at him. Anna was right. Kuzan was in terrible danger. He sighed. Realizing the blunder I'd made, my expression turned sour. For a moment, a solemn silence filled the air. I knew it was possible for me to be wrong, but I always prepared for the worst. It wasn't like I regretted my actions, but... Wait, you said he was in danger. What about now? Anna's voice rang of desperation. Her wide eyes pleaded for hope, but Naren's solemn expression didn't seem to insinuate that. Even I felt my heart race at this point. Yes. It has been a difficult battle, if I could call it that. Kuzan had been on the losing end. In the end, this person used magic to transport him to a place by using original magic. A place he clearly mentioned to be within himself. According to Naren, this man named Kido was far stronger than Kuzan and took him somewhere else. However, not long after, he began to become petrified and turned into gold. He turned into gold, and the element spread all around us, transforming everything else into the same substance. So that's what Biruel meant when he said this place is different. So, you're saying Kuzan won the fight? Anna's eyes widened even more. He did. However, even with Naren's affirmation, why didn't he seem very happy? He looked a little at a loss for words, and that couldn't be good. I resonated with the statue when I was in Timeless World. It's nothing but gold now, but I sensed two traces of energy mixed within. One belongs to Kuzan. Hold on, what is Naren saying? My current expression had to be that of an idiot, because I didn't understand where this was going. No, I probably did, but I didn't want to admit it. I couldn't. Just as Kido died, Kuzan met the same fate. That's what I've been able to deduce from everything I've seen and investigated. No way. Just, no way. Naren had no motive or reason to lie. He was most likely even right, but I just couldn't believe what I just heard. Kuzan is dead. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 672. Silence enveloped the vicinity as we all stood, shell-shocked by the undeniable truth that confronted us. Kuzan is dead. A voice echoed in the vast, golden room. I wasn't certain whether it belonged to me or not. The voice gave off a hollow sound, almost as though it was straining to speak. I couldn't understand, but I knew very well the tight and deep emotion locked in the sound. I felt my vision blur, and my heart tightened in shock. Kuzan was the one person whose death I never expected. We weren't particularly close, but I hadn't expected his demise, at least not like this. Hick, no way. I don't believe it. I don't, it can't be. Anna's shaky voice was accompanied by her sobs. Her small frame trembled, and the paleness of her face showed a look of despair mixed with a bit of disbelief. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and her scrunched-up face depicted the agony and frustrating sorrow that was permeating her very being. I had no idea what happened between Anna and Kuzan in the time they were away, but her sorrow seemed to come from a genuinely deep place, much deeper than I, or anyone else in the room, could fathom. Apologies, young Midas. Biruel whispered. Even the Fairy King displayed some degree of sorrow, a face I had never seen him make before. My thoughts tried to consider what could have given him a change of heart, but now was probably not the time. No. He can't be dead. He can't be. Kuzan is, he's invincible. At this point, Anna was crying in Edwards's broad arms, and Lamy was also comforting her. I tried speaking, but the lump in my throat prevented me from uttering any word. Rather than speak words that eluded even me, I tried observing the golden statue myself. Perhaps we were drawing our conclusions too early. I understood that Naren was brilliant and incredibly skilled, but there were still many tests to run. So many possibilities. Maybe. I whispered while drawing closer to the statue. Don't bother. I've tried everything. He can't revert, even with time manipulation. Naren stopped me with a sigh. It seemed he had read my mind perfectly. I was grasping at straws, I knew fully well, but this was a friend, a comrade. Was it foolish of me to imagine ways that could work? Wait. You can still try, Jared. We have so many arcanas, right? There has to be one that can break Kuzan free. Right? Right. Anna's eyes were wide open, and it was just like looking into a mirror. One close look at her desperate face reminded me of how foolish I was being. None of the arcanas in our possession can do anything about this. Kuzan's body, or rather, the statue of Kido had completely changed properties to gold. There was practically no way to change it back. According to Naren's words, and what I was sensing, it seemed like the body had always been gold, completely inorganic. Besides, there was no soul present. I'm sorry, Anna. Cousin is. I whispered, a lump forming in my throat. Why couldn't I say the rest of my sentence? Hadn't I lost people in the past? I knew it didn't get easier, but why was I acting like such a child? Everyone around me was getting emotional and breaking down. As the adult, the oldest, I was supposed to lead by example. I was supposed to do something. Anna interrupted my thoughts, yelling furiously at this point. Her widened eyes leaked out more tears, and I could see her face morph from an expression of sorrow to that of rage. Do something, Jared. My heart ached as I stared into her blue eyes, and I wanted to tell her I could figure it out or find a solution, but there was practically no alternative. No way out. This is all your fault, so do something. Calm down, Anna, you don't really mean that. Edward tried to hold her closer to him, but she pushed him off in a swift move. If you hadn't wasted so much time, then Cousin would probably still be alive. This is all your fault. Anna drew closer to me, though she was quickly stopped by Edward and Lamy. I could say or do nothing but remain transfixed in my position. I couldn't argue with her because she was probably right. If I hadn't spent my time overthinking or doubting the accuracy of Anna's words, then perhaps. There's no need to cast the blame on anyone. There's nothing Jared, or anyone here for that matter, could have done to help. Naren's calm tone suddenly intervened. I found my gaze resting on his completely stoic face as he walked between Anna and me. But, if not for the delay, then we would still be too late. I used time immersion to check the past. If we had left exactly when you explained Cousin's plight, we would still be late. He explained, still maintaining his cool. I found myself wondering how Naren could be so calm and logical in times like this. I thought I had just been giving myself excuses, which was why my mind couldn't bear to raise even a single defense for myself. Besides, Jared is the leader here. He had to consider many factors, and he couldn't jeopardize the safety of the team or the mission. Besides, Anna. Naren sighed, now moving closer to the young girl. He placed his hand on her shoulder and nodded slightly. I couldn't see the face he was making since his back was facing me. However, a very gentle aura shrouded him. You're not the only one who has lost a friend. Cut him some slack. I couldn't understand why I felt indescribably relieved to hear Naren's words. It felt like something had finally broken loose from my heart. As a result, yet another thing burst free from within me. I felt them hot liquids leaking from my eyes and streaming down my cheeks to touch my sheen. My jaws trembled, and I could feel my sweaty hand constantly shaking. The tears blurred my vision, so I couldn't see anyone else around me, but I could tell I wasn't alone in the tears. Chapter 673. Cousin was more than a friend. Anna pushed Naren's hand from her shoulder and walked away from him. Edward tried to hold her again, but after giving him a deathly glare, he froze in his tracks. Lamy fell silent, most likely knowing her place in the grief of her friend. Anna ignored everyone else and drew closer to Keto's statue. Her hand was stretched out, and she slowly moved closer. She despised the face she saw, but Anna knew full well that the boy she cherished so much dwelled within the villain's body. Yes, Cousin was still in there. With that thought, Anna advanced closer. Wait, isn't that? It's fine. She won't be harmed. Naren interrupted Edward's worried objection. No one stopped her, and she didn't want them to. For Anna, all she wanted was absolute silence. She needed to think. She needed to calculate. She needed to fully comprehend everything. I'm not as strong or smart as Jared and Naren, but... Anna gritted her teeth as her palm felt the cool surface of the gold statue. I'm brilliant. You said so yourself, Cousin. You called me a genius. You said I was amazing, right? Tears resumed their downward spiral, and Anna began sobbing some more. I'm amazing enough to save you, right? You think so, don't you, Kuzan? Anna knew what the smartest people in the room were telling her, but she didn't think she could believe their words. No, she had to have faith. She needed to trust in her own judgment and ability. She had to see herself the way Kuzan saw her. As an amazing genius. I'll save you. I promise, I won't. A sudden flash of light appeared, causing everyone's eyes to bulge in shock, Anna's most of all. Her heart raced, and her tears began drying up as her face broke into a hopeful smile. I knew it. You can't be, there's no way you're. Kuzan is dead. A feminine voice cut Anna's rushed words off, and the brilliant light that appeared right above the statue suddenly manifested into a small, winged entity. The entity was shrouded in blue and golden attire, and her flames were of identical hues. Her appearance was majestic, but also quite familiar. Xenia, is that you? Anna muttered, watching what she could only recognize as Kuzan's familiar, emerge from nowhere. The winged entity smiled, nodding as she slowly descended to create an even plane for a conversation. In the flesh. I believe this is the first time we are conversing, Annabelle. The winged, flaming being had the most enchanting voice. Unfortunately, it was laced with as much distance and grief as the rest of the people around. Why yes. Xenia, you're here to save Kuzan, right? He said you're very powerful. You will help him, won't you? Anna's face seemed forced at this point. It seemed the young girl already knew the answers to her inquiry, but she still fought to hold on to her deluded belief. No. I can't help him. None of you can, so don't bother. Anna's expression instantly crumbled when Xenia uttered the words she had been rejecting for so long. Even though she had disproved Naren and Jared's logical words with some degree of hope, considering magic was all about doing the impossible, Anna could no longer maintain her position once Xenia gave her verdict. No one understood Kuzan more than Xenia, and they were both partners. If his familiar could say there was no hope, then what was her justification for still attempting to find a way? Anna found herself in a dilemma. Then, why are you here? She could barely manage to say. Kuzan told me to give something to you as his dying wish. I already went to your previous location, but to think you all came here so fast. Jared and Naren exchanged quizzical looks. They both didn't sense anything wrong with their barriers, yet Xenia said she went to their base. It roused their suspicion, and their level of grief didn't affect their wariness. Don't worry, I didn't interfere with anything. Now back to topic. Xenia stretched out her hand, and golden sparks appeared around it. Stretch out your hand, Anna. Your hand. Stretch them out. Anna felt confused by the demands of the familiar, but she reluctantly obeyed her instructions despite recoiling from the shock of Kuzan's demise. Vwayam. A great surge of energy descended on Anna, or more specifically, her ring finger. The concentrated golden particles finally took form and gave the appearance of a ring. The golden ring, bright and immensely concentrated in energy, sat on Anna's finger, with the girl expressing nothing but surprise and downright confusion. Kuzan wanted you to have this, something you can use to remember him by. Xenia nodded lightly. Her face seemed to be calm, but the familiar was experiencing just as great a turmoil, if not more, for losing her perfect host. Goodbye, then. I will be taking my leave. Xenia began ascending, slowly vanishing in a golden light. Her gaze rested on a weeping Anna, who was now violently crying as she fell to the ground. Her heart tightened, but a creature such her herself could probably never have apathy towards humans. Kuzan was simply the exception. Wait. May I ask something? Jared's voice suddenly pierced the air. Xenia ceased her ascent and curiously stared at the young one who requested an audience. She understood the relationship the blonde shared with her dear Kuzan, so she decided to give him a shot. What of the arcanas in Kuzan's possession? And the one with his opponent, Kido? Did you manage to retrieve those? His question created a lull around him. Even Anna, who had been crying violently, slowly ceased her weeping and glanced in Jared's direction with the most amazed face and not the positive kind. I understand your reasons, which is why I do not take offense to your question. The answer is no. Kuzan's arcana and that of his opponent can be considered to have suffered the same fate as their owners. They're gone. I see. Thank you, Xenia. The blazing familiar nodded her head, and in a burst of blue and golden flames, she vanished from sight. Still, even in her absence, the entire area remained completely silent. It wasn't a calm kind, though. A rising ambience of unease began manifesting. With this information, we know that the enemy won't be able to get their hands on the arcanas. It's unfortunate that we have lost our chance to obtain 2 more, but at least this will be. Everything happened in a blur, but those who were fast enough could see how Anna lunged at Jared from her position, displaying nothing but murderous rage on her face. You. Whether fortunate or not, Jared caught her slap before she could properly plant it, and he gave her a somewhat surprised look. His eyes rang of genuine confusion, a sharp contrast with Anna's completely pissed-off glare. How dare you, Jared, or should I call you Lewis Griffith? A very heavy atmosphere took over, and with everyone bearing witness to this confrontation, or rather, clash, Anna's disdain rose to a frightening new height. Enough for her to finally reveal the churning declaration she had kept within her for too long. I utterly despise you. Her tone was hateful as she directly stared into his eyes with repulsion and utter disgust. Lewis Griffith. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 674. Anna, what are you? I was flustered, to say the least. For one, why was Anna being so aggressive towards me? I only asked the question I did because of our mission, and also because we still had enemies who wanted to bury us. If I didn't make those inquiries and it turned out the enemy could actually obtain 2 more arcanas, it would have made our problems increase. Besides, having 2 more of the world-defying cards was something that would only help our cause, not hurt it. So why? Why was Anna upset? I stared into her eyes so filled with hot tears and bitter rage. This probably had less to do about me and more to do with her grieving. Unfortunately, she completely dragged me into it by the statement she uttered next. I utterly despise you, Lewis Griffith. The contents of her words were just as shocking to me as the fact that she openly addressed me as my past self. In a combination of panic and surprise, I looked around me to see Lamy's expression remaining almost the same. If anything, she too was glaring at me. Lamy knows too. Does everyone know, then? Fortunately, other than Naren and Sarah, everyone still seemed ignorant. They showed surprise, but it wasn't as though Anna was currently a credible source. It wasn't too late for me to change their minds. But doing so would paint Anna as a liar to others, and it would also paint me as a liar to Lamy and Anna. Damn it! I returned my gaze to Anna's glare. She was gritting her teeth at this point, almost as though she would rip me apart if I let go of her hand. Why are you doing this, Anna? I sighed, letting go of her hand. My voice was calm, and I expected some degree of sanity between us. Surely, we could both reason together like friends, or perhaps even just humans. At least, that was what I hoped. Whap! In the end, she still wound up slapping me before walking out on me. I could have stopped it, but what's the point? At least this way, she has released some of her grief and frustration on me. While I couldn't agree with Anna right now, I understood it was out of the turmoil going on in her heart. Also, as long as I don't directly admit I'm Lewis Griffith, she can't prove it. It would be better if I stayed silent on the topic. Hold on, is it true? You're Lewis Griffith? Like the one who died over 500 years ago. My buddy, Lewis. Of course, I didn't account for Biruel. How could I have let his existence slip my mind? The Fairy King drew closer to me, narrowing his gaze as he observed me. I knew I had to do something fast. Else, I have no idea what you're. Whoa. It makes sense now that I think about it. You were acting all familiar with me back when we first met, weren't you? And all these things you achieved, it can only be possible if you're not a child. I suppose the most convincing is how you allied the nations and took care of the demon army. Lewis Griffith would have done exactly what you did. Biruel fluttered around me and kept chattering while making his inferences. At this point, everyone was getting even more curious about whether Anna's statement was indeed more than just an angry rant. I could see it in their eyes. They wanted the truth. Damn it, Biruel. Naren, help. I glanced in the direction of my mentor, but he gave me a neutral shrug. In essence, he was telling me it's your call. I disliked it when Naren decided to stay out of matters. While I knew I had to make my decisions myself, it was always nice to have guidance. Especially because I was currently panicking. I mean, Maria didn't freak out too much when I told her, right? Maybe it won't be that bad. I thought to myself. A major factor I had to consider, however, was that Maria was in love with me, or at least, she professed to be. And I could tell that she meant it. Everyone in this room has varying opinions of me. We're bound together by trust and goodwill. If I admit to hiding something as huge as this, then the results could be catastrophic. I glanced at Edward, and he was simply looking at me expectantly. I couldn't tell whether he'd be disappointed or not. What about Yvonne? Or Jerry? Sierra seemed like she didn't even care. Maro seemed genuinely stunned. Damn it! This wasn't the way I thought things would go down. In fact, I was currently of the belief that I should just keep the truth hidden. However, that would only hurt my case, especially if Anna refused to back down. Everyone, Anna is correct. I began in a somewhat tired tone. To be honest, this really was the best course of action. Naren probably knew it but didn't want to impose the choice on me, so he decided to be neutral. If I leave this uncertainty hanging around, it'll hurt the team. Looks like you win, Anna. I glanced at the short girl, and she was still frowning while crossing her arms. In my past life, my name was Lewis Griffith, the Great Sage of the Eastern Kingdom. I saw some jaws drop. It was expected, but certain faces twisted in anger. Lamy, for example, seemed angry. I understood why she would, but this was getting hard for me. I got reincarnated in this time, and in this body. Don't ask me how, because I also have no idea. I have my memories of my past life intact, and I have already told a few people about this. Naren and Sarah casually raised their hands in admittance. I never openly admitted to this because, ever since I was young, there has been an organization that has been after my life. From the first week of my birth, even till I was barely a teenager, and then Eden's Lark. I believe this organization to be the Nether Cult, and I was going to tell you all after the threat had been extinguished. I gave a sad smile while staring at their mixed reactions. Who would have thought that everything would come crashing down so easily? That's all. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 675. Silence. An unbearable, unwelcome silence permeated the vast auditorium. Conflicted emotions arose, and the multifarious expressions on the faces of the people present displayed the intensity of the current situation. Anger. Disappointment. Shock. Indifference. Several reactions leaked from the faces of the listeners of Jared's confession, thus causing an uncomfortable decorum. Sounds of inhalation and exhalation interrupted this silence for some time, but ultimately someone had to speak. And that person had to hurry. So, you're actually... I don't understand any of this. It's too shocking. Different people spoke. Their voices overlapped with one another, but out of everyone who spoke up, there was one who didn't utter a word. Of course, other than the young girl who instigated all of this and the couple who weren't surprised by the news. I just have one question. The silent one finally spoke up. Her black and white hair fluttered behind her as she approached Jared's motionless figure, and a cold gaze was evident on her face. It was difficult to understand how exactly she felt, but it certainly didn't seem positive. Were you really ever going to tell us? Tell me. Silence suddenly rang among the plentiful voices, and everyone ceased their comments to listen to Jared's response to the one thing they must have all thought of at least once. Jared Leonard, now revealed to be Lewis Griffith, had he ever planned on confessing this truth to his friends if Anna hadn't put him in such an awkward position? Would he have denied any familial connection to his own daughter? Would he have kept such a fundamental secret from everyone? Everyone stared at him for a response to that. The young boy uttered. So far, he had maintained his stance of truth. He was walking on a slippery slope, and any error on his part could be irreparable. With this on his mind, Jared wondered what he could say. The truth. Or should I tell them what they want to hear? He sighed. In the end, he had to keep treading the path of honesty considering he had already begun. I'm not sure. I don't know if I would have ever told you recently, but... Jared remembered how Maria had confirmed the truth due to the Pope's game in the cathedral. If it hadn't been for the conditions, he wouldn't have said anything. However, after Maria told him about Anna and Lamy being suspicious of his identity, with both of them being nearly certain of it, he knew he would have to say something soon. Thus, he changed his mind at that point and decided to reveal everything once the time was right. In essence, his initial position of keeping his secret changed due to the very reason that they were already figuring out the truth. How can I, in good conscience, say I would have told them otherwise? The previously uncomfortable atmosphere turned heavy as Jared's allies felt just how distant their supposed friend had been this whole time. A man about a century old, who was meant to be dead for over half a millennium, was who they thought was their friend. Once the reality dawned on them, even the surprised ones slowly moved to the point of disappointment. It was at this point that they all realized one truth that they had been too ignorant to see all along. Jared Leonard was completely different from them. It all made sense now. He lived in a completely different world, heck, he even had a completely different life. Was there any hope of him ever seeing them as equals? As these difficult thoughts ate through their trust for the boy whom they had all unanimously agreed to be their leader, Naren finally stepped forward. Okay, that's enough. His voice roused everyone, bringing them out of the mental slump they were experiencing. I know what you all must be thinking or feeling. I won't even try to justify Jared's actions or give you reasons to. That's something he must do by himself. Naren possessed a particular charm that made him unavoidably attractive. Even though everyone was wallowing in their shock or distrust, they could not resist his voice, as well as his modest appearance. The black-haired man moved to stand beside Jared, making a tired sigh as his face still contained a certain blankness that was akin to boredom or perhaps even lethargy. Let's not forget the reality, all right? I know your egos have been bruised, and your bonds of friendship have been injured, but that changes nothing. Naren's calm voice soothed the tension with ease. Changes nothing? You're kidding, R.I. Jared, no matter how much information he has compartmentalized, still possesses the means of leading this team into victory. He has somehow successfully gained the upper hand against the enemy due to his strategy, and despite how you might feel, his interests are for humanity and the allied races. Anna felt a flush of embarrassment as Naren silenced her. The sharp look he gave Lamy also discouraged her from any further efforts of resistance. Whether he didn't tell you about his past life or not is immaterial to our relationship as a team. Besides, and I don't mean to offer this as a defense, but Jared's past identity is a private matter that has no bearing on this mission. Whether or not his audience accepted his words, Naren managed to make everyone silently consider the meaning behind them. If you feel your egos and personal entitlement are far more valuable than the current mission, or the goal of stopping the Nether cult whose member did this to Kuzan, who have done worse, and who will do even more terrible things if they get the arcanas. Then you're free to allow your emotions to take control of your dispositions. Naren's words caused cognitive dissonance within his listeners. On one end, they realized what an unreliable and secretive friend Jared was, however, they also understood what a great and indispensable leader he was. As things stood, they needed him. Jared Leonard or Lewis Griffith, whoever he really is, his knowledge and contribution have made him relevant for our survival. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 676. You all haven't suffered any misfortune due to him keeping his identity a secret, and I'm certain a good number of you also have things you are yet to tell your friends. Wavering gazes and guilty expressions could be seen on the faces of Naren's listeners. He had said he wouldn't support Jared, but his words clearly indicated that everyone else was being faulty in their current judgment. I urge you all to keep your private sentiments as just that, private. Let's focus on the matter at hand and choose the most effective method. Can we do that? Silence permeated the hall, and the audience was struck with paralyzing awe and conflicting thoughts. Naren's points were difficult to argue against, and it would be selfish to even think of opposing them. Thus, the silence. I said, can we do that? Naren's voice was just as calm, just as sincere, and just as direct as ever. However, something about his voice carried authority this time around. His black eyes and utterly unfazed expression must have contributed to that fact. Why yet? The audience had to say. And so, whether or not it was ideal, the conflict became resolved. I was amazed, no, beyond amazed. As I watched Naren defend me in front of everyone, a warm feeling coursed through me. Like a small fragment of light, mending my broken heart, I felt true relief and security behind his words. Despite him saying he won't support me, he's actually. Sure, Naren wasn't actively speaking on my behalf. Rather, he was addressing the audience and more or less talking about them. Still, I could tell that he meant well. He said everything out of goodwill. Reminds me of his reaction when I first told him. An internal smile manifested within me. Naren had actually shown me the most peculiar response when I made my revelation. According to him, while it had been a bit of a phenomenal revelation, he hadn't been offended by my decision to keep my identity a secret. He also posited that my secrets didn't make him trust me any less, and he couldn't deny my results and observable behavior. In his words, "You are a necessity to this world, Jared. That much is enough for me to tolerate your existence, no, even support it." Naren's position seemed to stem from an objective standpoint, but it also affected his subjective interaction with me. To be honest, while I knew it was too far-fetched to expect the same reaction from everyone else, I had hoped for something similar. I guess Naren is the only exception. Sometimes I had to consider who was actually the reincarnated one out of the two of us. Naren's genius and brilliance were almost unreal. However, when I asked, he told me a very straight nope. Apparently, he didn't know one could reincarnate until I told him about it, and he was now interested in the concept. I didn't think Naren would lie about such a thing, considering there would be no benefit in it. In contrast, if he was a reincarnated soul like myself, it would be more advantageous if we pooled our memories together and gained new knowledge on both magic and history. His intelligence, maturity, and skills are just astounding. I found myself smiling as I observed him and the effect his words had on everyone. Naren was right about one thing, though. I had to defend my position myself. I felt bad for not revealing things to them, but my reasons were genuine. The emotional saturation of everyone almost made me forget about that fact. I simply had to present my case and render my apologies where they were necessary. If they still can't bring themselves to forgive me or understand my reasons, then... With a sigh, I stepped forward and made to give my position on the matter. Everyone, My eyes instantly popped wide open, and so did Naren's. We both stared at each other, as an understanding was established between our senses when they picked up a particular signal. Jared. Yet. I understand. It was unfortunate, but we had to pause the apologies for now. Something was occurring back in the base. My barrier and that of Naren had picked it up and notified us. Apparently, it was something serious, and powerful. We need to head back. I swiftly tried connecting myself to the automatons I had placed within the premises, but something kept interfering. Something is happening back in the base. We need to go. Despite their shock and distrust, my allies gave positive responses, most simply nodded at my words. Swiftly pulling out the appropriate spell card to use, I readied myself for our mass teleport. Head on without me. I need to check out my samples and gather them. They're very important to my work, and our deal. Biruel glanced in Anna's direction and nodded. That's true. I'm coming with you to help. The girl responded, almost as though relieved that Biruel had raised the topic. You sure? Definitely. They can leave without us. Besides, I still haven't completely explored this base of yours. Well. I watched the exchange between the two, and Biruel glanced in my direction, most likely so I could give my input. It's fine. Just take care of yourselves. Here. I threw 2 spell cards at the 2 of them. They're laced with ether, so you can use them even with interference. Anna might not have completely understood the implications behind my statement, but I was certain Biruel did. He was a member of the cult, after all. Thank you, Louis. The Fairy King said with a smile and a light nod. Something about his tone and expression felt slightly different from the haughty man I remembered. I mean, Biruel hadn't really been harsh towards me, but he hadn't been completely nice either. He had always believed himself to be superior, and I'd had to agree with him on that in order to get his help during the war, whether through pity or pride. But now, he seemed to have changed. Old age, maybe. I still need an explanation concerning your relationship with the cult, as well as your current motive. For now, though, I'll choose to trust you. I nodded at him, and he nodded in agreement. Thankfully, he knew where we both stood. All right, then. We'll see each other soon. Space warbled, and within moments we were warped to our destination, the base. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 677. Space warped and the group vanished to their destination, leaving Anna and Biruel behind. The two remained transfixed until they were certain the team had completely disappeared. Phew, finally. Anna sighed with relief. It seemed the tension had been too much for her, and she now felt capable of enjoying the less crowded area. Lamy had even offered to stay with her, but Anna needed this alone time for herself. She craved it. I'll leave you here with the statue. I'll go get my things. Biruel's voice woke her from her meditative silence. And no, I could still come with you. It's all right. I understand why you chose to stay behind. Do what you must. I'll be back once I'm done packing everything. If you still want a tour by then, I'll happily oblige. Anna's face displayed surprise. She never expected Biruel to be so considerate, and that emotion of shock slowly transformed into gratitude. Thank you. She nodded with a soft, nearly teary smile. No problem. With that, the Fairy King flew off. As he distanced himself from Anna, he could already hear the sobs and embarrassing cries of pain and sadness. He, who had lost all of his loyal subordinates, understood the pain she was going through perhaps even more than most. The poor girl had to know the truth that she wouldn't see the one she loved again. He was gone. Truly dead. Biruel could sympathize with that, at least. After all, everyone who had sworn personal loyalty and devotion to him, even his most loyal subordinate, was no more. A sad fate indeed. Young Midas, look what you've caused. The Fairy King knew full well that if all 3 of them had faced Keto, they would all be dead by now. Kuzan had actually sacrificed his life so they didn't have to. He knew all that, and yet, why does it still irk me? Biruel couldn't answer this question, nor could he resolve the complicated feeling he had towards Kuzan. However, one thing was for sure, though. I'm no longer their enemy. He knew it would take some time to convince Jared, or rather, Louis and everyone else, that he was done with the Nether cult, but Biruel strangely felt compelled to do it. To think Louis is still alive in this world, though. He smiled as he flew past the golden hallway and approached his storage space, hoping everything was still intact. He probably placed an undetectable tracker on me, as well as a listening device. That sly Louis. Still, the Fairy King understood his previous friend's skepticism. They indeed had much to discuss, but he had to focus on the immediate matters first. The samples of my subordinates. I need them. Biruel quickened his pace, finding himself panicking for one major reason. With everything around him irreversibly turned into gold, he feared that the same fate had befallen his samples. In fact, he had every reason to believe so. No, please no. If they had all been petrified, the deal would have been for nothing. He too would have to be prepared to part with any hope of his subordinates being revived. The very thought made his heart ache ceaselessly. Fortunately, his fears were for naught. This is. Biruel's eyes widened with indescribable surprise the moment he arrived at the vast storage room. His eyes took in everything around him, as well as the strange occurrence that happened at the end of the hallway and on the ground leading to the storage area. The gold, the petrification, it stopped just before it spread inside here. Biruel's voice shook as he spoke. What could this mean? It was too great a coincidence for him to simply conclude that it had happened by mere chance. The gold literally stopped before it reached the storage that contained several tubes and vats of organic material. After watching in silence for so long, Biruel could only arrive at a single conclusion. Young Midas, you did this, didn't you? The old fairy didn't know how to express his thoughts in words. His complicated emotions and thoughts concerning Kuzan slowly began to unravel, and once the knots became untangled, the Fairy King nodded in both respect and gratitude. Thank you, Kuzan. Thank you so much. Asterisk. 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 After sobbing and crying and sobbing, over and over again, Anna finally stopped. Her eyes were swollen and irritated, and a few droplets of tears still cascaded down her face, but she was done with her throes of sorrow. Her eyes were on the golden statue of the despicable enemy that caused Kuzan's death. This being was responsible for taking him away from her, and yet, I can't bring myself to stare at it with disgust. Kuzan's body was within the statue, after all. As she thought of the statue, Anna remembered the numerous memories she had with Kuzan, whether it was when they had been at Anne's Lark, or even after. His smile, his jokes, his casual aura, his confidence. I. Anna found her voice trembling as she broke into sobs once more. I should have told you how I really felt. Her heart pounded, and it hurt so much. The feelings she had kept bottled up for too long due to her series of disappointments, they were finally finding expression. It was too late, but the dam was too full to be contained any longer. I should have told you how much I love you. Her voice echoed in the large auditorium, responded to by merely echoes. She was all alone, kneeling before an inanimate statue, the very definition of loneliness. I love you. More sobs cracked her voice as she felt the golden ring on her finger. After looking at its smooth surface and caressing it for so long, Anna couldn't deny the feelings she had for him, and the one he had for her. I promise you. I promise. I'll bring you back. She didn't know how yet. She didn't understand the concept or the method. However, Anna said this with all of her conviction and all of her heart. She would improve her knowledge of ether. She would use everything at her disposal, and she would tirelessly do everything possible, everything for her grand cause. Her new purpose. No matter what, Kuzan. I'll bring you back. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 678. Looks like we made it back in time, I murmured, proceeding from the blue portal I created. Every other member of the team stepped out as well, with Naren directly behind me. We looked around us and found nothing to be in any form of jeopardy. The barrier was still active, and the landscape had been preserved. I can reconnect to my automatons now. My eyes widened and I started to quicken my pace. My biggest fear had been that the enemy had attacked this place. The sudden burst of energy that the barrier recorded didn't seem like a fluke. Had we been compromised? Was our location unsafe? These questions were relevant, but one was even more so. Is Aloe safe? At the thought of this, I swept through the area with my senses and made my way towards the base building. This feeling. An arcana. My eyes widened, and I swiftly teleported myself and everyone around me into the base itself so as not to waste any more time. The moment we appeared, we all glanced in the direction of Aloe's enchanted bed. We had worried looks at least, I was certain I did, but who would have thought? Aloe? We would see the sleeping beauty now seated upright and staring at us. Aloe's blonde hair seemed golden as it flowed down to her shoulders and fluttered in the soft breeze. Her brilliant eyes caught my attention, and as we gawked at her, she also stared at us with an expression of surprise. Jared, everyone. Her voice was calm and gentle. A warm smile spread all over her face, and I could tell how happy she was to see us. However, what was even more amazing, was what she held in her hands as she looked in our direction. Is that? I murmured, pointing at the card in her grasp. Aloe shifted her gaze to the object she was holding, which was obviously an arcana, nodding as she smiled more softly. Yet. It's called the moon. I met its owner in my dream, and she actually gave it to me. Perhaps Aloe was tired, considering how she hadn't been conscious for some time. Besides, her tone and expression told me she wasn't exactly in top form. It's good to see you safe and sound, Aloe. I'm so sorry I resorted to such a reckless plan. Morrow stepped forward and bowed his head to the still staring lady. Morrow, it's all right. We did what we had to do to win the fight, right? As expected, Aloe remained kind-hearted as she accepted Morrow's apologies, and the welcome of everyone else. Everyone except. What's wrong, Asa? You won't welcome me back. Aloe smiled sweetly at the boy. I had also noticed the pouty beast folk who chose not to say anything to Aloe. Rather, he simply stood still and stared at her with some sort of dazed expression on his face. You're not. He murmured. Everyone in the room paused in welcoming Aloe back from the realm of unconsciousness, and instead focused on Asa, and the kind of reaction he was having. At the very least, no one expected it. You're not Aloe! He yelled, with almost all the strength he could muster. His reaction shocked all of us, and I personally stared at him in surprise. If anyone would be happy about Aloe's return, it would be Asa, right? Yet, why was he being this way? Perhaps he's right. I thought to myself. Could it be possible that we were somehow underestimating the miracle that brought her out of an unidentified coma? Could we be ignoring the suspicious convenience of it that Aloe managed to be awake and with an arcana? Could we also be ignoring the fact that Aloe was in possession of an arcana out of thin air? So, I should indeed remain critical. However, I had run as many tests as I could during my brief exchange with Aloe, of which I learned that she was perfectly normal. It seems to be her. I glanced in Naren's direction to hear his opinion on the matter. His nod and shrug showed that he agreed with my observation, probably because his own bore the same results. I admit that it's possible she isn't the same Aloe as before. I trust my friends, though. There were two things I wanted to achieve with Aloe's warm welcome. First, was to get as much information as possible, and the second is to closely monitor her. By doing these things, I was giving Aloe the benefit of the doubt. Still, I hoped this blonde and beautiful lady before me was the genuine one, and I was certain others felt the same way. Asa, wait! It seemed the young beast folk couldn't take it anymore as he sped away from our gathering. He ran out of the room and passed the hallway, most likely heading outside for the fresh air. I heard his footsteps grow duller and fainter, before returning my gaze to Aloe. Did you do something to him? I asked, cocking my head. She shook her head and sighed. Her expressions definitely counted as the most worried or devastated. I'm just as confused as you, as well as a little hurt that he wouldn't even greet me. I could tell from Aloe's sighs that her exhaustion wasn't just physical any longer. Why don't you rest your body, first? There's much to do, and a lot to discuss. The moment I told her, she eyed me with curiosity, but I was determined to let her rest. Relax. I nodded, leaving her in the room along with my automatons as guards. The team members once again expressed how happy they were to see her. It was definitely a happy moment for everyone. A moment I didn't want to interrupt. Ha! Aloe plopped down on her bed, tired of everything she'd had to go through simply because she woke up. As she stared at the ceiling, watching the pure and simple design on it, she wondered if they would all understand her reasons for taking so long to wake up, as well as taking over someone else's body. That Asa is very perceptive. She knew she had to be wary of him. Even Jared didn't completely trust her, so had her work cut out for her. I'm sorry everyone. You all seem like wonderful people. Aloe is really fortunate to have people like you. Still, she knew her mission wasn't going to be stopped. She had to complete it at all costs. Please forgive me, Aloe. But this is something I have to do. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 679. Tension. Tense silence filled the room, causing even me to feel a little quite a good amount of discomfort. I was standing in front of an audience whose trust I had most likely lost, after all. Asterisk. 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 I want to officially congratulate everyone for a job well done. We were currently in the large plains just outside our base. I chose this spot because of how free the area was. Unfortunately, it did nothing to relieve the tension that was already built up. A day had passed since Aloe awoke from her comatose state, and she was perfectly sound at the moment. She as well as everyone else was seated on the plain, staring at me as I made my address. Edward, Anna, Biruel, Yvonne, Jerry, Sierra, Aloe, Asa, Maro, Naren, Sarah, my allies awaited my voice, and I had to deliver. We currently have 13 arcanas in our possession. One is with Jane Ursula, one is with Ilrich Lender Whale, and the others are divided among you. And as it currently stands, we have the superior number. I glanced in Biruel's direction and smiled at him. It really was good to see him as a part of our team, though I had to thank Anna and Kuzan for their efforts in achieving it. It had been a day since Kuzan's death and her express display of disgust towards me. We hadn't talked since then, and I could tell that she was still plenty upset. It's best I leave her alone. In fact, from the gaze of everyone around me, it was pretty clear how very skeptical they were going to be towards me. I told Aloe after she rested up yesterday, and she was also very surprised, well, more intrigued than surprised. Thankfully, Aloe wasn't annoyed. In fact, she was curious and wanted me to tell her more. It felt a bit too much, but I suppose her enthusiasm was justified. In essence, other than some exceptions, the members of the team weren't completely trusting towards me. And that brought about tension. Just do what you have to do, Jared. You don't require validation to achieve the goal that is required. In essence, I couldn't waste my time worrying about my emotional needs, especially now that our plan had reached such a precipice. However, that doesn't mean we have won the battle yet. Obtaining the Arcana was simply a preventive measure. It was executed so that the Nether cult wouldn't take the Arcanas themselves. I couldn't have known that the plan would be achieved with such relative ease. I was certain that we would encounter more difficulty, but the team was fortunate to have survived the trials of the labyrinths and in obtaining our prize. Now that we possess the majority of the arcanas, it's only to be expected that they'll choose to strike our premises. If they still do not have any idea about our location, then they will invade the Eastern Kingdom, perhaps even the allied nations. A wounded animal was far more deadly than a perfectly healthy one. While the latter would be more sedentary due to satisfaction, the former would be desperate. We've wounded the cause of the cult. It's only inevitable that they strike. According to the info I received from Biruel, there were currently 3 dangerous members of the cult, of course, not counting their leader. The first seat is said to be unstoppable. As we saw in the Beast Folk Nation, he possesses tremendous power. I declared. I had to accord respect to the man whom even Naren wasn't sure of beating. Besides, Biruel wasn't one who was fond of exaggerating the abilities of others over his own, but even he testified to the power of the first seat enough to make me wonder. With Keto dead, that leaves the third seat. She's a succubus, a rare crimson demon who is said to be completely immortal and indestructible. According to Biruel, she was as tenacious as a cockroach, and none of his abilities worked on her. Images of Carla popped into my mind when he described her, but when I asked for the succubus name, Biruel said he didn't remember. I even mentioned Carla, but he didn't recognize that name. Just how terrible is his memory? Perhaps it had something to do with his view on women. Fortunately, it seemed he was changing his views a little. Well, names weren't relevant. As long as we had the knowledge of their abilities and the way they operated, it would be fine. I refused to believe Carla was a member of the cult, and since there wasn't enough proof to conclude on that, I decided to focus on the important aspects of the Nether cult. The final member to be wary of is the Maiden in White, the assistant of the cult leader. According to Biruel, she was very strong, as well as old. She was the one that invited him to join the Nether cult, and after asking around he found out that it had been the same for every cult member. Apparently, she had been the one managing the affairs of the cult, and they never physically met the cult leader until the recent years. In contrast, this Maiden in White was always there, and her presence was something that even Biruel found to be scary. She can't be human, was his final comment on the maiden. Also, as expected, he didn't know her name. It can't be Lilith, right? No way. The image of an old acquaintance flashed in my mind. Lilith's choice of outfit didn't fit Biruel's description, and it didn't seem like she would be a part of a cult. However, it had been centuries since I last saw her. I couldn't fall into the pit of assumption. We also have Stefan, Legris, and the cult leader, all of whom are very dangerous people. I had no idea what the cult leader could do, and neither did Biruel. However, if the 3 most dangerous members of the cult could be in support of him and act in subordination to him, then he had to be very powerful. I won't have any problem with Stefan, but Legris, now that's an issue. My thoughts trailed. In any case, I just want to implore us to be more careful and prepare for the backlash of our actions. We'll need to act soon too. I nodded at my audience, clearing my throat as I prepared the last portion of my speech. I'll be leaving for the capital now. There are a few things that need to be resolved. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 680. There were a couple of reasons behind my departure. One was obviously the high tension that was going on among everyone. The atmosphere of distrust was heavy, and even though I had rendered an apology, that simply wouldn't suffice at this point. I would have to reconnect with them on an emotional level. Unfortunately, there's no time for that now. The best thing I could currently do was give everyone some space. If I removed myself from the equation, the heavy atmosphere would lighten if only a little. Besides, I had other reasons. The Netherlore family trial should be concluding. I'll get to see Maria soon, then. I had no idea why my heart was racing in excitement. Or perhaps I did, but simply chose to feign ignorance. In any case, I'll need to speak with Ilrich Lendertwal, as well as the king. Things have gotten too serious not to include them. I couldn't see the future, but I could at least predict it. What our kingdom, and not just ours, would have to face eventually, needed time to be prepared for. The Nether cult had enough influence, resources, and willingness to plunge the Eastern Kingdom and the demon race into war just so they could have a smokescreen for their activities. I could only imagine what lengths they would go to in order to eliminate us and obtain the majority of the arcanas. Still, we have more arcanas, which gives us the advantage. The problem is that we're too inexperienced to wield them. Arcanas are difficult to control. It took me years to learn the ones I know. I couldn't even master the Hermit, and my control over the others is simply due to learning their sequence and adapting them into my original magic. The reason I could use the Strength Arcana so efficiently was because it was pretty much natural to use. Its process was simple, and I was sincerely grateful to Merlin for making it less difficult than I imagined. The labyrinth was the toughest part for his own arcana. Since there were different creators for the different arcanas, I had to expect variations. In essence, I had to avoid generalizations. That's enough thinking. It's time to go. N0ve1 Convoyust. Space warped around me, and I began making my exit from the crowd. My gaze met Naren's, and he nodded calmly at me. As long as he's here, it's going to be fine. With that thought echoing in my mind, I vanished. It's finally over. Maria heaved a sigh as she exited a large courthouse. It was a bright and sunny day in the capital, yet the girl's weary expression could give everyone the wrong impression. It wasn't that she was sad, or cold, or tired. Perhaps one could say that she was simply bored. To be honest, she had been expecting the trial of her rival family to go down more smoothly, but the poor girl hadn't for once in her life experienced a true trial before now. The drawn-out process, the back and forth, the uncovering of even more atrocities of the Netherlore household, the culmination of evidence, the exchange of rhetorics, and at long last, the sentencing. I didn't know justice could be so complicated. Another sigh escaped her lips. Jared placed her in the capital for both personal and official reasons, so she knew it was an unavoidable responsibility. Still, it didn't make her feel less inclined to take any more of the boredom that had shrouded her for the past couple days. Watching them get sentenced was satisfying, though. Maria smiled. The Netherlore family had been conducting several atrocious experiments, including human ones. They had been exploring an element called Nether, supposedly discovered by their first patriarch who founded the Netherlore branch after succeeding from the Helmsworth family. Not only were the experiments unauthorized by the Crown, but they were also inhumane and dangerous. For example, the Nether beast that attacked Maria when she was little, and then the one Jared had killed. It was pretty obvious that they were doomed after their activities were found out. Jared really did an amazing job. Maria forgot all about her boredom once she pictured the boy who made all of this possible. A smile slowly formed on her face as she walked down the large stairs of the exterior courthouse and made to return to the royal palace to inform her family of the conclusion of the case as well as the announcement of her return to the team. Her silver hair fluttered elegantly with the wind, and her bright blue eyes captured the bright sky. She was feeling rather energetic now. If the young girl was being honest with herself, she knew the reason for this change of emotions. Maria couldn't wait to see Jared, as well as the others. I miss him so much, and... Oh? Miss who? A voice suddenly emerged behind Maria, causing the young girl to leap in surprise. Eve. She swiftly twisted her body in midair and turned to face the owner of the voice. Her body was still excited from the shock, thus making her eyes widen even more the moment they captured the one responsible. Jared! Maria exclaimed. The young, blonde boy was standing and smiling at the flustered Maria. He had a gentle smile and a calm demeanor, and with both hands in his pocket, he coolly expressed his satisfaction at Maria's lost composure. You really should be more vigilant. You wouldn't want to be caught off guard, now would you? He grinned. Why you? Maria rushed towards him, as she became red all over her face and her brows twitched in both annoyance and relief. It's you. What am I supposed to do against that? By the time she reached him, they were mere inches from each other. Her fierce blue eyes met his dark yellow ones, and they both stared at each other for a while. You look good. How did the proceeding go? Jared finally broke the awkward silence. Apparently, Maria didn't seem to be too interested in doing so. Was the verdict to your satisfaction? Even with these questions, Maria did not respond. Jared began to break into a nervous sweat. The young girl just kept looking at him without saying a single word in response to his questions. Is she angry? In a bad mood? Were things that bad? Not you too. Were the most likely thoughts that were going on in Jared's head as he stared at Maria. You know. Maria drew closer to Jared. Their faces were apart by only a few centimeters, enough to make anyone lose their nerve. Jared's previously calm face seemed to slowly display shades of pink, while Maria's beautiful one was pretty much saturated by her blushing. I could kiss you so easily right now. Jared's eyes popped wide open as he stared at Maria's daring smile. Her fierce blue eyes showed that she wasn't kidding, and her track record made it pretty obvious that she could indeed do something of the sort. Stuck in a confrontation he hadn't planned or predicted, Jared couldn't help but utter the only words his lips could release before they were once again smushed. W. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 681. Why did I choose to tease her? When I teleported, I saw Maria standing alone, so I decided to play a little joke on her. Of course, I used my unknowable magic, so she didn't notice me approaching her. I even overheard her saying she missed someone. Thinking that was the perfect cue, I made my presence known. How could I have known that things would come to this? Maria was dangerously close to me. Her blue eyes seemed to have a hypnotizing effect, and her glossy lips beckoned the moment they parted when she smiled. It was almost as though she was inviting me to make the first move. No way. I thought to myself. This girl confused the hell out of me. She always surprised me by how easily she switched personalities, from being gentle and mild to being so upfront and confident. What happened to that shy girl from Inslark? Has she always been like this? My heart raced even more as I continued to observe her. One thing was for sure. She definitely wasn't the girl from the academy. I wouldn't be saying any more than that. Are you kidding? We're out in the open, you know. I stated my argument. It was an ultimate defense since nobles like us couldn't be seen acting improperly in public, especially since we both belonged to families who were among the 4 great nobles. Or should I call them 3 now? The Netherlords should be out of the equation. Unfortunately for my defense, the courthouse and practically its surroundings were devoid of people. If I had to guess, it was most likely a defensive measure taken because of the Netherlord trial. After sentencing, they'll most likely be transported by teleportation, kind of like how the Inslark Academy works. In essence, other than the patrolling mages and warriors hiding around, Maria and I were alone. Once I realized my defense wouldn't hold up, I knew I had to brace myself for impact. Impact in 3, 2, 1. Relax. I wasn't actually going to do anything. Maria chuckled, stepping back in a playful manner. I was a little dazed for a second, but I almost instantly regained my composure and realized that she had just been teasing me. Consider it revenge for what you did earlier. She gave a smug smile as she folded her arms, thus boosting her chest to a heightened degree. I didn't know whether this was on purpose or not, though. It was better not to guess. This is good, though. Right? She was just kidding. My thoughts broke into relief, and I joined Maria to laugh it off. Why, then, did I feel a bit disappointed? Yes, just a little disappointed. Was I really hoping she would? So, why are you here, Jared? I thought you were busy with stuff on the team? The arrangement was for me to return once I was done here, right? Fortunately, Maria interrupted me before I could delve deeper into my thoughts. Thank goodness, really. Well, something came up. A lot has happened, and it's caused me to move up my plans a little. I managed to say, finally using my serious tone. Fortunately, this served as a precedent for a serious conversation, and all the silliness from before quickly fizzled out. Move up? Really? What happened? As expected, Maria's eyes displayed curiosity. She had missed out on a lot, after all. Perhaps this would be a good way to let off some steam. Well, I'll tell you on the way. You're going to the royal palace, right? Me too. I smiled at her. I was a bit caught off guard when she blushed in response to my words. Really, she kept on confusing me every single time. I didn't even say or do anything weird this time. Fortunately, the awkward air was remedied by Maria's sensible approach and her agreement to cooperate. All right then. I'm guessing you want to see the king. At this point, Maria and I started moving. It would have been much easier and faster to simply teleport to our destination, but considering we had much to discuss, I chose to enjoy a walk with her instead. Yes. But it's not just him. There's Ilrich Lenderwale, as well as my father who's in the capital. I dropped by his manor, but I was told he's in the palace. Oh, I see. Awkward silence tried to settle down between the both of us, but I decided not to let it prevail. You've seen him around a few times, right? I asked with a smile. Why yet? You take after him a lot, I think. She laughed so charmingly that I felt like my heart jumped from its position. Haha. Is that so? What part of him do I take after? I decided to further that conversation. Well, mostly good traits. I can see that handsomeness runs in the family. Age handsome? Surely you jest. You should have seen my face in the past. I was perfection. I puckered my lips while using my hand to smoothen my chin. My eyebrows were raised and I gave her my best Sir Charming smile. Pfft. Haha, stop it, Jared. Ha ha ha. As expected, the damsel burst out laughing. Was my expression so funny? I hoped so, considering I intended for us to have a good time and clear away the awkwardness. And by my calculations, I was precisely on track. I'm serious, though. Really? Why don't you show me? Show you what? I had an idea of what she meant, but feigning ignorance was my best bet at the moment. Transform into your past self and show me. You can use that magic, can't you? Or even just projection or illusory magic. I gulped down the saliva that got stuck in my throat and forced myself not to draw attention to the bead of sweat forming on my forehead. Haha, there's no need for that. Come on. Show me. Maria's tone suddenly sounded firm, and her wide blue eyes seemed so imposing. I was caught between crossroads. Should I? Should I not? I got myself into this mess, so I had to simply resolve it. Fortunately, I had a trump card I could utilize. Chapter 682. I'll show you some other time. Perhaps somewhere more private. There could be eyes watching. Yes, that's right. This was my secret weapon. From what I've seen, there are people who knew my identity in the past. People like Aurora and Jane. There could be others. We have to be careful in this phase of ours. We can't mess things up. Oh, yeah. You're right. My bad. Maria laughed a little, but I could tell that I just made things worse. All of my effort at lightening the mood had just gone down the drain. A certain thought popped into my head, asking why exactly I cared so much. I hadn't always been so conscious in the past, had I? I think it's pretty obvious to me already. My thoughts trailed as I stared at Maria. Things were different between us now. That much was certain. Why, you know, I'd really like to meet your parents too. I'm sure you'd share a lot of attributes with your mom. I laughed, drawing closer to Maria as I tried to repair the bridge that was slowly collapsing. Meet my parents? No way. Her cheeks turned pink and she raised both of her hands as her voice rose in panic. Come on. It's not fair. You've met my parents, but I haven't met yours. I mean, Maria spent some time in my house. She met my mother too. What about me? Well, maybe. How about this? You come with me when I meet my father, and I go with you to see your parents. You have to tell them about the trial and all, right? Normally, nobles of their caliber and even the king would be present during the trial of a family as influential and large as the Netherlords. However, for safety reasons, I determined that they shouldn't attend. Maria had an arcana, so she would be fine. Ilrich would have also been present, but after the sentencing, he would have returned by teleportation. Maria's parents did attend a part of the trial as witnesses, but they didn't stick around for the sentencing. Ilrich utilized the golems and automatons I gave him during the demon incursion for security. Since he kept me updated with information through communication magic, I was pretty much updated on how things fared. So what do you say? Maria's stoic expression reappeared and she placed her finger on her chin, looking deep in thought. You know the implications of meeting with our families, right? You're a noble, so. Her eyes sharply pierced mine and she gave a serious look. That's true. How could I? I won't rush you, Jared. But if you want to meet my parents, you need to have the resolve. A meeting like that was seen as a prenuptial tradition among intending couples. I missed something so basic in order to get closer to Maria. So, until you decide whether or not you want to be with me. Maria drew closer, causing my heart to beat faster. I took a step back, but stopped myself and steeled my body. And until you become a legal adult. At this point, her face was mere inches from mine, and her body was lightly pressed against my very teenage form. I felt heat rise from my inside, and the tempo of my heartbeat followed. The answer is nope. Maria smiled after this statement, slapping my cheek twice before stepping back. Throughout all of this, I couldn't even move. I was just frozen in both shock and excitement, waiting to see what she would do. Wow! I muttered, unsure of what to say and how to begin. Maria had recreated a distance between us, enough to indicate that she was still very much invested in our conversation. What is it? Her stoic face looked at me once again. After staring at her for a while, the image of her younger self overlapped in my mind. While they shared the same expression, as well as many features, I could tell that there was a striking difference both in how I saw her, and how she had grown. You've changed. I smiled, keeping up my pace as I kept walking. And, after moments of silence, I felt a tap on my shoulder, and I was met with a smile from the amazing girl. I'm not the only one. She said. Thus, with both of us having that fuzzy feeling within us, we kept walking and discussing. And, to be honest, it wasn't so awkward anymore. Asterisk. 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 It took some time though I hardly noticed at all, but we finally arrived at our destination. It's been quite some time. I smiled, staring at the large walls and humongous gate. It reminded me of the last as well as the first time I made my appearance in the royal capital. In my past life, I first came to the capital to awaken my monocore. I never got close to the castle, though. Humiliating memories coursed through my mind, causing me to smile wryly. You have a lot to do. What's your first order of business? Maria interrupted my self-reflection with her melodious tone, and her blank face indicated slight curiosity. Perhaps it was just my imagination, but it seemed I was beginning to understand the dynamics of her reactions, even though they all practically looked the same. Well, we're about to enter the royal palace, right? I smiled at the young lady. Guards both visible and invisible were stationed around the vicinity, and I could see many barriers erected all over the place. It wouldn't be very difficult for me to infiltrate, but a majority of people wouldn't even dream of trying to pass through uninvited. Fortunately, I had way more than an invitation with me. Moving forward with a confident stride, I approached the giant gate. Of course, the guards on duty would stop us and request certain things before allowing us to pass. However, there was an exception to every rule. Lord Jared. We've been expecting you. Court Mage Ilrich Lendertwal has informed us of your arrival. My smile grew broader. It seemed Ilrich had already set things into motion, just as I had instructed. This way, we'll preserve much of our time. Is everything ready? I asked, drawing even nearer as the gates were instantly opened. Then again, it wasn't like I needed them to be. We're not sure, but the relevant participants have arrived already. The Lord of the Crimson household also arrived not too long ago. The Crimson family was recognized to be tardy. No, a better terminology would be fashionably late. If they were present, I was guaranteed that everyone was around already. Ilrich really did a wonderful job setting things up while I was talking with Maria. No time was wasted. Turning back to the stoic-faced Maria, I realized that she was most likely confused, as well as curious. It looked really cute. Everything's ready, so we'll be going straight to our first meeting, Maria. I quickened my pace, passing through the bowing guards and widely opened gate. We were members of high nobility, so this sort of treatment wasn't exactly surprising. Still, in case she still had some leftover confusion in her mind, I thought it would be better to clarify things. We're going to see the king. Chapter 683. The Royal Palace. Within it was the magnificent throne room of the head of the Eastern Kingdom. Gold and precious stones decorated the massive hall, and it looked spectacular, worthy of being the central power of the Eastern Kingdom. The clean floors sparkled with splendor, and the designs oozed luxury. The carpet was elegant, the chandelier was glorious, and the people present looked impeccable. Nobles gathered close to the throne. Members of the 4 ducal households, now reduced to 3, sat at the forefront, among the 12 council members of the kingdom. Of the 12, 11 were present, a staggering number to be centralized in one place. The 12 council members, representing the great families and foundations of the kingdom, presided over matters such as the legislative and judicial affairs of the kingdom, though all were in accordance with the king's will. King Albion Lest Rome Indieval sat on his throne, and beside him was the royal court mage Ilrich Lendertwal. The 3 princes stood behind their father, while the princess stood behind the queen, who was also dressed marvelously. All in all, it was a full house, and everyone was waiting in anticipation. The king, the queen, the princes, the princess, the royal court mage, the council, the ducal households, the kingdom stakeholders, research, imperial forces, executive officers, etc. It was no understatement to call this a prime gathering of the kingdom's finest and most significant people. The only missing faces that would be considered important here were the ones on Jared's team, too occupied with their tasks to be present. Thus, this would be considered by far the greatest audience the kingdom could bestow upon anyone. And yet, all of this was for a single individual. Presenting, the savior of Inslark, and now the savior of the Eastern Kingdom, as well as the proponent of the Allied nations. Jared Leonard. The large doors were opened, and every head turned in the direction of the approaching male, who stepped into the royal hall with poise and dignity. A girl was beside him, and her appearance connoted peerless beauty. Though she was not announced, everyone in the hall knew her to be Maria Helmsworth, a prodigy in her own right, and the disciple of Sarah Crimson. Together, walking side by side, the boy and girl entered the throne room. Once they reached a considerable distance, they halted, and bowed their heads in reverence. "Raise your heads," the king said almost as soon as they bowed. In obedience to the pinnacle of power in the kingdom, Both Jared Leonard and Maria Helmsworth raised their heads. A look of respect still remained in their eyes, and their etiquette remained unfettered. "We greet your Majesty, King. There's no need for such formalities, at least, not anymore." King Albion swiftly spoke, chuckling under his words. His memories took him back to the first time he saw Jared. He had been impressed with the boy's etiquette and wisdom. But now, such etiquettes were irrelevant. Albion lest Rome Indieval knew Jared had more power and authority than him, at this point. Not only was he superseding the allied nations, but his influence far extended beyond what the Eastern Kingdom could obtain. Besides, he had performed such great service to them that it was reasonable to exclude him from the cumbersome rites of greeting. After all, the Eastern Kingdom needed Jared far more than Jared needed them. With that in mind, King Albion was ready to do anything to remain on good and consensual terms with the young boy, and he had something he could offer him at this point. "Very well, King Albion. Maria and I came here as representatives of the team I gathered. There are certain things I would like to discuss, moving forward. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, as well as involving all the relevant parties here. That is no problem at all. Before you venture into the matter you wish to discuss, though, I have something to say." King Albion's voice boomed through the large hall, sending his charismatic tone into the ears of everyone present. Jared nodded in response to the king's words. "The Netherlore trial has been concluded, and we will see fit that they pay for their crimes. Your efforts in subduing them, exposing their crimes, and even every other thing you've done thus far, have not gone unnoticed." Everyone present nodded their heads in agreement. Jared Leonard, contrary to how he seemed at times, was very humble in terms of rewards. Even for his efforts in subjugating the demon army, he did not ask for much. Every effort he had done to benefit the kingdom was rewarded very meagerly, per his instruction. This time, Jared also made it clear he did not desire any reward, but King Albion's conscience could not take any more. "While you have not made any request for a reward, and you have no desire for any of the kingdom's possession that could be yours, I still desire to reward you for your efforts, Jared." This was difficult for King Albion. Jared Leonard was an impossible man to satisfy with any reward. However, he was still a man. And a man had certain needs. "Step forward, daughter." King Albion lest Rome Indieval spoke with a stern tone. Silence filled the hall as the attention of everyone swiftly converged in her direction. Dressed in her royal blue attire, with golden accessories all over her, the young blonde stepped forward in her elegant shoes and stood beside her father. She curtsied, showing more of her elegance. The small crown on her head bounced as she returned to her upright posture, and her charming smile captured the attention of all who saw her, Jared included. "Jared Leonard. I present before you, my only daughter Celestine lest Rome Indieval." The young man was clearly attracted to the princess, since he had a dazed expression while he stared at her. King Albion smiled coolly. It would seem like he had made the right decision, after all. "I have spoken to your father, and it seems you are almost of age, Jared. You will need a spouse soon, do you not agree?" His smile broadened. Why yes, I suppose." Jared muttered, his eyes now widening as though he was realizing where the conversation was heading. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately for the boy, it was too late to turn back now. "I wish to give you my daughter's hand in marriage." "What do you say, Jared Leonard Alphonse Sereth? Will you take the princess' hand in marriage?" Asterisk. 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 Chapter 684. My thought process became suspended as soon as I heard King Albion's proposal. The confidence I had built up, and the rational line of reasoning that followed from that confidence seemed to evaporate. The question he posed had me stuck in one position, one confused stance. What the? I watched the entire throne room become very lively, as several nobles looked at me in amazement. Some eyed me enviously, while others nodded in approval. Those of the latter were more than the former, by the way. However, whether or not they liked the deal was inconsequential. There were so many things to consider. For example, Maria. Glancing to my side to see the facial expression of the girl beside me, I was surprised by her reaction. It was utterly blank. She made no expression at all. It was simply a stoic, unmoved, and utterly bland look. And the worst part? I couldn't even tell what she meant by her lack of expression. Is she angry? Anxious? Worried? At least look at me or something, Maria. I panicked internally, but the girl maintained her completely unfazed position. It almost felt like I was all alone in this decision. What do you say, Jared Leonard Alphonse Sereth? Will you have my daughter be your bride? King Albion once again pressed me on the matter, causing me to shiver slightly. My eyes turned to the princess away to distract myself from her father. Unfortunately, Her Highness also had a charm that made her irresistible. She looked splendid, to be honest. Perhaps it was because she was decorated in royal apparel, and she had this luxurious appearance, but her attractiveness seemed to radiate all around her. I still thought Maria was more beautiful, but at the moment it was no secret to determine whose appearance dominated the large hall. I do not subscribe to an arranged marriage. Have you discussed this with Her Highness, Celestine Lestrome Indieval, prior to this meeting? I asked with the most respectful tone I could muster. I didn't want to step on King Albion's toes, not simply because he was a king, but also due to his position as a father. What kind of father would be glad if he offered his only daughter and she was rejected? I needed to be smart about this, or else. Indeed. She is thrilled by the idea of being your bride. Why not hear it from her lips directly? King Albion's words broke my defense, and he nodded at his daughter, signaling for her to give the finishing blow. It would be an honor to be your wife, Jared. I honestly feel that way. She bowed slightly and gave me a charming smile. It's possible she's pretending, using the face of etiquette. Mum taught me all about that as a kid. I didn't want a situation whereby she was going into marriage by force. That would be tragic on both accounts. However, on the likelihood that she was indeed willing, there was no problem on their end. It was simply me who had to make the decision. But why did it have to come to this? King Albion seems like a smart guy. He should know that I won't do anything to harm the Eastern Kingdom. He should also know that I have this place's best interest at heart. I also possess more influence than him at this point. This, looking to take over the throne by marrying the princess, wouldn't even be an option I would consider. That narrowed down the reasons quite a bit. If I am to follow my hypothesis, I'd say, he just wants to render his gratitude? Maybe he feels the kingdom just hasn't done enough for me? If that's the case, as a father, he wants to offer what he values most. I sighed internally, finally understanding the rationale behind the king's offer. Unfortunately, I didn't subscribe to it. I apologize profusely, but I'll have to decline. My tone was firm while being as respectful as I could make it. I could see an expression of shock on the face of the princess, and I indeed sympathized with her. It wasn't a good thing to be rejected so openly, after all. This was why it took me a while before I finally decided to refuse. As for King Albion, a soft smile appeared on his face. It was a bit creepy, but I stood my ground on what I said. This was no time to be a coward. Doing so would only make things worse. May I ask why you refuse? His Majesty asked, still maintaining his friendly attitude. Thankfully, it didn't seem like anyone was offended. The princess' smile returned to her face, though something about it felt strained. I could also hear hushed whispers among the nobles. My father, whom I had been monitoring for some time now, had a neutral expression. He simply wanted me to make my choice freely. He was brought into an arranged marriage, so he knows how it feels. I wouldn't say my parents didn't get along, and neither would I say they loved each other unconditionally. My father was born into high nobility, and my mother was born into a mage family. She even spent some time away as an adventurer. It was evident that there would be some dissonance between them, and the older I grew, the more I noticed it. Father and mother are not the ideal couple. They were able to create a happy marriage and birth me, so it had been a success. However, if even one of them had decided not to put in as much work and understanding as the other, everything would have collapsed. I don't want to take that kind of risk, at least not for just anyone. In any case, I needed to answer the king's question. It's simply because I do not desire the princess. I also do not want to be tied down. I want to marry someone I can have an adventure with, who shares my passion for magic, and is willing to travel the world with me. I smiled. The princess could try her hardest to be that person, but we had to face it, she most likely wasn't very adept at magic or rough combat. Her expression proved my point nicely. I see. Interesting take. However, from your words, it seems you already have someone else in mind. Or am I overthinking it? King Albion grinned. I do. My words caused all of my audience to gasp or murmur. Many stared at me curiously, and my father gave a somewhat complicated smile. I already knew we would have to discuss this privately. However, my immediate situation remained unchanged. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 685. May I ask who? King Albion's words echoed in my ears. All right, Jared, are you sure you're ready for this? I thought to myself, looking beside me to see even Maria staring at me. Her expression still looked blank, but her widened eyes showed that she was just as surprised as everyone else. Yes, even until a few moments ago, I was surprised as well. Surprised by the fully formed conviction within me. How long would I deny it? How long would I shove it aside? Was it really something I could ignore now? The answer, of course, was no. You wanted an answer, right? I whispered to Maria, smiling as I stepped a little forward. I could tell that she was trying her best to maintain her composure, so I took her hand into mine as I advanced even further. This was the moment of truth. Honestly, I hadn't planned on doing this here, but it was a perfectly grand opportunity I wasn't going to miss. Here I was, holding Maria's hand while stepping forward in the presence of the king. My father was watching. Maria's parents were watching. Every relevant person in the room was watching. At this point, I had reached the point of no return. No more running away. With a confident smile on my face, I raised both mine and Maria's hand above, making my official declaration. I am in love with Maria Helmsworth of the Helmsworth household. My shocking confession, in front of so many strangers, caused even me to feel so embarrassed. I watched as my dad's jaw dropped, and the Helmsworth family looked at me with a somewhat neutral expression. I was getting mixed reactions from everyone, but the one they all shared in common was most likely unfiltered surprise. Not yet. I'm not done yet. She has also professed her feelings for me, so it's mutual. If Miss Maria still feels that way, then it is my desire for us to be Wednesday. I clasped her hand with mine, glancing at the stoic, but blushing face of the young lady. Her beautiful eyes sparkled so much that I felt trapped in them even though I tried resisting with all my might. Maria's reddened cheeks became blatantly obvious as the pink hue contrasted with her pale skin. In essence, she was unable to hide it anymore. There's your answer. I whispered again, winking at Maria, the cutest girl in the world. If it pleases your majesty, I would like to be wed to Miss Maria instead. Of course, even if it doesn't, that doesn't change anything. King Albion and I chuckled a little thanks to my little statement, and thanks to that, the tension in the atmosphere melted considerably. Well, well, well. You made an interesting choice, but a wise one, nonetheless. It would seem the Helmsworth family is the one who will be accommodating Jared as their son-in-law. He chuckled even more, glancing in the direction of both the father and mother of Maria. I also stared at them. While the father didn't seem all too imposing, her mother's wide eyes made me gulp a little. It seemed Maria's stoic expression came from both of them. She also seemed to get a good deal of her physical traits from both of them. All in all, Maria's parents seemed like the adult versions of her, though her father would be the male kind. However, thanks to this resemblance, it was just as difficult to read their expressions. What are they thinking? I thought to myself. It was scary how they were completely unreadable. Well, if the young boy is serious, then he should come to our estate when he's old enough. We'll host the official meet then. Duke Helmsworth spoke. His tone was surprisingly warmer than I thought. Words are cheap. We have had many who have proposed to be our in-laws. Unfortunately, none of them qualify. Maria's mother said the very thing I dreaded to hear. The fact that her family could consider me inadequate. Fear not, boy. You seem reliable enough. Besides, there's no detriment in your union. Your family is equal to ours in official status, perhaps even more so in the actual holding of power. The Duke's words soothed me once more. While he wasn't smiling outwardly, his voice made it seem like he was. Surely, you jest, Franklin. Your family is an elite unit of generational mages. The very backbone of the kingdom alongside the Crimsons. I dare say you are superior to ours. My father swiftly interjected, chuckling in the process. Unfortunately, what was meant to be taken as a light humor quickly died due to the unamused expression of the Helmsworths. We'll leave this debate for another time, Damien. Of course. Haha. So what do you say about my son? It seemed my father and this Franklin Helmsworth were really hitting it off. Did he learn to read their emotions, even though they showed none? Was it like how I was currently learning to understand Maria and her stoic face? You're a genius, father. I personally like you, Jared. However, as it has already been established, wait till you are of age. Should you still feel the same way, you may take the proper steps. Franklin Helmsworth addressed me, to which I bowed in response. Indeed. If you two are to be joined as one, will require that family meet-up and discussion. The Duchess added. I understood things perfectly well. The good news was that the Helmsworth family favored me. The fact that my father was also close to them was a good thing. Finally, the fact that Maria and I felt the same made all complexities vanish. Everything solely depended on my will. Maria, what is your response to this? Do you feel for him as he feels for you? The question came from none other than my father himself. He had a smile on his face, but I could tell that he meant every word with utmost seriousness. And he was justified in it. I know how she feels, but not everyone does. She is yet to say anything. Yes, father. I love your son. What? My eyes widened as she made such a bold statement. It shook the whole hall, and even Maria's parents both widened their eyes at their daughter's words. The king, the nobles, everyone present was filled with surprise. And I was the most surprised of all. She called him, father. Ha ha ha. Glad to see you're so enthusiastic. I sincerely hope things turn out that way. My father's laugh felt genuine, and I was happy that he accepted and even supported us. With everything clear and settled, it brought me joy and relief that I was finally able to muster the courage to stand by Maria and declare our desired union. I was able to see her smile, and she was able to see mine. All right, then. Now that the most difficult part of this conversation has been dealt with, it's time to focus on the easy part, taking down the Nether cult. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 686. Now, then, shall we move on to the topic for today? I smiled, stepping forward once more. After settling the Maria issue at least, to the best of my ability, it was time to address another matter of utmost pertinence. The Nether cult. We currently have an edge over them, but if we're not careful, we could get flipped to the losing end. I added, my tone depicting concern for the kingdom. I see. King Albion murmured. You must have a strategy to cover that, right? Once he added that, I nodded. My main objective, after retrieving the arcanas, was to find out more about the Nether cult. Once that was done with, I had to destroy them. And we've finally reached that phase. I plan on attacking them in a week's time. Before the appointed time is reached, there are certain things I would like to prepare, but a week is the highest time frame. Gasps and murmurs echoed around me. Since this meeting was filled with the important members of nobility, as well as high-ranked persons of the kingdom, they were most likely under a heavy presumption of the cult. The same cult that stood behind the demon incursion, and also had spies working within the Eastern Kingdom, they were formidable foes indeed. But why 1 week? Surely, we'll need more time to prepare and amass our strength. Besides, if you desire to use the arcanas to your advantage, won't you require quite a bit of time to learn of their abilities? King Albion was correct. In an ideal setting, that would have been preferable. However, there's no telling what the cult would do if we give them enough time. It's possible that they might have something sinister they're plotting, and the fact that we're giving them more time means they will have more opportunities to enact whatever scheme they have in mind. It was simply too risky. I see. But still, I understand your concerns, however there's no need to worry. I have hatched an efficient strategy that will function exactly how I envision it to. The issue with 1 week was that it didn't give us enough time for training, as well as time for preparation against the enemy whoever they were. Personally, I felt we would also need more time, that is, unless 2 conditions were satisfied. We possess the Hermit, which is an arcana that slows time. Using this, we can properly prepare in the space of 1 week. Naren had more mana than I did, so he could make the time ratio work to our advantage. We could spend years within a week, training with our arcanas to improve as much as possible. We also have an informant from the Nether cult. A former member has been successfully won over to our side, and with enough information on their organization, we'll be able to plan more appropriately. I saw the king's expression brighten as I spoke, and he nodded with every point I made. Once I was done, a wide smile formed on his face, and he glanced to his side in the direction of the Helmsworth family. You guys are quite fortunate. The Duke and Duchess nodded, though their expressions still didn't change. It felt almost creepy, but I could live with it. I know I have said this before, but your son really takes after you, Damien. Next, King Albion addressed my father. Haha, not a chance, Your Majesty. When I was his age, I was barely running my family business alongside my father. My father humbly laughed. He was a modest person, so he had omitted the part where he had been responsible for the finances of his family's linen business when he hadn't even been an adult yet. My father was a genius. The only edge I have over him is the fact that I'm older. Since I reincarnated, I had a wealth of experience that he didn't. That was what made me special. So, Jared Leonard Alphonse Sereth, tell us your plan moving forward. The specifics, if you may. There was no harm in saying anything. For one, I had ensured this entire area was impervious to observational magic. I had also fact-checked everyone present here, so the possibility of an information leak was minimal. Besides, if it's Legris Damien, he should be able to figure out what I'm going to do. It's pretty obvious. The plan was simple and straightforward, and the only reason it would work was because of our level of skill as individuals and as a team. I intend on dividing the members of my team into groups. One part will remain in the Eastern Kingdom to protect it, the others will be spread out to the respective nations to assist them there, and finally the main force will attack the headquarters of the Nether cult. Spreading out your team? Won't that reduce the level of power you'll have? Going into the enemy's camp, won't you need more people in order to stand a better chance? King Albion had a point. If I didn't have any other stakes in the other nations' Eastern Kingdom included, I would have poured all my efforts on the headquarters. However, that would be a stupid thing to do. There's a strong likelihood that the cult will attack the other nations. They've shown how merciless they can be in the past, and if it was me, I'd definitely lay waste to the other civilizations while their champions were currently fighting against my forces. I had utilized the same strategy against the demons, during the war. It was an effective plan to not only reduce the morale of the fighters, but to also take care of a defenseless nation. The Nether cult most likely considered the other nations to be worthless or dangerous enough to be eliminated. The demon incursion proved it. Besides, their first seed easily wiped out the beast folk nation. In any case, if we were to make any mistake, we could suffer the same fate. I'm curious, who will you leave behind to protect the Eastern Kingdom? King Albion asked. I smiled upon hearing this question. It was bound to be asked eventually. Ilrich Lendertwal and Maria Helmsworth. These two will remain here. I saw a surprised expression leak out of Maria, but I chose not to address it yet. Fortunately, she didn't too. It's the best option, and I hope you understand. I watched as her parents nodded in approval, most likely thankful that I wasn't taking their daughter to the center of the battle. I don't think they understand, though. If what I was thinking was the actual case, then every single portion of the world wouldn't be safe from the Nether cult. Maria and Ilrich will have to fight their hardest to protect this place. Chapter 687. I will need you to prepare some things before then, King Albion. Please be ready to cooperate with the allied nations, and I also plan on resolving certain things on my end. His Majesty responded with a nod, a bright smile still spread out on his face. Many would consider it weird that a child my age was referring to matters like this in such a respect, and that even the king acknowledged me. However, after displaying both my power and intelligence in the last round, only fools would utilize a bias like age, in this situation. As for the members of our team that will be assisting the other nations, Annabelle Frederick, and Biruel our newest member will be working with the fairy race. They will be involved in the final stages of a project that will be very instrumental to our cause. I added. The revival of the beast folks was going steadily, but even if they were to be revived at this point, their battle efficiency wouldn't be astronomically relevant to the battle to come. The enemy has Nether, after all. That meant we needed something that could fight against their overwhelming force. Fortunately, I had just the right idea. With Anna and Biruel, both of whom are geniuses by Jane's side, they should be able to pull it off. My only worry was how to convince my dear fairy friend to accept Biruel back into the fairy sanctuary. I also needed to inform the Fredericks of their daughter's journey into the fairy kingdom since I had informed them when Anna joined my team. I really had my work cut out for me, didn't I? Afterwards, I told King Albion about the other members of the team and where they would be stationed. He didn't ask for my reasons anymore, and simply believed I had genuine and strategic purposes behind my choices, which I did. Ultimately, I was able to lay out the plan for our assault against the Nether cult. All that was left. So, Your Majesty, what do you think? Was his approval. Asterisk. 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 So, what now? Maria asked me as we stepped out of the throne room. We had gotten our approval from the king as I had expected, and now, it was time to move on to the next phase. We'll have to inform the team. That means I'll have to explain everything from scratch. I knew I sounded whiny, but what could I say? I was deflated. The team isn't exactly what it used to be. My thoughts trailed as I stared at Maria. Fortunately, I had her by my side. If nothing else, she was an emotional support that I could use right now. Can I ask you something? I gulped instantly, nodding as soon as the words registered in my head. Why did you station me at the Eastern Kingdom? Oh, that. I sighed in relief. What did you think I was going to ask? And nothing. Spill. Is it about your public confession? We'll get to that part soon, don't worry. As soon as she said that, my heart nearly leaped out of my chest. So, she did remember, after all. So, why am I being assigned to the kingdom? Is it to protect me, or? Not at all. I swiftly interrupted her. Just like her parents, it seemed Maria was mistaken about the safety of her role in the grand scheme of things. Your job is very dangerous. The Eastern Kingdom is probably the most dangerous location to be assigned to apart from the fairy sanctuary and the cult headquarters. I said, staring into Maria's eyes. Unlike the other nations, our kingdom had less security and also fewer individuals who possessed adequate power. I had no idea how the Nether cult would choose to attack, but it was most likely going to be by overwhelming the nations with unstoppable power. I'll create a barrier around all the nations, and I'll also charge up the devices of destruction each one has at least to serve as a means of countering any large-scale explosion from the enemy. Unfortunately, I had to assume Legris would be aware of this much. If I were to think it through, the enemy would most likely resort to an all-out melee attack. If they have an army, it's going to be an overwhelming one. The Elf Kingdom has the environment to their advantage. The dwarves are extremely tactful and resourceful. Their technology and impervious fortress gives them a decent advantage. The fairy sanctuary, well, that speaks for itself. The problem is the Eastern Kingdom. In terms of security and defenses, we were dead last on the scale. It was due to that mere fact that I decided to employ more automatons here than in the other nations for defense. But that also meant I had to choose the most capable members we could spare to protect this area. That's why you and Ilrich were chosen. You two are the most powerful duo among the others that I'm sparing. Well, Biruel and Anna would make for a stronger team considering their skill set and Biruel's power, in general, but their expertise is needed with the fairies. In any case, I decided to place Maria here because I trusted her and believed in her strength. Plus, you have the Pope Arcana, and Ilrich has the Tower. They're both useful for defense and evasion. You have to use them well to protect everyone. Unfortunately, she wasn't very skilled in the use of her arcana, yet the same also applied to the royal court mage. That's why this 1 week is instrumental. Even Ilrich is going to be training with us. We need to get stronger, and fast. I see. I got the wrong idea. Thanks for clarifying. Maria gave me a sweet smile, something that caused my cheeks to turn hot for some reason. Haha, is that so? I quickened my pace, still laughing awkwardly as I walked ahead. Where are you going? I hope you haven't forgotten the other thing we need to discuss. My body froze instantly. There really was no escaping it. Hey? Jared. Maria. I heard two distinct voices call our names a distance from where we stood. I turned in the direction of the voices, and found out that it had originated from a small group coming out of the throne room. My smile twitched a little when I saw my father walking alongside Maria's parents. I didn't need a soothsayer to tell me the cause. Jared, where do you think you're going? You think you can drop a bomb on us like that and just leave? My father approached me, placing both hands on my shoulders the moment he drew closer. I could feel the pressure already building up, causing me to gulp. Oh, well. Might as well just get this over with. Chapter 688. You really take after your mother, Annabelle. Did she teach you this habit too? My father seemed shaken beyond belief, but in a good way. He probably never expected me to pull off such a card in front of everyone. To confess your love, though, that took a lot of guts, I have to say. The Helmsworths approached us at this point. Their faces still maintained the stoic expression that Maria usually had, and the way their eyes glimmered as they drew closer gave me mixed feelings. Maria's parents both had polished appearances, and their black and silver outfits were in tasteful contrast to my father's white and gold outfit. To each family their own, I suppose. Duke Franklin Helmsworth suddenly placed his hand on mine, giving me a gentle gaze though his face was still stone cold. I could sense a soft sincerity in his eyes, so, even though it felt a little overwhelming, I knew everything was all right. I truly cannot wait till you come of age and go through the due process. I'd be happy to give my pride and joy away, then. Father. Maria's voice sharply rang out in protest. Her face was flushed pink, and she appeared even more bashful than I had ever remembered her looking. To be honest, she was so cute. Father? Maria, father! I heard Duke Franklin's voice quiver with emotion, though his face was as steely as I could describe. Still, the way his eyes watered, and the tone of his voice, showed that he was displaying a certain kind of emotion. I am sorry. Maria's eyes looked at me for a split second, before finally turning away. Daddy. Hey. It took all of my willpower to control my facial expression. How did the Helmsworths manage to do this stuff for such a long period? It was crazy. Maria just called her father Daddy in front of all of us. I really did my best to hide every single emotion within me. Still, I had to say. It was so cute. That's much better. Her father patted her head, causing my face to turn red due to holding in my laughter for so long. Seeing Maria look so shy and uncomfortable while experiencing these things just made me want to jump with joy. What about me? Won't my daughter refer to me as Mummy as well? Fine, Mummy. Her mother also jumped with excitement. Well, her body did. Her face remained stoic, but she also lovingly stroked her daughter's hair. After this very awkward display of familial affection, both parents hugged their daughter. My father and I glanced at this and we both had the same expression. We were both trying our hardest to remain dignified. I noticed how my father's reddened face was about to explode with laughter, and suddenly an idea popped into my mind. How have you been, Daddy? PFFFFFFFFTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTT Asterisk. Please take care of our daughter during your 1 week of training. The Helmsworths told me after hugging and cuddling their baby girl to death. I'll be sure to inform your mother about everything, son. My father broke into a grin. Something told me he was going to have his revenge for what I just pulled off, making me all the more nervous. Still, I couldn't show any weakness. I had to stand strong. Indeed. I'll also tell her about Drawer 4 in your office. My father's face froze and his eyes widened, as his lips mouthed the words. You know about Drawer 4? I nodded and winked at him, causing his face to pale instantly. He was almost at the point of looking like a Helmsworth himself. We'll see you all later. Thanks for having us. I smiled, preparing to teleport away from the capital. Ilrich Lendertwal was going to join us later in the day, after delegating his responsibilities to his subordinates and completing whatever work he had left. As for Maria and I, it was time to reunite with the rest of the team. An awkward silence was left behind after Jared and Maria teleported away. Well, it was mostly awkward for one person, namely Damien Leonard Alphonse Sereth. After what seemed like an eternity of silence between the three nobles, with the couple constantly staring at the lone man with curious eyes, someone finally broke the silence. It was Franklin. Damien, what's in Drawer 4? The blonde-haired man knew this question would arrive, thus he knew he only had one option at this point. He utilized one of the spell cards his son gave him and conveniently made his escape. With only the Helmsworth couple left behind, still donning doll-like faces, they shrugged and decided to return to their homes. After all, they had confirmed that Jared was indeed serious about Maria. And if that were to be the case, a family interview would be in order. Whether Damien Leonard wanted to or not, he would have to divulge that information to them. Thus, the couple nodded to themselves and spoke in unison. Curiosity is the way of the Helmsworths, after all. We easily returned to the base, Maria and I, and we found the team readily waiting for us. Biruel and Anna were present, everyone was there. Looks like Naren did well to assemble them before I arrived. I smiled to myself, nodding in his direction. He gave a nonchalant shrug, and I decided to fulfill my role as leader. Maria was welcomed grandly. The girls, and even Sarah, were so happy to see her again. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said about me. Well, they hadn't seen her in a while, so it was understandable. With that thought as an excuse, I decided to move on to more important things. It's a bit monotonous, but I'll explain everything in the plan to them. The atmosphere was still awkward, and the gazes of certain individuals like Lamy threw me off a little. Still, I was determined. Of everyone here, only about half would be following us to the headquarters itself. I imagined some would be disappointed by this, while others would be ecstatic. However, it was the only optimal solution I could think of. All right, Jared. Let's spill the plan. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 689. W. What? No way. Do you not understand what you're implying, Louis? Yes, the person speaking was Biruel. Like Jane, he was accustomed to the name I had used in my past life, therefore, he kept on referring to me as Louis Griffith. He's just making things more complicated for me, but I understand. How can you say I should return to the fairykin, I mean, sanctuary? Don't you know that I was evicted by Jane and her followers? I'll never be allowed in there again. Biruel was currently worried about his place in the plan. He and Anna were meant to assist Jane, but he was hesitant to go along with it. It wasn't like he wanted to refuse, but he was simply being rational. Jane hates his guts, after all. I mean, I could stand him, but she couldn't. Still, looking at Biruel now, I could say that a lot about him had changed. He was now a little less arrogant, and his respect for other beings, women especially, had gone up considerably. Surely that had to count for something, right? Don't worry about Jane. I'll take care of her. If she understands how important this is to the plan, I'm sure she'll concede. I smiled. Are you certain? He narrowed his gaze and stared at me with suspicion. I am. Besides, don't you want to see her again? It's been so long, right? Well. Biruel's face couldn't lie to me. Even though he was trying his hardest to hide it, the pink flushes on his cheeks gave his heart away. He likes Jane. That's new. I nearly laughed out loud, but held it in. What was it about romance being in the air these days? It seemed everyone was being paired up with someone. Is it some kind of divine phenomenon? Or is it? I shrugged, after harboring those foolish thoughts for a while. I'll trust your judgment, then, Louis. You're a smart guy, after all. Thank you. I also haven't forgotten the bargain you made with Anna. Once this is all over, I'll resurrect your fallen comrades. You have my war. Subordinates. Fallen subordinates. Biruel sharply corrected, crossing his hands across his chest and looking as proud as he possibly could. Sure, subordinates. Am I sure he's really changed, though? I laughed internally. In any case, since Biruel's issue had been resolved, I had to move on to the other teams. Yvonne and Jerry will be stationed with the elves. I spotted Yvonne giving himself a fist bump once I made this statement. It seemed he had an interest in the elf kingdom, one I wasn't even sure about. He was training under their general, right? I believe she had a daughter. Could it be? Was he also? A smile formed on my face, and I nodded instantly. It seemed my dear Yvonne was a man of culture as well. So you finally understand the appeal of the elves. Well done. When the time came, I would have to teach him all I knew about them. That way, his chances were sure to increase. Hold on, Jerry is going to the elf kingdom. What about me? I nearly rolled my eyes when I heard this objection. It was from none other than Sierra Epilson. She's always on my case where Jerry is involved. It's so exhausting. You'll be with the main team. There are reasons for DHA. I refuse. Station me with Jerry. Her stubborn voice interrupted mine, making me all the more exhausted. I disliked having to go through stuff like this with her every single time. But, Sierra, this is the most efficient method. Jerry interrupted Sierra with a sensible statement. It made me glad that he had been paying attention to all I had been saying. We make a good team, don't we? During the Arcana retrieval, didn't we do very well together? She crossed her arms and stared at Jerry. Suddenly, the young man fell silent. His eyes widened and his cheeks became flushed with pink, almost as if he remembered something embarrassing. Frankly, it had me interested. Neither of them had told me what happened with them during their Arcana retrieval. Other than the issue of Legris Damien appearing, I knew nothing else of their adventure. Did something interesting occur between them? Well. Jerry suddenly turned to Jelly, as he lost all confidence. For some reason, he wouldn't even look Sierra in the eye. His eyes were so distracted, and beads of sweat formed on his face. I wasn't the only one noticing this, was I? Was this just my imagination, or? Let's proceed with the listing. Hey! I haven't agreed to. Asa and Maro will be stationed with the dwarves. I swiftly spoke over her voice. Utilizing spellcraft secretly, I diminished her sound while increasing mine. Magic was very convenient during moments like this. Just in case she wanted to bring out her mind magic, I fortified my body and soul with magic. Sierra was that unpredictable, after all. For the main team, there will be Naren, Sarah, Sierra, Lamy, Aloe, Edward, and me. So far, the list seemed acceptable to me. However, to appease the fuming lady who wouldn't shut up, I decided to further explain my rationale. Jerry and the others don't have access to the Arcanas, and by extension, a good supply of ether. I planned to train everyone within the week we would be using for preparations. I also planned on finding ways in which everyone could utilize ether in their fights even though they couldn't produce it the way they did, mana. Unfortunately, when up against the Nether cult's upper echelon, those sorts of things were useless. I can't imagine Jerry, Yvonne, and the others faring very well with those odds. I plan on giving one of you 4 Maro, Asa, Yvonne, or Jerry the Magician. Depending on your affinities with it, you'll be able to use the Arcana for your battle against whatever the cult is planning. Unfortunately, there were only so many Arcanas to go around, and most had already been assigned. Edward will be getting the Justice Arcana. That'll help us a lot in our battle against the cult. Every other Arcana was already taken, at this point. Naren possessed 2, but according to him, he had already resonated with the Fool, so I thought it would be a waste to give it to another. Besides, that Arcana is dangerous. If I'm not the one to use it, I can't think of anyone else to wield it other than Naren. My final reason for letting him keep the Arcana was because it wasn't exactly in my place not to let him. The others who found their Arcanas were pretty much bound to them. Since I didn't ask Lamy or Sierra to cough up theirs, what right did I have to ask Naren for his? It's finders keepers, after all. Moreover, the Fool was extremely unwieldy and difficult to use. If anyone could crack the code, though, it had to be Naren. I'm counting on you. With that said, the ones who will be going to the Nether cult's headquarters were chosen because of their high affinity with their Arcanas, their strong potential to wield ether, and their level of power. We needed our tough hitters at the forefront of the battle, but we also needed some people to man the other regions. That was the rationale behind this arrangement. I hope you understand now, Sierra. I smiled tiredly at the defiant girl. Please. Please understand. I prayed internally. After staring at me for some time, Sierra sighed. From her tone and facial muscles, it seemed my prayers were answered. I understand everything you've said. She gave her verdict, bringing me relief. Unfortunately, she wasn't done yet. But, I still don't agree. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 690. Why you still don't agree? But why? Jerry and I make a good team. I believe we would be able to function more efficiently if we are placed together. I nearly screamed in frustration. Sierra was so stuck on her convictions that I couldn't see a way to convince her at all. I glanced at Jerry for help, but he didn't seem capable of rendering any assistance. What to do? Sierra was very important for this mission. Her magic abilities placed her at the top tier of our team's fighting power. Plus, her arcana seemed particularly useful. Should I just risk it and drag Jerry along? I could keep a fragment of his soul to resurrect later, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? In case any member of the team died, I could still rely on the Hanged Man. The original was with Jane, but I still had it recorded in my memoir. You know what, Sierra? Why don't we? I'll be going to the Elf Kingdom. I agree with Jared. This isn't the time to be selfish. Jerry's voice echoed across the vast field. Hearing his mature, thoughtful voice made me nearly break into tears of joy. Finally, someone understood. But, I'm not being selfish. We'll function better as a team. Isn't that for the benefit of all? Function better how? We were literally running around throughout our search for the arcana. If we hadn't, kissed, we wouldn't have found it. It seemed Jerry's voice took a nosedive during the second half of his statement, but I heard something like a kiss. They kissed during a mission. Don't misunderstand. It was essential for finding the arcana. Jerry quickly raised an objection once he noticed my expression. Well, looking around, I was certainly not the only one who gave an odd reaction to the news I was hearing. You don't need to explain, Jerry. Sierra interrupted, sighing. Well, ahem. Jerry coughed. After a while, his complexion returned back to normal, and his firm conviction was evident on his face as he made the same statement as before. I agree with Jared, Sierra. It's best we split ways. Really? You would really? There's a lot I need to think about, apart from you. It's best we spend some time away from each other. Oh, snap. My thoughts echoed as I looked at both Jerry and Sierra. Is this what I think it is? Ow. I felt a knock from behind me. It came from Maria, and she gave me a tired sigh. What was that all about? What did I do? What are you even talking about, Jerry? Sierra gave a nonchalant shrug as she stared at the brave lad. After our experience back then, the kiss, a lot had been going on in my mind. It's all jumbled up, and I think I need time to sort things out. It's best we spend this time apart. The kiss? But that's not a big deal. It was just to dispel the barrier and... Well, it's a big deal for me. I can't stop thinking about it, and it's driving me crazy. It's best we spend some time apart. How is that so difficult to understand? Jerry's voice rose to an unprecedented degree, surprising even me. When he said all of these things, I couldn't help but wonder if this was the appropriate time to divulge such information. I mean, you could have done it secretly or something. But, I still had to admire Jerry's fortitude and courage. What are you saying, Jerry? I have a lot to think about. But, I promise you, Sierra. He approached her with gentle, slow steps. Jerry actually placed both his hands on her shoulders, and the feisty girl seemed stuck in place. Not only did she not move a muscle, but she also seemed dazed as heck. It fascinated me to no end. I still can't understand their relationship. Once I'm done sorting these thoughts and feelings out, I'll let you know. He gave a gentle smile. For a moment, awkward silence permeated the atmosphere. The tension was high, and I could see everyone awkwardly staring at each other. Anna's eyes were especially teary, and Maria looked touched by the whole thing. Edward kept glancing at Lamy for some reason. And the worst part? She was also glancing at him. What's all of this? Ultimately, the crazy atmosphere made me even more confused, throwing my plans for the rest of the day into chaos. Let's stop our meeting here. You are all dismissed. It was almost evening anyway. Everyone had things to attend to, considering training officially started the next day. You should all prepare well for tomorrow. I glanced in the direction of Anna and Biruel, who seemed to have gotten surprisingly close, considering their difference in race, age, and gender. We'll be leaving for Jane's place soon. Unlike everyone else, these two weren't going to be training with us. They had to spend the whole week with my fairy bestie. That way, the project will be completed as quickly as possible. All right, Jared. But are you sure about this? Biruel asked once more, a nervous expression breaking out on his face. Is Jane that scary? Anna asked him with a curious gaze. The scariest? He whispered. Get ready in 5. Say your goodbyes if you want to. Well, I meant that in a positive way. I chuckled faintly. Biruel didn't seem to understand my joke, and Anna didn't seem to particularly care. We hadn't exchanged a single word since the incident, and that in itself made the conversation weird. I should follow Jerry's example and save this difficult conversation for later. We both have a lot to think about and sort through, after all. Thus, I left the two and walked away, in order to get a well-deserved 5-minute break from everything. As I prepared to teleport, I could hear Lamy, Edward, and everyone else wishing Anna farewell. Their excited voices tickled my ears, and I felt a tinge of loneliness. Just a tinge. Maria was also bidding Anna farewell, so there was that. Isn't this the time when Aloe usually comes to cheer me up? I joked to myself. Just to humor my thoughts on the issue, I glanced in her direction. Once I thought of it, I realized that I didn't really pay much mind to her in our meeting. She's just staring at everyone blankly. She has a smile on her face, but something about her gaze felt very similar to mine. She looked lonely, no, more than that. Somewhat nostalgic, or was it my imagination? Oh, well. Blue sparks appeared around me, and I let myself become swallowed by space. Chapter 691. No. My face was wrenched in painful pleading, and I was so sure I had done a good job at explaining the merits of having Biruel on board. However, I'm not working with him. He shouldn't even be back here, you know. It seemed I was wrong. We were currently in Janesila's territory, the special area we were using for Soul Project, Omega. You really let him waltz in like this? You must have some deep trust in him, considering his affiliations with the Nether cult. Jane slapped her hand on her face, as she shook her head in disbelief. I could understand her point of view. I too had initially been skeptical about Biruel's change, and whether or not to trust him. However, I realized I could. My hope is that she does too, but Jane wasn't budging from her stiff position of wanting absolutely nothing to do with Biruel. I felt myself grow tired as I tried several times and failed to explain to her. Anna and Biruel were waiting outside Jane's office. Of course, they were restricted from touching anything in the tubes around. I would have asked about the project's progress, but this matter came first. I needed to secure Jane's agreement to their joint cooperation. I'm honestly intrigued by this Anna girl. From all you've said, she seems skilled enough, for a human teenager. I can trust that you're not overrating her true skills, right? When it came to accepting Anna, Jane agreed without much need for convincing. It indeed showed that she needed the help. However, Biruel was also an indispensable person that I needed for the new project I wanted to entrust in Jane's care. Soul Project, Omega, should be going fine, though they'll be able to help her with it. My main concern is the other work I want to bring to the table. It would be too much for Jane to accomplish alone. I really wanted her to accept Biruel's assistance. And then, all of a sudden, I remembered something very important. Biruel possesses an arcana that's indispensable for this task. The chariot allows him to manipulate technology, even intricate and micro ones that the eyes can't process. It would really save a lot of time and effort on your end if you choose to work with him. I watched as Jane's face suddenly twitched. Her eyes reflected curiosity, as she placed her fingers under her chin. While she blankly stared into space, I prayed that she would make the right call. Arcana or not, if she hates Biruel enough, she still won't agree. Unfortunately, this was something we needed to resolve. It was also a matter of priority for the fairies. If the Nether cult attacks, I'll need something on ground that can combat them on an equal footing. Having 3 experts cook up something amazing, per my instructions, would be perfect. You're going to have to donate more automatons and golems, you know. I nodded readily upon hearing Jane's voice. My major concern was whether or not she had. Fine, I agree. Having an arcana that can do that kind of stuff changes things. I'll tolerate him until this is all over, I suppose. Jane sighed. I knew Biruel was infatuated with her, but I couldn't understand why. This fairy hated his guts. At least they'll be a team. Bring them in. She added, finally ready to meet her new recruits. I could only hope for the best from this point onward. Jane was upset. Why? She had been interrupted by Jared during a very critical moment in her side project. Yes, she knew it couldn't be helped, and after hearing Jared out, she could understand where he was coming from. She agreed with him on the necessity of this new project he proposed. Unfortunately, he wasn't even going to help her with it. Instead, he brought people to assist her, one of which was the vilest fairy she had ever known. Biruel, the previous fairy king. He can't be serious, can he? She'd thought it had simply been a look-alike that walked into the project hall, but when Jared told her it was the real deal, she had nearly flipped. Not only was she disappointed in Jared for trusting him so easily, but she was also very much upset with how insensitive he had been to just barge into her place of work with someone like that. He could have come alone and explained the situation to me first. It infuriated her to no end. However, there was one silver lining that caused her not to flip completely. It was what Jared finally resorted to when trying to redeem Biruel. He has an arcana, and it's the kind I need at the moment. Jane's thoughts went from being completely shut against the idea, to becoming a little open to a compromise. The more she mulled it over, the more she realized that she could tolerate Biruel for a short while if it meant achieving her goals. I can solve my current predicament by making him help me with it unintentionally. That way, I won't need to spend even more time. And there was also Jared's project, which she still didn't know the full details about. He probably wasn't going to tell her until she agreed to bring Biruel on board. Ultimately, she agreed. It wasn't easy swallowing her pride, but she would do anything just to ensure the safety and success of her project. Bring them in. Asterisk. 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 As expected, the heat in her chest rose to an enormous degree the moment she laid eyes on Biruel. He, like her, was small in size. His wings, hair, and practically everything about his physique, were just as she remembered. The only thing missing was the haughty expression he always flashed at her. TCH. This guy. Biruel entered her office with Anna, whom she was increasingly developing a good opinion of. The fact that Biruel praised Anna's efforts and that she was the one that built Biruel's new body for him made Jane genuinely curious of the little girl. If possible, I could also. She smiled. In any case, she just needed to endure being around Biruel while trying her hardest to use the lemons she had been given to make lemonade. Nice to meet you both, team members. Chapter 692. I heaved a sigh of relief once the reintroduction of Anna and Biruel went relatively well. Even though I spotted Jane glaring at Biruel more times than I could count, no incident occurred. Anna seemed excited to be in the presence of Jane, a bit too excited, to be honest. She was here to work, wasn't she? Well, I knew Jane would find Anna charming and incredibly useful once the work started, but my main worry was Biruel and Jane. Fortunately, I knew I could trust her with separating personal affairs from official matters. You don't need to be so apprehensive, Jane. I no longer have any interest in the fairy sanctuary. You can keep ruling it, if you desire. Biruel's words were gentle, and his eyes were genuine. His sudden change really surprised me, if I was being honest. I could only hope that it was the same for Jane. Whatever. Let's discuss the project. That's why we're together, right? Jared. Ah, I suppose this was my cue. I thought to myself, as I moved to stand in front of all three of them to present the in-depth analysis of my proposal. I want to mass-produce weapons that can be wielded by our soldiers and the bulk of the military. My encounter with Nether had shown me how useless mana or miasma was in its presence. Even if one could use it, the output would need to be crazily immense. That would be a completely inefficient and unwise approach when fighting a war. When searching for an alternative, I finally found a solution. We'll use ether as a base. With enough energy from the strength arcana, and with a technology capable of withstanding the output of ether bursts, we can make even our base soldiers capable of fighting against Nether. My major problem was that this was just a recent idea that I developed. In the absence of enough time to further develop the concept, as well as my occupation with other affairs, I couldn't build it up more than I had already done. I needed all three of them to work on the concept and make it into a reality. To achieve that, however, they needed to work as a team. Ether is the main source of power for these weapons. That means we'll need lots of it. Jane spoke. I nodded, summoning my arcana in an instant. The strength arcana can produce ether, but it can also transform the mana I inject into it and turn it into ether. As a result, we can't run out of juice as long as we have a functional source of mana. I was hoping for a way we could develop conduits in each weapon that ensured they could transform their mana into ether when utilizing it, but that was far too complex to be ventured into now. We needed to focus on what could be achieved within the short period of time we had. Time slows down in this world place, but still. It is satisfactory just to be able to mass-produce weapons that utilize ether as its energy source. I'll give you a sample of what I'm talking about. By showing them an enchanted jar filled to the brim with ether, I was giving them something to work with. Furthermore, by properly using it as a sample, they would be able to achieve the desired results. How will we get the ether fuel, though? We need to charge these, after all. Jane asked. Leave that to me. I'll prepare your fuel, or batteries, as they may be. I'll bring them to you at intervals, so you have a constant supply of ether. Just as mana could be stored in mana crystals or stones, I would be producing concentrated ether. I can assume we have an accord, can't I? Asterisk. 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 Yes. I gave myself a fist bump, as I flew out of the hall. Not only did Jane agree to take on the project, but I could see the flames in her eyes how excited she was to explore this new source of power. Not just that, but I also got a new information on the Soul Project Omega. Looks like it'll be right on schedule. You did a good job, Jane. Since they were already getting busy, I showed myself out. It would have been nice if I had someone to see me off, but I understood the situation. As long as the work is done. All right. Listen here, there are a couple of ground rules that need to be laid out if we're going to be working together. Jane slammed her hand on her table, her hardened expression focused on her two new co-workers or more like subordinates. First of all, this office is my space. No one is to disturb me when I'm in here. It's very critical for you to understand this, understood? Anna and Biruel nodded their heads, causing Jane to break into a relieved smile. Secondly, since we'll be working on a couple of things at once, it's gonna take a lot of our time and efforts. You all have to be as dedicated to this stuff as I am. They nodded in agreement. If you have any other motivations, or perhaps a personal reason for this, let me know now. Silence pervaded the room at this statement, and finally, Anna raised her hand to speak. Go on. The young girl started, having a somewhat conflicted expression. I plan on reviving someone I lost. Both his body and soul are not available. But, I haven't given up. I hope that by working with you and learning more about Ether, I'll get closer to a means of resurrecting him. Biruel instantly shot Anna a surprised look, his jaws completely hanging open. However, a few seconds later, he raised his hand as well. What is it? Jane nearly snapped at him. I promised to help Anna with her experiments, so if she's doing this for her dead boyfriend, I'm all for it too. He's not my. Fair enough. Biruel raised his hands in surrender before Anna could say more. As Jane watched their exchange, especially Anna's determined gaze, she was reminded of herself in the past, how she had tried everything possible to resurrect someone she cared about too. Talking her out of it would be hypocritical and unfruitful. After all, Jane remembered just how adamant she had been back when she lost Lewis Griffith. She'll eventually realize the futility of it. Miracles rarely happened, and unless her boyfriend got reincarnated, she had already lost him forever. It's quite unfortunate. But I don't dislike her. Jane smiled at Anna. Something about the little girl resonated with her. Somehow, she knew within herself that they could work well together. Maybe even, haha, that would be interesting indeed. Chapter 693. Naren's eyes looked open, even though they were closed. It was late at night, and everyone was fast asleep, himself included. However, why were his eyes glowing green despite him being deeply asleep? Why was he sweating buckets on his bed? NGH. He grunted and groaned, twisting and turning on his bed. There could only be one reason at this point, and it has to do with the dream he was having. Or perhaps one could call it a nightmare. Asterisk. Why you killed all those people? They did nothing to deserve that. Naren was having a lucid dream. He was aware of everything happening around him, and that nothing was real. Yet, he was watching these events play out like they were actually happening in reality. He could see everything from the perfect angle, as he watched an exchange between two people. They were arguing. The landscape was grey and dark, and everything looked blurry. Naren took in this scene with keen observation and a bit of confusion. After all, this wasn't the first time he was having nightmares like these. But why was this a nightmare? Sarah. His thoughts trailed as he watched the exchange. A dark-haired man who resembled Naren was on one end, and a crimson-haired lady resembling Sarah was on another end, and she was incredibly pissed. Everyone! You massacred an entire group people, Naren. Her voice peaked. Naren could feel his heart racing as he witnessed this exchange. He tried to speak out, or at least reach out to Sarah, but he was stuck as a spectator. Something just wouldn't let him budge. You wouldn't understand. The version of him in the dream retorted calmly, staring coldly at the agitated redhead. They were a threat. Besides, we tried to do this peacefully, but they didn't cooperate. Sarah, or rather the lady in the dream, appeared even more disgusted. Her surprise and appalled expression were heartbreaking to see. Besides, they killed Legris. That's more than enough. Once the cold and distant Naren said this, Sarah's face could be seen scrunching up in shock, and then, sadness followed. Don't use your best friend's name as justification for such an act. Is this really what Legris would want? Besides, they were just defending their nation. Why would? Like I said, you wouldn't understand. Naren raised his voice, now looking even angrier and scarier than the annoyed woman. His pitch-black irises, as well as his tightly furrowed brows, made it obvious that he was done with the conversation. However, as it would happen, the crimson-haired lady was now shaking her head, stepping away from Naren. She appeared horrified of what Naren was saying, what he was becoming. It seemed like she didn't even recognize him any longer. In response, Naren sighed. His expression turned gentle, and his face softened. He slowly began to walk towards Sarah, and after a few gentle steps, he was right in front of her. Don't get so worked up. Once I obtain all the arcanas, we can resurrect Legris, and even those other guys. He smiled, attempting to place his hand on her shoulder. However, stay back. A fiery explosion caused Naren to fly backwards. He had a surprised expression on his face, and this gaze of his met her genuinely furious gaze. Sarah, what are you? You've changed so much, Naren. Her energy began swelling, and her body slowly turned crimson. Her fiery gaze never left his, and her power rose to an unprecedented degree. Even the spectator, the dreaming Naren, recognized this form. It was Sarah Crimson's original magic. I don't know what changed you. Was it the power? All those things you experienced when you were away? Or maybe it's that group of yours. Sarah was gritting her teeth at this point. Tears fell from her eyes, but they were instantly vaporized by her terrifyingly powerful form. Sarah, what are you doing? You can't best me. We haven't fought in a while. You're not the only one who has changed. Well, I'll be bringing you back, no matter what. This madness has to end. You expect me to abandon all of this? Then what would everything have been for? Legris' death, my whole years of adventure and study? Everything. Sarah's face morphed into rage as she seemed to be building the resolve to fight. I can't stop now. I'm so close, we're so close. Soon, I'll find what I'm looking for. A way to get to the hidden route. Maybe once I do that, you'll finally understand. I understand your reasons, but not your methods. You've gone too far in this pursuit. Is this what your father would have wanted? Mordred is dead. The reason he's gone is because he wasn't willing to take the steps that I am willing to when it comes to seeking the truth about magic. You. I know you don't mean that. Sarah, I'm destined for greatness. I knew it since I was born. I've been gifted ever since I was little. Ever since I lived in the slums. Mordred understood that, which is why he adopted me. Still. Naren. This is what I am destined for. Everything that has happened was meant to lead to this moment. I'll uncover the truth and show the world, everything they're searching for. The whole point of magic, and where it leads. That will end this madness. Is that all it boils down to? The fact that you don't like? That's enough. Naren finally sighed. His hair turned white, and white cackles of dense energy surrounded him. His expression was full of resolve, enough resolve to fight his childhood friend. Let's get this over with. Asterisk. 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 Ha, you've indeed grown strong, Sarah. The devastated scene around them was a testament to Naren's statement. Of course, he had no scratch on his body, but his expression displayed a good amount of respect for the lady on the ground. Why you? I'll never give up on you. Sarah Crimson was on the ground, completely worn out and defeated. Her tired eyes stared at Naren with compassion, but also determination. I wish I had the fool. I would just erase your memories of all that has happened so far. Why you? In any case, I'm leaving. You'd do well to stay away from me. As Naren began to walk away, Sarah grabbed him by the helm of his cloak. Her grip was tired and slipping, but she clung to him desperately. However, he still managed to escape her grasp. And in an instant, he flew off, sending dust and smoke flying about as he left the lone, injured woman all alone. And Naren? She whispered. There was no one to hear her, except the dreamer, of course. He was right beside her. His vision became clouded as his eyes were filled with tears and something akin to frustration. Despite him watching the lady on the ground, his emotions were tied to the Naren of his dreams. He could sympathize, no, understand the position of this dream's Naren. However, he also felt for Sarah, whom he had brutally abandoned. Why? I can't. This created a dissonance that seemed to tear him apart from the inside out. Naren. Naren. He kept hearing Sarah's voice, even when he covered his ears, and this continued until he felt his dream slowly blur out, as well as a stinging sensation on his body. Naren. An image of Sarah flashed in his head, and suddenly, his dream faded completely. In return, he felt his consciousness returning back to present time. HHAAA. In a flash, he found himself awake from his sleep. His sweaty body glistened in the darkness, and his widened eyes took some time before they adjusted to his surroundings. Naren. Can you hear me? Naren. Someone was slapping his cheeks left and right, and that someone was Sarah. Yeah, what happened? He was surprised that his body was being touched. Did he forget to turn on his protective spell? Or? However, before he could think of all that, Sarah's worried expression was right in his face. He could see her teary eyes and flustered look, and that pulled his wandering mind into the current situation. Naren, what's going on? Are you all right? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 694. Tell me what's going on with you, Naren, and I want the truth. After Naren had calmed down, had a shower, and used magic to clean up his sweat-drenched portion of the bed, he was now in a seated position. Sarah was seated on her side of the bed as well. They were both facing each other, and while Sarah's expression still connoted worry, Naren's calm expression showed that he was brooding. Your eyes were wide open and they were glowing. I felt your mana being disturbed, and I could even touch you. You seem to be in such distress. What's going on, Naren? The black-haired man understood the worry of his partner. He would probably have felt the same if their positions were reversed. It was indeed very troubling, all the signs he showed, but after thinking about them for some time, Naren was slowly coming to a realization. And he knew he could no longer hide it away from Sarah. Shwaya. A card suddenly appeared as Naren stretched out his hand. It had a gleaming, blue and green Colorado, a complete contrast to the usual grey appearance it usually exuded. Isn't that? Yes. The Fool Arcana. Naren sighed calmly. It's deeply resonating with me. Could it be warping your mind? Causing all this distress? Maybe it's a negative effect that makes it dangerous. We should tell Jared, or... No, it's not like that. You wouldn't understand. Naren's eyes widened as he realized just what he had been about to say. His tone, his expression, and even his words, they were a striking resemblance to the version of himself that he saw in his dream. He almost blew Sarah off, just like that other Naren. Are you all right? He felt a warm sensation on his shoulder. It was Sarah's touch. Just the sensation of their skin contact made him calm. His racing heart slowed down, and Naren felt more at ease. I'm not him. I'm not that guy. To prove that, he was going to tell Sarah what troubled him. The things he had been hiding from her for so long. I have something to say, Sarah. I'll understand if you get upset with me, but... I need to tell you. Sarah shook her head slightly, staring lovingly at Naren. Her eyes glimmered with such affection that he thought they looked magical. How could I be angry with you? Just spill the beans already. Her soothing words provided him with comfort enough for him to finally reveal what he had been hiding from her. About his constant nightmares, and the reason behind his confession. Asterisk. 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 Wait. Sarah's eyes widened with shock, and they indicated anger. Now, calm down. Remember, you said you wouldn't get upset. I never promised not to get angry. I simply asked you how I could get upset. Sarah's glare pierced Naren's eyes, causing him to gulp a little. How could he escape this situation? Let's not make a fuss. It's night, so everyone is asleep. We used magic to make this room soundproof, remember? After all. Her eyes narrowed on him. Oh, yeah. Naren suddenly remembered why they had been thoughtful enough to prevent any sounds from leaking out of their abode. It wouldn't be nice for their companions to be disturbed so late at night by the sounds they made at night or practically any time they wanted. Let's just calm down, Sarah. So, you mean, you confessed to me because you had flashes of me dying and stuff? And the reason you want us to get married so soon is also as a result of that fear. That's not how I said it, though. Naren tried his best to argue, albeit weakly. That's what you meant. Look, Sarah. This doesn't change how I feel about you. I genuinely love you. I always have. It's just, I've always had this inclination to distance myself from you. That's why I refused to confess all these years. Naren's voice was sullen now, his gaze unfocused. I have always been led by some sort of intuition. It was this intuition that let me attend the academy instead of going on adventures like I wanted. I became a teacher because of that too. Sarah silently listened to Naren. She had never heard him talk about any of these things before. My intuition told me to stay away from you. Even with my feelings, I couldn't accept yours. That would mean defying the strong warning within me. And you think these dreams are a cause of you defying your intuition? No. I initially started having them as flashes like memory flashes, and those were before I confessed to you. Naren didn't know how to explain properly, but these flashes had been what prompted him to confess and get together with Sarah. I don't want to lose you. In his nightmares, he usually saw Sarah dead or his life as another person. They were strange events he didn't recognize, yet they seemed so real. Almost like memories. But, what role does the fool have in all this? It has to do with memories, right? So, are you saying I'm supposed to be dead? No, I don't think so. I'm not sure too. It's all too confusing. The me I see in these dreams don't resemble any me that I know of. Then, could this be a future incident? Maybe. But I still have this inclination that it could be something more. Naren felt confused. It was an emotion he wasn't quite used to. For most of his life, he had felt certain on what path to take. His intuition never failed him. Perhaps that was why he had become bored at some point. However, this was too much. Perhaps we should tell Jared. If the both of you rub minds together, then... No. I can't. Sarah's eyes twitched when he said this. Naren's gaze was distracted, but he seemed pretty certain about this one. He truly didn't want Jared's involvement. Your intuition? She asked, to which he nodded. All right. I trust you. I'm sorry for keeping all of this from you, Sarah. I understand if you feel hurt, but, like I said, I truly and genuinely care about you. I love you. Before Naren could conclude his statement, he was stopped by a finger on his lips. Sarah's finger, to be precise. I got it. Sarah was smiling at this point. Her confidence was amazing, and her menacing expression made Naren's heart race in excitement. I don't care what dreams you have, and what your visions say. I'm not going to die, and you're not going to go to the dark side. But, what if I do? Naren asked, a worried expression forming on his face. Then I'll knock you out of your delusion and drag you back with me. She laughed, flexing her muscles. Naren's eyes widened instantly. He was shocked, no, appalled by the striking resemblance Sarah had to the one in his dreams. Their resemblance was uncanny. Don't worry, Naren. We're in this together, all right. Sarah's voice pulled him out of his daze once again, and her fist was right in front of his face. He instantly knew what she was going for. Yet. You're right. Naren returned her grin, giving her an instant fist bump. Haha. That's the spirit. You better get some sleep, though. Rough training begins today. Naren nodded. Will you be fine? I'll watch over you to make sure you're not in a nightmare. A guy. Before Sarah could finish her statement, she felt Naren's hand on her cheeks, and his soft smile warmed her worried heart. Don't worry, Sarah. With everything we've discussed tonight, I doubt I'll have any nightmares. Both of them stared at each other passionately, and a sort of mutual understanding was established. Their hearts became one at that moment, and they hugged each other, cuddling as they fell asleep once more. And, what a peaceful night it was! Asterisk. 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 Chapter 695. The stars spread far across the darkness of the night. A cold gust of wind blew, sending a mellow chill across the bare plains that was established as the team's base. The night's moon was hung high up in the sky, and the small yet brilliant glows of the stars spread their light upon the world. Everyone was fast asleep, preparing for the day of training that would commence very soon, unable to witness just how glorious the night looked. Everyone except one. Ha! I heaved a sigh as I looked above me. A lot was going through my mind, so much so that I could do nothing but sit still while watching the world from my position. Sleep eluded me, and my body was too full of energy to fall into slumber. Rest is important, I thought to myself, but deep down I knew that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. I was troubled, after all. The nether cold frightened me, in all honesty. There was something about the group, about this mission, that seemed to send shivers down my spine. Underneath all the bravado and all of the planning, I had a sense of foreboding within me. And that scared me plenty. And there's also the issue of the team. I was in some sort of uncertain area at the moment, as regards to their trust. The most obvious gulf existed between me and Anna, and our last encounter didn't show any signs of things getting better. The silent treatment she gave me, and the dissatisfaction I sensed from her, they all proved one thing, that she was still upset. I can't make this all about me. I know she's still mourning Kuzan's death, and she can't exactly be the same as she was. But she had spoken to everyone else after that incident. Everyone but me. Alovita was also acting strange. No one is raising the issue of my reincarnation. I guess they want to focus on the mission first. I understood things from that aspect. However, I still felt uneasy. Perhaps sitting and watching the night, all alone, caused me to go too deep into my thoughts. Who knows? What's wrong, Jared? A voice suddenly echoed in my ears, causing me to swiftly turn in the direction of the sound. I was so lost in thought that I hadn't even perceived the presence of someone else in the vicinity, not until she spoke. Maria. I stuttered, my eyes meeting hers. Underneath the allure of the night, Maria's sudden appearance had a certain charm to it. Her silver hair seemed to gleam brightly, and her blue eyes glowed like gems. I was so captivated that words failed me. Jared, are you okay? Once she said those words, I finally snapped from my gawking state. Why yet? I am. I nodded, looking away as I raised my head to once again admire the canopy of bright darkness above my head. Maria drew closer, and I could hear her gentle footsteps. It didn't take long before she sat right beside me, her hair tickling my face slightly. Hey, talk to me. What's the matter? She nudged me both with her words, and with her shoulder against mine. Haha, well. What could I really say? How was I supposed to begin? I was the leader. The one with the plan, as well as the certainty, that would guarantee our victory. Yet, why was I suddenly so unsure about everything? This moment of weakness felt so crippling that I didn't want to reveal it to anyone else, especially not to Maria. However, I'm scared, Maria. I didn't even know when I started to speak. Scared about what? Her melodious voice rang in my ears, causing me to divulge even more. This mission. Everything that has been happening. I have a bad feeling. Silence took reign for a moment. Maria was probably speechless by my words, but I had to give it more context. The Nether cult has existed for so long, Maria. Its members are not only powerful, but they're also experienced. They have brilliant people like Legris on their team, and their first seat can devastate an entire nation with one strike. I'm not saying those things in themselves are scary, but how could I explain this in words? How could I really translate my suspicion into speech? It eluded me greatly. They're currently weakened, I understand that well. We also have the advantage and everything seems ideal. However, why do I feel so hesitant now? My true identity being revealed has caused a major crack in the team, but I fear that many more might appear. I just... Maria's hand touched my shoulder, causing a wave of warm sensation to course through my body. Her hand is cold. My mind thought. Should we postpone the mission? No. That's the worst part, I can't do that. The longer we take, the worse it'll be. It's best we act fast. The moment the team gets the hang of the arcanas, and we've attained the desirable level of power for this mission, we have to strike fast. If we were to take our time, the chances of being struck unprepared was very high. And that's what scares me. It's the fact that we have no other choice but to attack now, yet I'm nervous about it. It's like we're stuck in a situation where this is our only chance. I felt like I was being played once again. If anything, this could be one of Legris' plans. If I choose to use this perfect opportunity, it could be a trap. However, if I refuse, they'll cause more damage. Either way, I felt like a predetermined outcome existed. If the first seat alone should strike, he can wreak havoc on an entire nation in seconds. The Soul Project, Omega, can only handle so much. I can't possibly withstand the deaths of many people possessing my soul brand, and we lack enough facilities and time to revive them, not to talk of energy. I could see risk after risk. The best means was to spearhead a team to go all out on the enemy and cause whatever damage we could on their territory. And we only have one shot. Chapter 696. I wasn't looking at Maria. I didn't know what kind of expression she would have, and I was somewhat nervous about it. Jared. If this is the best route to take, then take it. I know that, but... You're worried that you won't be able to save everyone. You're frightened about the effects of your actions. You fear the enemy might use this against you. Maria was spot on. I nodded at her every word. But, the thing is, it's the only option that guarantees the best results. If you feel inadequate, then train more or create a better countermeasure against whatever the enemy might utilize against the current plan. I understood her answer, but... Jared. Whap. Both of her hands smacked my cheeks, and before I knew it, they were turning my face in her direction, and I found myself looking into her eyes. It was beautiful. Jared, I know you want to win. I know you'll do whatever you can to secure the best results. I know you'll think of every possible solution. Her glimmering blue eyes sent fireworks coursing through my body. I couldn't explain it, even if I tried. But you have done all of those already. If this is what you've chosen, then forget about the other plans. Make a choice and stick to it. Come what may, you'll know you did everything you possibly could. Her answer was simplistic, but something about her words resonated within my heart. Was she right? Was she wrong? I had no idea. However, everyone believes in you, Jared. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for that fact. Even Anna does. Why else would she agree with your plan to send her to Jane? She does. The allied nations rely on your judgment. I know that makes you feel more worried about what will happen if you end up being wrong, but it simply shows how none of them could do a better job. Ah! I was left speechless. I'm not trying to appeal to your ego, Jared. And I'm not trying to make you feel better. I'm just being as realistic as I can. Everyone follows your plan partly because they trust you, but it's also because they can't do any better. My eyes widened even more. Even if the plan fails and we lose, why would they blame you for something they couldn't do any better in? Something within me instantly sparked, and my memories returned to the time when I was revealed to be inept in my first life. When I returned to my town and lashed out at everyone as a result of my insecurities. How I raised my voice in fear of the mockery that was bound to come as a result of my humiliating failure. However, well, it was a shame you didn't end up being the genius magic user you proclaimed you would become, but, why would we make fun of you for not achieving something we couldn't either? The words they responded to me with, were enough to shatter my preconceived expectations. Ah! So that's it. Perhaps I was overthinking too much. Was I being overly worried, shackling myself with expectations and consequences that simply weren't present? Perhaps that was it. Thank you, Maria. I suddenly broke into a smile, staring at her usual expressionless face. Something about the girl's clear outlook made me appreciate her company. It's nothing, really. She shrugged. Even with her words, I found myself unable to look away. It was the same for her, apparently. The both of us just kept staring at each other, unmoving. Why? Why couldn't I move? I simply couldn't help but remain stationary as my heart raced with unexpected urges, and the heat within slowly burned brighter. What do I? Suddenly, I found myself moving. My body slowly tilted forward, moving in the direction of the girl in front of me. I couldn't explain it, or perhaps I could. Something about her clear eyes, her glossy lips, and her alluring presence kept me moving forward. I was lost, too lost in the moment, to show any form of restraint any longer. Maria! I whispered, my face now mere inches from hers. Thank you. And then, it happened. I kissed Maria. For the very first time. I kissed her. My lips touched hers, and I felt the succulent softness of her tongue on mine. It was awkward, considering I had been the one to initiate this moment, but it wasn't so bad either. Our hands touched, and I could feel the comfort in the chill of her skin. It contrasted my body's heat. Truly, Maria, thank you. As our fingers intertwined with one another, so did our lips. I had no idea for how long, but we were lost in ecstasy, under the night's watch. Well, isn't this interesting? A voice echoed within an incomprehensibly vast room. The room had a huge table, with 6 seats on the right side, and another 6 on the left side. The forefront had a throne-like seat, and the entire structure demonstrated order. The room was exquisite, its walls painted with murals, and the chandeliers, alongside the tiles, drapes, and carpets, depicted luxury. This was the headquarters of the Nether cult, and the man who just spoke was their leader. He was seated on his superior chair, and before him were the cult's remaining members, who were a measly number of 4. The first seat, the third seat, the 5th seat, and the 6th seat. Other than the 4, the other members were absent, most of them already dead. Biruel switched sides, while the others are dead. It's amazing how our numbers dropped so swiftly. Even Kido is. Carla, the succubus, glanced to her side and was met with an empty chair. Miss him already? A teasing tone rang from Legris Damien of the 6th seat. He had a stupid grin on his face that made light of the situation, a sharp contrast to the younger boy who sat beside him. Shut up! The crimson-toned demon replied, gritting her teeth in disgust. Her current apparel was that of a lab coat, and she had glasses on. It was clear she had been in the middle of a certain scientific procedure before the start of the meeting. The first seat was silent, simply waiting for their leader to divulge whatever information he wanted to. As for the 5th seat, his expression was grave. We now have a total of 6 people left at the helm of our organization. 4 seats, along with her and myself. The cult leader glanced at the female subordinate beside him for a moment, before returning his focus to everyone else. We should start the meeting now. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 697. As expected, the singularity proved to be a major threat. Not only have we been placed in such a disadvantageous situation with the Arcanas, but we've also lost 2 of our upper seat members. This has never happened before. The person speaking was Carla, and the expression she had wasn't very friendly. Anger and frustration filled her face, and a little wrinkle of worry appeared as well. We should have focused our attention on getting rid of him first, then focused on the Arcanas, later on. Right now, the job has become more tedious. She sighed. Silence followed her words. The other seat members stared at Carla, and then at their leader. The former had raised a valid point, and they awaited their leader's response. Does anyone else have something to say? His voice echoed through the vast hall, sending chills throughout the room. In response, no one spoke. Carla, your point is valid. It does seem more useful to get rid of the singularity. However, it's much more difficult than you can imagine. That was when we had been operating in secret. Now that our identity has been revealed to the public, there's nothing wrong with sending one of the upper seats to get rid of him. Heck, the first seat could get the job done. No offense. She swiftly added, bowing gently to the silent man. In response, he smiled softly and nodded. Carla always held the man in high regard, and his cool response always made her glad that he was one of her co-workers. Unlike that pervert, Keto, he didn't blab all day. He respected boundaries, and he had this mysterious and secretive vibe surrounding his goals, making them seem profound. To be honest, she thought he was cool. If we had just gotten rid of that Jared fellow, and also Naren, then we wouldn't have become sitting ducks. Is it just me, or have we been postponing their demise for too long? Carla mentioned, staring at everyone in the room. I have to agree with Carla on this point. I have fought with Jared, and he definitely isn't strong enough to pose a threat to everyone here. We should have gotten rid of him earlier. Stefan mentioned. Oh? And what makes you so sure that he wasn't holding back when fighting you? Legris added with a snicker. I was holding back plenty. Then why didn't you kill him? It wasn't in the plan. If I had been given orders to, I would have killed him. What about you? Why didn't you kill Jared? Well, let's leave it at that. Legris and Stefan glared at each other, although, most of the animosity came from Stefan. Legris mostly gave a defiant grin that only served to annoy the young boy even more. Welp. I guess the cult leader will explain why we've been so passive. Right, leader. The 6th seat grinned sheepishly at their overarching commander. He was seated silently, watching everyone's interactions. Patience was a virtue, and the young leader had plenty to spare. He simply watched his members tire themselves out from their arguments. Until finally, the hall became completely silent. It seems you are all done. Then, I shall explain. His voice was like a mist, shrouding the area in its soothing and chilly tone. At this point, all 4 seats gave him their focus, and the maiden beside him broke into a wide smile. She also smiled at her master with devotion, awaiting his words of wisdom. We've spent years, and only managed to gather a couple of arcanas in the process. However, in such a short span, everything has been found and accounted for. It's amazing, isn't it? Yet. It just sucks that they are with the enemy. I wasn't done, though. The cult leader shot Carla a sharp gaze, causing her to instantly realize how imperative it was for her to shut up. The Arcanas are with Jared's team. However, that is almost inconsequential to me. The cult members all shifted in their seats a little. They didn't want to interrupt the leader, but something about his statement didn't resonate well with them. In the first place, the only reason they were in the Nether cult was because of their desire for all the arcanas. Surely, the leader knew this. Why would the possession of such objects of power not matter to him? I desire the completion of the set as much as all of you. However, there really is no reason to get too worked up over this development. In the end, victory is ours, that is something I can absolutely guarantee. The cult leader grinned. He hardly ever displayed any emotion, so everyone was amazed to see the height of his confidence in their group's victory. Their team will most likely be coming here to exterminate our group. If we intercept them and play our cards right, we should be able to win. Cards, see what I did there? Ha ha ha. Legris chuckled, causing the young boy beside him to groan while slapping his forehead. Sometimes, one had to respect Legris' genius mind. However, that impression was always undermined by his acts of stupidity. One could never tell if he was doing these things on purpose at this point. With Kido gone, I guess we have a new comedian in our group. The cult leader's grin widened. Ha ha ha. You're welcome. Legris let out an awkward laugh, before finally deciding to shut up completely. In any case, I'll need to be clear with everyone here. The plan will indeed succeed. Your wishes will be realized as soon as the arcanas converge. And they will do so in 1 week's time, give or take. Why that time in particular? Carla asked, raising her brows in curiosity. Silence bled into the room, and expectant eyes greeted the cult leader once more. However, a being of his caliber was capable of providing an answer in no time. Just a hunch. Is that so? All right then. I'll stick with you and the group. As long as I get what I want. Carla shrugged. Well, you are the new second seat, so. And anyway, the role doesn't really matter now that the climax is upon us. Still, your wishes will be actualized, and all of your desires will be fulfilled. That statement seemed to please everyone. Thus, the leader was able to finally address the issue he wished to discuss. The opposition most definitely has a plan for the impending clash. As an organized group, we should do the same. His eyes gleamed, hints of excitement and mischief swirling deep within. Don't you think? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 698. Let's start with you, Stefan Netherlore. You'll be AWOL during the attack. The cult leader stated, glancing in the direction of the young teenager who seemed to be younger than him by only a year or two. What? I won't be around? But I understand your desire to have a rematch with Jared Leonard, but you already had your fun. Your responsibilities to the cult come first. Don't you agree? Stefan gulped upon seeing how the leader's gaze narrowed at him, forcing him to nod his head in defeat. You'll be in charge of attacking the allied nations. Use the resources at your disposal properly, the nether beasts and the corrupted. Their leader added. You understood. Stefan's face was dark with annoyance, but he was too powerless to resist orders from his superior. Damn it. I wanted to be the one to face Jared this time around. I wanted to defeat him fair and square. What was the point of his big reveal to Jared, and displaying a fragment of his power to the boy? It was all to build the situation up to an epic climax where he would finally assert his superiority over Jared and prove himself peerless among everyone his age. However, all of that suddenly seemed to go down the drain. How frustrating! Hey, don't look so glum, Stefan. You're attacking the allied nations, right? Things are bound to get very interesting. Legris patted him on his shoulder, eliciting an immediate reaction from Stefan. Take your hands off, now. An ominous glare filled his face, depicting nothing short of pure animosity. Whoa. Relax. I'm just saying. Maria Helmsworth is bound to remain in the Eastern Kingdom. Don't you have a score to settle with her too? How are you so certain about that? I know Jared's personality well. He won't let Maria or Anna invade somewhere as dangerous as here. Legris smiled, as he slowly removed his hand from Stefan's shoulder. The young boy didn't seem to be in such a foul mood anymore. Rather, he appeared to be in deep thought, ruminating well on his options. I see. Well, if it's Maria, I can manage. But, will she be as strong as I hope? A smile began to break out on Stefan's face. I also think Jared won't let the weaker ones come here. He'll leave Maria, Anna, and a few other members behind because of that. But if I tell Stefan that, he won't be satisfied with fighting Maria. It's better this way. Legris shrugged at Stefan's words, hiding his thoughts. Who knows? But I doubt she would be weak. I mean, she's a genius, right? Of course, this statement sparked greater interest in the Netherlore boy, making him more eager to engage in his mission. Very well. I suppose this is enough to appease me, for now. I should also be able to face interesting opponents from other nations. This should be fun. The cult members were amazed by how Stefan's disposition took a big turn simply because of Legris Damien's persuasive words. He's incredible, thought Carla as she subtly glanced in the man's direction. Yet he's pretending to be incompetent. How interesting. With Stefan's job settled, the cult leader proceeded to state the tasks assigned to the rest of them, or rather, he intended to. However, about Naren Khalid, is it alright if I take care of him? Everyone was, once again, struck by surprise when the most unexpected proposal came from the most unexpected individual. Legris Damien, the most underqualified member of their group, was asking to be allowed to deal with the most dangerous person recognized by the Nether cult. Of course, the cult leader and his maiden maintained a neutral stance. No, the lady in white even smiled a little. Why? I thought you were more interested in Jared Leonard. The leader's voice boomed, containing a tinge of amusement. He wasn't the only curious one. Legris had always appeared to be very lax and not particularly strong. Sure, he was intelligent and cunning, but that should have told him how much of a stretch it would be for someone of his caliber to take care of Naren. Besides, when did Legris become as ambitious as to demand prey from the cult leader himself? This sudden switch in his personality made everyone amazed. Some were amused, while others were unsurprised. Jared is interesting, but not as much as Naren. We have a history together, so I just thought it would be fitting. History? As in fellow lecturers at Ans Lark? I don't think that kind of history is enough to generate such an interest. Stefan commented. Everyone's eyes were now on Legris, awaiting his response, or rather, the justification he would give for his unwarranted and sudden interest in Naren. I mean, I've known him for so long. He probably doesn't remember, but we were quite close before. I was unaware of this. The cult leader mentioned. Ha ha ha. Well, it's just in my head. You don't need to take me seriously. Legris burst out laughing, causing the members to either shake their heads in disappointment or even smack themselves in the face for thinking for even a second that Legris was about to make a valid point. I just want to have a go at him. What do you say, leader? Pretty please? Legris clasped his hands together and made his best puppy eyes impression. It was honestly a pretty good try, if it hadn't been for his stupidly mature face, which ruined the expression completely. You haven't given me a valid reason for this, so, well, fine, then. Legris, you'll take care of Naren Khalid. What? Stefan and Carla expressed shock at the same time. They had all expected the cult leader to instantly shoot Legris down, request be damned. This development was utterly unexpected. Do not fool around, Legris. Naren is dangerous. The cult leader ignored everyone's objection and focused his attention on the rejoicing Legris Damien. Understood. I'll give it my all. It's settled, then. Legris will handle Naren, while Stefan takes care of the allied nations. As for the two of you, The cult leader completely settled the topic and moved on as naturally as possible. It was such a bizarre development that the people present in the room had to express surprise. However, the first seat simply nodded calmly, the maiden in white smiled broadly, and the cult leader was simply indifferent. Everyone simply had to take it as it was. First seat and second seat, you'll be in charge of eliminating all the trespassers. Prevent them from advancing any further. Leave no one alive. Yeah, sure. Carla sighed. It felt surprising that the lower-end members were left with such burdening responsibilities while the most powerful were relegated to clean-up duties. Then again, eliminating the main team of invaders was the most vital aspect of this mission. As Carla digested the task she had to accomplish, a hand was raised beside her. It immediately caught her attention as well as the attention of everyone else in the massive hall. I would like to make a selfish request. The fifth seat spoke in his calm tone. His unfazed expression, stern and strong, caught everyone's notice. His unwavering gaze and humble persona were one of the things that gave him the honor he currently had, and his simple personality could not be despised. What is the matter? The cult leader's tone was just as respectful. I would like to be left in charge of exterminating all the invaders. This bold statement roused the attention of everyone. The bulk of the opposition's force determined to completely obliterate the Nether cult being intercepted by only one member sounded absurd. However, everything made sense once everyone allowed it to settle in that the first seat was the one in question here. Everyone knew he was impossibly strong. Nevertheless, any reason in particular? I desire a challenge. The prospect of their strength is high, so I'm interested. Besides, they shouldn't pose too much of a threat to me. If they do, I'll be sure to call for backup. I mean, I don't mind. It gives me more time to do my research, so I'm in support of the first seat fighting all of them. Carla added. No one particularly doubted the strength of their strongest member. Nonetheless, the decision was up to the cult leader, wasn't it? Very well. Carla, remain on standby, just in case. Understood. As for the first seat, I will leave them to you. I greatly appreciate it. The martial blade god bowed his head in response. Since your roles have been settled, all we can do is wait for the presence of our opposition. The cult leader gave an undaunted smile, and his expression was shared by all who were present. The martial blade god. Carla, the succubus. Stefan Netherlore. Legris Damien. And even the maiden in white. They all smiled fearlessly because they knew the end result of the imminent confrontation. It was plain as day to them. Jared Leonard and his allies will only come here to die. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 699. 1 week later. The sun peeked from the horizon, steadily rising in the advent of dawn. The grassy fields danced, and the refreshing wind spread far and wide, sending waves of both chilled and soothing aromas to the inhabitants of the land. Ha, we actually made it in time. A voice stated. Its tone sounded relieved, and something about it felt free-spirited. The plains had quite a few inhabitants, all of whom were smiling at this point. They couldn't help but agree with the blonde who just spoke. I didn't think we'd make the cut at some point, but would you look at this? The voice belonged to Jared, and he was smiling at the team members that were gathered before him. They all returned his gaze and expressions with similar ones. Relieved looks spread across their faces, and their eyes bloomed with excitement. How many years did we spend? One asked. Maybe 3? 4? 5 years. We spent 5 years. The black-haired gentleman named Naren answered. I increased the ratio, so we'd have more time. After 5 years of rigorous training, all of their preparations had been for this very day, this single mission. I am proud to announce that your training is over. And now? Jared declared with both arms crossed, as he proudly stared at each person's face. Naren Khalid. Sarah Crimson. Lamy Vindil, Sierra Epelson, Aloe Vita, Edward Carl Leon, Maria Helmsworth, Ilrich Lendertwal, Yvonne Smith, Jerry Keller, ASA, Morrow Smith. We begin the mission. Anna and Biruel didn't train with us, since they were busy helping Jane with the new project one I hoped was in its finishing stages. Should I check up on her again? The last time I did so, she told me not to bother her about the details, and that it would be ready in time. Wasn't it better to simply put my trust in her words? I've supplied them with enough ether. All that's left is for them to exercise competence on their end. Jane had never failed me before, so I wasn't doubting her skills. With brilliant people like Biruel and Anna with her, I was even more confident. With that already established in my mind, I decided to focus on other things. 1 week transformed into 5 years. Naren really is amazing. Back when I trained for a century, 3 years elapsed in the normal world. Compared to my limited control over the time ratio, Naren did an outstanding job. Thanks to that, my team members had reached an adequate level of power, one where I considered their past selves pale in comparison. This should be enough. I really hope it is. I shook off all pessimistic thoughts and decided to move on to the next phase of the plan. Alright, guys. It's time to teleport you to your assigned zones. Yvonne and Jerry were going to the land of the elves, Asa and Morrow would be with the dwarves, Maria and Ilrich were to remain in the Eastern Kingdom. They didn't need my help getting back to the capital, considering Ilrich's mastery of the tower. He really is a genius and an expert at magic items. He even achieved a higher proficiency than me with the tower. I utilized my spell cards and sent the respective people to their designated locations. Since I had already spoken to the allied nations beforehand, there wasn't any problem with sending them directly to their destinations. It was efficient, even. Within moments, everyone had gone to their assigned spots except Ilrich and Maria, of course. You guys will be stationed at the capital, yet. Indeed. Though, I'll have the automatons stationed at every possible area of the kingdom. The denizens have also been evacuated, and I'll make sure to transport them to the pocket dimension using the tower. No one will get hurt. I nodded at Ilrich, happy that he knew exactly what to do. Then again, he was a grand mage, the personification of my childhood dream. All the citizens are currently as close to the capital as possible. Since they're all in one place, it'll make it easier for him to keep them in his pocket dimension. The tower was useful for many things, and having a very vast nigh-infinite alternate space was one of its perks. I'll also spread out my senses. Nothing will escape my perception. I smiled, nodding at Maria's diligent tone. Her face was the same as usual, but I saw the flames of conviction in her eyes. It really was amazing how much she had grown in 1 week. Well, 5 years. The Pope will suit her well. Be careful, Maria. Fall back if it gets too difficult, is what I wanted to say to her, but that would only be an insult to her conviction. It wasn't like I would allow anyone to dissuade me from my own mission, so the same could be said for her as well. Maria was doing this because it was in the plan, and for that, I had to admire her grit. Panda NVE1. Thank you, Maria. I eventually said. We stared at each other for a long second, and then our faces drew nearer as we shared a brief kiss. It felt good. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. A smile formed on my face. You had better. She returned my grin. Once again, we stared at each other. I felt like kissing her some more, not even caring about the numerous stares we were getting. However. Ahem. Jared, tick-tock. Ilrich murmured, feigning a cough before making his statement. Ah, that's right. Sorry to keep you waiting. I let out awkwardly. It wouldn't do if I, the designated leader, was the cause of some sort of delay in the plan. Well, then, goodbye. See you soon. With meaningful nods and smiles on our faces, we parted ways. Ilrich created the portal that sucked them in, sending them to their proposed designation, no doubt. Well, there's that. A smile remained on my face as I stared at the people who were left. Naren. Sarah. Sierra. Lamy. Aloe. Edward. And, well, me. Let's start things on our end, shall we? Chapter 700. All right, Naren. You're up. I smiled at the most vital element of our first step as well as the major powerhouse we had on our team. Naren was going to be the one to initiate the first contact on the base of our adversaries, in essence, the Nether Cult headquarters. We've known their location for some time now. So, Naren will use his timeless state to infiltrate the area. With everything stopped in the world, he'll conduct a survey and inform us of everything we need to know about the area we're about to invade. I wanted this whole thing done far sooner, but there was a valid reason we were just relying on it now. According to Naren, the first seat was able to sense his presence when he used time immersion. If that's the case, it's possible that he will also be able to sense Naren if he surveys the area, even though the entire world is paused. We can't take any chances or reveal our cards beforehand. That was the reason we decided to do this at the last minute. It's not going to take any time, considering the nature of Naren's timeless world. He's the only one who will be out of the natural flow of time, hence everything is stopped till he returns. It would simply be like a flash. Got it. Naren smiled, resonating with his arcana, no doubt. I knew I was going to be seeing Naren a second later, but this stuff never got old. I kept my eyes peeled, watching as he vanished from sight. And then, I awaited his instant return. Welp, here we go. Naren looked around him, and as expected, everyone was frozen in time. He looked at Jared's expectant face, and he could tell that the young lad was expecting him to instantly appear once the survey was done. Fair enough. Naren considered teasing him, but considering the nature of the mission, he decided against it. There would be plenty of time for fun after their job was complete. I feel a bit tired considering the fact that I had to operate the hermit non-stop, the whole time. Well, it's no big deal, but... Fortunately, he wasn't exhausted to the point of not being able to use any of his abilities. Timeless World and Time Immersion were still options. And, of course, his other abilities outside the realm of time. However, he knew full well that he wasn't at full strength. I'm having a long sleep after this. Naren vanished, or rather, he was just that fast, instantly appearing above the coordinates Jared gave him. Well, this is the Nether Cult's headquarters, right? As expected, it's cloaked. All he could see for miles was a vast body of water. It was just the sea, through and through. However, he had expected this much. A smile formed on his face, and he knew a barrier was right in front of him. If I interfere with the barrier, then it's possible that I will be caught. It's a possibility, and it's a definite future that I'm going to be on the other side, right? Naren grinned. Wasn't this the perfect time to try out a new ability he had cultivated during the time everyone had been practicing? He'd had to undo his time loop so that he could grow beyond his previous strength, and boy did he grow. He hadn't shown this to Jared yet, but... Future insertion. In a flash, Naren became something akin to an after-image. His appearance was pale and borderline transparent. In return, another Naren appeared at the other end of the illusory barrier. He pretty much looked the same, but an excited grin covered his face as he stared at his after-image. It works here too. Great. What he just did was future insertion, a spell that functioned exactly the way it sounded. Not only could Naren insert himself into the time stream, but he could take the place of his future self, so long as the event was probable. For example, if he was going to be in a particular area at some point in the future, Naren could insert himself into that future, teleporting to that point instantly. Well, it's not instant teleportation since I'll be there at the time my future self would have been there. But, since we're in Timeless World, I can be anywhere in no time at all. It was something akin to time travel, but with no consequences, especially when it was as instant as this. Alright then, let's take a look around, shall we? Naren removed his gaze from his afterimage that had practically faded away, and instead feasted his eyes on the vast land that was beneath him. Wow! The patch of land was completely circular, like it was artificially made. The ground was surprisingly all white, like it was covered in light sand. The ground's surface seemed smooth, and everything appeared clean. The massive island contained several structures, one which looked like a storehouse, another that resembled an army barrack, and several other important landmarks that Naren could not quite recognize. However, if there was anything that stood out, it would be the massive building that found itself within an equally large compound. It resembled a crossbreed between a cathedral and a mansion, and one could easily guess its purpose. I'm guessing that is the headquarters, hey? Naren was using his immensely powerful vision to cover the absurdly large island, taking in what details he could from his current distance. There's so much nether around, though. Jared was right, the others wouldn't have fared so great here, well, except Maria and Ilrich. Naren thought Asa had a chance as well, but not the other three. Even his heightened senses felt dulled by the waves of nether that distorted everything on the island. His only advantage was his constant resonance with the hermit. I'll need to have a closer look, after all. Naren thought, finally descending from his elevated position. He had his work cut out for him, and it was amazing how only a second or even less would pass for everyone waiting for him. In a way, that told him not to rush, but he also had to consider the first seat. That man was his major interest in the Nether cult. Naren had so many things he was curious about, but that had to involve them making contact. Well, I can sense him, he's still. Even with the amount of distance between them, Naren could tell just how much power the first seat possessed. He wondered if he could take him out with Timeless World. Nah. The moment I make contact with him, he'll be brought into Timeless World with me. There's no guarantee that he'll die from my first strike. It's better not to ruin the plan. As such, Naren stuck to his duty surveillance. Asterisk. 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 After spending hours of his time diligently checking the nook and cranny of everything around, all that was left were two buildings. That massive building that looks like a research center, and then the main headquarters. Naren was going to save the headquarters for last, so he decided to check the research center first. So far, so good, nothing worthy of note had occurred. Sure, he found some very interesting things, like what appeared to be a breeding area that would have had several nether beasts within, as well as another place that seemed to be reserved for human experimentation. Nothing occurred in Timeless World, so Naren wondered what new things he would discover in this research center he was about to investigate. What other atrocity awaited him? He was genuinely curious. Too curious to have noticed something that was too minuscule to have warranted his keen observation. Naren felt himself step on something akin to a muddy puddle. The puddle was black, a seemingly harmless black patch of liquid, and he wondered why he didn't notice it before stepping there. Illusion. But wait, if I stepped on it, then... Before Naren could complete his thought, the black puddle suddenly expanded, and a huge pool of fluid-like darkness suddenly surged forth. The nether quality of the burst of liquid was enough to interfere with Naren's barrier, forcefully causing the darkness to completely envelop his body within mere moments. It was faster than he could utilize any other spell. Thus, in an instant, Naren was consumed by the darkness. As soon as that occurred, both he and the dark wave completely vanished. Asterisk. Asterisk. Asterisk.